They also had like a little bakery and stuff. And I would literally go there and just buy piles of the stuff and just keep it in my room. Like, I would spend my allowance on just licorice from around the world. Wonderful. It's like, just tasted like salt and cleaning acid. It was great. Anyway, let's play some video games, shall we? Twitch chat, it's time for you guys to welcome YouTube. Hi, YouTube. How you guys doing? Open source tech and sushi. Yes. Elfie, help. I spent way too much money on a bunch of open source stuff. Do I drink Ozu? I've never drank Ozu, no. I would buy, like, solid candy licorice or, like, bags of it. They kind of look like little black pellets. Covered in salt crystals, usually. It's the best thing after coffee. Damn right. So what you're telling me, Coffee Cannibal, is that your life partner is Licorice Cannibal? I mean, I'm pretty sure I've seen it before, and I also think I've had it recommended before in regards to a zoo. All right, so I'm building a temple right now. That's what we're currently working on. This is going to be a temple. But this is the fort. It's a little bit of a mess. Moods are kind of terrible, but we're working on it. We've had some tantrums recently, but it's okay. I built a prison, so it's fine. This is the entryway. We had catapults here, for those of you who might remember. I gave up, so I'm building lava minecarts anyway, because it's just easier. The minecarts are using this as a go up and down system, and to put simply, they go too fast. Like they go so fast that they push the button before the button has popped back up. So I might need to slow them down. But I think I've got a solution for this. We do need to, connect some more things to levers, and it's not fully ready to go just yet. I mean, like there still needs to be like rollers going up on this side, but this is mostly good to go. So within the next like 30 minutes or so, we're gonna have a fully functioning minecart cannon, which will be fun. Then after that, I want to build a circular thing that basically either just goes in circles or all the way around. I haven't decided yet. And the way it's going to work is it's going to have little trenches, okay? And the little trenches are going to have lava in them, okay? And the little trenches with lava in them are going to essentially allow it to dump lava down into here. And my theory is that it'll cause this to overflow or splash. And I kind of... Do you have a button presser, Dwarf? I'd rather automate it than have a dwarf have to do it. So my theory is that I could cause lava to spray up, but I also I'm a little worried about doing something like that because I don't want it to overflow and block pathing. So I have to figure something else about that. I am not really partial to any kind of start in Dwarf Fortress. I don't really consider any start in Dwarf Fortress hard. It's just how much tedium are you willing to tolerate in the beginning of a run? I absolutely have done haunted biomes in the past. Haven't done one in a minute. I prefer Untamed Wilds because I find those threats more fun, i.e. Giant creatures and whatnot, purely because you can catch them and tame them. I find the zombies to be a bit trite. I don't dislike them per se, but it's not my go-to. So, now I'm going to roll through and read the named dwarves in the fort. The named dwarves in the fort are a devilish potato, Anander, Arende, Ash, Baka Glass, Big Bang, Craig, Dragoon, Elfie Bean, Fallout Rain, Freeways, Geotrack, Grunty Thirst, Henchest, and Laya, as well as Metroid, and Mama is Wolfie, and Napalm Sideburns, and Neokai, and Neurokis, and Nodokasa, Nortrum, Presme, and Raging Cave, of course, and Rolf, as well as Royal Green, Salty Tempest, Stingray, Stone, Tilinartho, Transfem, UGDPY, Winter Z, Zwari, and Xylium. Next thing I gotta do is I got 2 doors to name, yep. I'm just gonna type in this, because I can never remember if I have a strange mood when I start a fort. I do, in fact. I will deal with this before I do any of the naming. Now, next thing I would like to mention, you must have rock. Okay, hold on. What do you have? We got pigtail cloth, 2 rock crystals, copper nuggets, reindeer, that. Okay, what else do you need? Rock. It's always fucking clear glass, man. It's always clear glass. Why is it always clear glass? Why is it always clear glass? All right, so the thing that I want to mention before I go through this process is we are changing the way dwarves are getting named. Now, before you freak out and go, no, the reason I'm changing the way dwarves are getting named is I'm tired of people just competing for the channel points thing. And my solution for a better way to get people dwarves is a kind of 3-step system. Okay? None of this has happened yet. Uh-oh. I just unplugged the monitor. Started. I bumped a cable. I have a 3-step process. Tier 2 subscribers are getting a new emote, which isn't out yet. I'm waiting for Cooler to draw it. The emote is going to signal somebody in the chat can get a dwarf. Now, the way this works is it's going to be a sound command similar to this for the Tier 2 and Tier 3 subscribers, where they can use that emote and at somebody in the chat. Okay? This could be somebody in Twitch chat, this could be somebody in YouTube chat, this could be themselves. They do that, right? And it's not going to be on a super heavy cooldown. It's going to be on a cooldown, but not a super heavy one, maybe like 30 minutes. And then everybody else in the chat that is subscribed will get 2 new emotes. Yes and no. And then we can have a little vote. If I feel like being fancy, I'll chuck the chat into emote-only mode for a second, and you guys can be like, yeah, and you guys get to pick who gets named. And also, because so many of you guys are like obsessed with me getting a dwarf, yes, you can nominate me if you want. And that's how we're going to do it. Make some fake drama and resubstitute it. I like the time to cancel my sub, make some fake drama. Well, you got to make the fake drama for the clout, right? So I've got 2 dwarves to name. Just to scroll back up because there's one before Radbug here. That was Gaius. So Gaius, what kind of dwarf do you want this? Can we nominate the ducks? Within reason? I don't know. It's up to chat. The mayor should always be me. I just get the mayor? Man, you guys are not very, ambitious. Something with metal. So we are primarily like a gem cutter shop here. I do have 1 blacksmith. I got Itur. That isn't named. I've never posted on Tumblr, so I cannot legally be referred to as a gremlin. It's Gaius, who's currently haggard, apparently, I'm sorry, is satisfied after producing a masterwork, never becomes angry, occasionally overindulges, it has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, likes a little excitement now and again, has little interest in joking around, doesn't seek out excitement, has little interest in joking around, and isn't particularly interested in what others think of her. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. Personally views tranquility. Just Gaius? Okay, I can do that. That is possible. I just need to read chat to see that. She values peace over war and does not really value skills related to fighting, hasn't killed anybody. Like Cespertine sterling silver and red tourmaline, tower cap and bobcat leather, mountain goat horn and rings and catapult parts and cave swallow men for their coloration when possible, prefers to consume elk bird, pineapple wine, paradise nut fruits, and absolutely hates bats. You've got many a passing acquaintance, but no friends. I kind of feel like I should like take you off of mandatory jobs because you really want to acquire things. You have new clothes though, so there is that. You really want to acquire things. You've been away from family. You just saw a lot of things die, I think is the actual problem here. So here's hoping you can improve mentally. Next up is Radbug. Radbug, any preference? Here's the thing though. The rule that I am personally going to implement, Suited Giraffe, is I'm not gonna let people have multiple dwarves. So I will roll with the opportunity to veto. If somebody's just like, I'm gonna name the 14th dwarf Steve. Like if chat starts memeing a name, I will, there is going to be limitations on it. Just a random one. The 47th dwarf on the list. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. Edzul. Radbug is Edzul. Edzul never feels discouraged, is quite ambitious, is not particularly curious about the world, tries to keep her things orderly, and likes a little excitement now and then. Tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, occasionally overindulges and always scratches her head when she's trying to remember something. She often greets others with a hug, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of crafting and masterwork someday, and personally sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, and respects the development of a skill. The custom sound commands are tier 3. Yes. And you have to send me one, so I'm not going to just give you one. You have to send me, you have to tell me what you want. And I find more often than not, people just kind of like, don't even bother. Like it's to the point where like, I've considered like grandfathering in that for some people and then just not doing it anymore because so few people actually want them, I find these days. It used to be something that people would like go out of their way to pay for, but maybe I'm just putting on a, yeah, you don't use it too much. I don't know. It used to be a much more popular thing in chat, but these days not so much. All right, please explain my minecart setup where you have one minecart and a stockpile on each side. It's called a quantum stockpile. They basically, this is a stockpile for boulders, and this is a stockpile for slabs and coffins. They get loaded into the minecart and dumped onto this one tile that's for boulders and coffins and slabs. And so the result is I have a one tile stockpile with all of these items, and that's why there's no boulders everywhere in my map. That's what it is. There's a video on YouTube that I made on how to make them, if you want to go look for it. It's called Quantum Stockpiles. Hobo's custom one. Hobo's is the classic, yes. It's also worth noting that this fortress, Geotrack is our baron, and Geotrack is a sociopathic, cruel monster who was raised by goblins. Even though they're a dwarf. That's my baron. Yeah, so I figured that, and they dream of ruling the world. Which I don't think I can achieve. But, yeah, dreams of ruling the world. And personally doesn't care between war and peace. Personally finds and is appalled by merrymaking parties and other such worthless activities, greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, and doesn't care about between war and peace. Dream trying or die big. I mean, what? What's up with those bears? Leather and Baron's personal defense guard. Well, some of them are war trained. I need to assign them to dwarves. Yes, he was snatched and came back. We found this out via legends. Also, apparently his mom moved in? Huh. Values a harmonious existence. Do you have a bed? Okay, you do in fact have a bedroom. How long have you been here? A few years. I didn't know that. Apparently his grandma's also here? Huh. How old's his grandma? 141. Damn. She also has a kid? Wow. Small world, eh? They might be wrong now. I can tell you pretty likely that they are not wrong. The thing is, this guy was a member of our faction, was stolen by the Routed Poisons, who is a goblin civilization, at a young age, and then lived there until his early 20s and then moved back. Got ma, grandma, and, like... She has an uncle who's younger than her. I guess that's technically true, because it's like, it's her... mom's grandma's kid. Sorry, I'm trying to wrap my head around that. A game about Fleximan. Steam recommends some strange things. I'm trying to figure out, like, this family circle here, because... I mean, how... Okay. Yeah, because in her family tree, her mom's grandma isn't even in the relations. Yeah, because this is like her parental grandmother. So yeah, great-great-grandmother, basically. Because it's too far back, I guess. Anyway, that's a odd thing. Also, speaking of, I noticed yesterday while I was making a ton of statues that they've added even more different statue variations in. Like, it seems like almost every animal has a statue variant now. I have seen these a couple of times still, like, when it's, like, a scene of certain things. And I haven't been seeing the, like, the what's it called? The, like, slabs as much anymore that were everywhere initially. But now we have, like, these. Like, little dudes standing and, like, guy stabbing person and, like, flags. And there's a lot more variety in the statues, which is nice. So that's cool. Don't mind the undead zombie goblins. They're friendly, mostly. They just look kind of scary. And let's go back to finishing up that temple that we were working on. So I have to remember where I was putting it. It's right here. While I also go make clear glass. Because I have to go here and wait for the potash. Is Zombie Baby still around? Zombie Baby is in fact still around, although Zombie Baby has been causing problems because whenever Zombie Baby gets depressed, Zombie Baby can't move. And then Mom gets stuck starving trying to pick up Zombie Baby, but Zombie Baby too depressed to be picked up. Which is a problem. Because, like, there's literally nothing I can do to fix the mood of zombie. I haven't seen Baby use powers. Baby has been in several situations where combat would happen, but I've not seen Baby use powers. So if Zombie Baby has powers, I am not aware of them. As also, like, I was reading some, like, on the wiki last night after I finished the stream, that babies cannot participate in combat, even though they can block projectiles and be used as shields. They can't participate in combat themselves. Like, you never see a baby biting, so that would lead me to believe that the zombie baby can't use powers. Also, I have a mason throwing a tantrum. Let's see, is that getting used? No. For some reason, like, every artifact I make requires clear glass, which is freaking obnoxious. Let's just forbid this. Just collect sand. Let's just collect sand. Okay, let's forbid these. Over here and say raw clear glass. Do it now, please. Okay. So first thing to show up should, ideally, sand. Did you do it? No, you didn't. Man, the timing on this is brutal. Oh, I see. It's because it's forbidden. Really?
House subtled less than 3.
How subtle? Exactly, Ohoop. How are you? Thank you very much for the 8th month with Prime. Welcome back. You're going AFK for a while. You're going to start getting ready for the day. Enjoy your day, dude. They can be attacked. Babies can't fight back is the simple version, which I don't think is, like, that complicated of a concept to wrap your head around, you know? Like, babies can't fight back. If baby get into a fight, baby can't really fight back. I think I'm just going to queue up, like, 10 clear glass, raw clear glass or something, because I'm just getting fucking tired of this stuff getting used up. And then also, like, canceling. What the fuck? Unless it didn't cancel. Oh, actually, hold on. Let's just do this. And this. Try it now. Because this is a slow enough process to do on your own in a pinch that I really, really need to, like, not do it manually and just have it, like, in stores. Okay, so there's your sand. And there's the other piece you need. There we go. Raw clear glass. Awesome. Can now unforbid all this and all this. And let's go to the strange mood and just make sure that you are grabbing it. There you go. Okay. Babies have self-destruct powers. Work has been steamrolling you? I mean, don't get steamrolled. I can confirm. It's not good for your health. All right. Well, that's a lot of crimes against that mason. Oh, also I need to do this. Disable overlay, please. But it's good to see you, Walnuts. How you been? Let's just do basalt around the edges. And then I'll do quartzite in the middle. But aside from work steamrolling you, I hope things have been good. I've just been over here, you know, doing my thing. I feel like it's been like a busy week for everybody. Like, I feel like every time chat tunes in, or people tune in, it's like, I haven't been here in ages because work's been hell. It's been a lot of that recently. You can tell that, like, the world functions in cycles, where it's like, busy work time, less busy work time. And it's way more obvious when you work in an industry. I guess like restaurants would probably get this too, or any kind of entertainment or service industry. You can tell that it's like you are an optional extra thing that people do when they have free time, because it's very clear when people don't have free time, or when they're distracted by something else that they do when they have free time, like, you know, different video games. You do in fact hear Volcano Fort. End of Q1 is here to fight us all. Pretty much, yeah. Exactly. How to survive to adulthood? I don't know. I never did. I mean, like, it's especially funny, like, you know, hearing people talk about, like this job specifically and streaming being hard. When it's like, well, I mean, I will be honest, streaming was a lot easier during the pandemic because everybody's audience was captive. Like, making money during the pandemic in this industry was way easier because it was like, well, everybody's stuck inside. I'm stuck inside, so what the fuck else am I gonna do? Stream all day. And then when I'm not streaming, it's like, well, and Gaius is stumbling around a bit obliviously, apparently. Like, there are parts of, like, the early lockdowns that I liked because it was like, well, stuck inside. The whole audience is stuck inside. Numbers spike up. Everybody was watching. I don't know. I was responding sarcastically to a strange question on YouTube chat. Don't ask me. Halted. Servish the Weaver has created Yusenerir Shet Beth Thebtul, a pigtail trousers, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kumil Golf Paddles. So these are pants. This is a pigtail trousers. All craft store ship is of high quality. It is decorated with reindeer leather and donkey bone and encircled with bands of pigtail. It is made from pigtail cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of rock crystal and native copper and menaces with spikes of clear glass. On the item is an image of 3 marquee cut gems in rock crystal. On the item is an image of radiant cut gems in native copper. No, we like any stay-at-home entertainment industry benefited, right? Same reason that video games overhired drastically and hired up and ballooned unsustainably was because when you're bored as shit and have nothing to do and are stuck at home, you buy video games. It's just how economics work. And OnlyFans took way off. Yep. You know, one of the weirdest progressions for me in this industry is like going to TwitchCon in 2016 versus going to TwitchCon in 2023. Okay? TwitchCon 2016, I'm going to generalize a lot here, so bear with me for a second, was a lot of dudes with beards. Was a lot of, like, the vast majority of the people there attending the convention was a lot of dudes with beards, right? And then also, like, you know, like people who just played a lot of video games. The amount of, like, supermodels at TwitchCon now is borderline alarming. It's like, you go to TwitchCon now and it's just like, why is everybody so attractive? What the fuck happened? Like, it is so weird. Like, I'm not complaining. It's nice to have some variety in the mix, but, like, it is so different. Turns out, if you're extremely attractive on the internet, you make a lot of money. And I'm not saying, like, specifically women either. Like, it's everybody. Window in the temple. I don't have any glass windows at this exact second. Could do some fortifications. Where have all the... Oh, they're still there. Like, don't get me wrong. Dudes with beards are still absolutely present at TwitchCon. Like, it's not like that demographic's gone. It's just they're no longer the only demographic, right? because when I first started going to TwitchCon, that was the demographic. That was everybody, basically, was dudes with beards. I was at TwitchCon in 2016, yes. I went to TwitchCon 16, 17, 18, 19. And then obviously there wasn't one in 2020. Didn't go to the one that they did in 2022, and then I went in 2023. PAX Prime was getting close to that level. PAX Prime, or it's not PAX Prime, PAX West. Also, I've been to just as many PAX Wests. PAX West was nowhere close to TwitchCon. Same difference. They literally renamed it in 2013, mate. So it's like you're just literally using the wrong name. PAX Prime hasn't been PAX Prime in a very long time. You don't care? I kind of do. So, that's fine, I guess. You have a good day at work? Guys, we'll see you when we see you. Best of luck to your dwarf. Thanks for swinging by today. I kind of do, because when it was called PAX Prime, it was kind of a different event. You're nostalgic? Okay. Because for me, referring to PAX Prime is like referring to a certain era, right? It's like talking about a very specific period in PAX history and time, which is no longer a thing. So it's an inaccurate representation of what the event is now. But I mean, you live your life, I suppose. I'm not here to tell you what to do. Just give you my 2 cents. Or 3 or 4. All right, that seals us all up once those are built. Rest will be basalt. And then we're gonna go finish up those minecarts once I get this done. So it's the Buff Fellowship, and I have no idea what they worship, because I haven't looked into this religion yet, at all. It better be the god of working out, or I'm going to feel ripped off. What's up, Havian? I mean, at this point, you might as well still call it Penny Arcade Expo Prime. For whatever it's worth. Okay, so this temple. Pause the game. I'm assuming that's probably that crazy Forgotten Beast in the Caves. Running into the god of painting and inspiration. Well, I'm going to rename this from the Jade Abbey to the Buff Abbey. Cavern Dwellers, yes. So this thing is a scary as hell Forgotten Beast. Although it is falling apart slowly. It's a humanoid composed of obsidian. It has 4 short horns and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison vapors. Now, because it's fighting cavern creatures that don't really have great weapons, it's got a couple kills. Just a couple. Oh, it's doing good. It's doing good work. It's keeping my caves nice and clean. Trying to do in Penny Arcade. We've not read Penny Arcade since Google Reader went under. You know, I wonder if webcomics make money. Like, I understand that, like, Penny Arcade's income isn't from the webcomic anymore, but do webcomics make money? Like, do they have any source of revenue on that thing? Because, like, ad revenue doesn't pay really anything. What's a good way to make food when embarking on a volcano? I'm very confused by this question. Buddy's been busy. What's her kills up to now? 101! Ant-Man. Yeah, it's like the exact same way that you make food on any map. Farming and hunting and fishing. Unless, like, you're trying to make, like, a volcano sauce reference or something. Like, I guess I'm confused. Anyway, 117 now. It's crazy. It's a lot of siege noises. Yeah, and none of them affect me, because it's just this forgotten beast fighting with the cavern ant people. Like, it's a bit ridiculous. Because they are, like, barely capable of damaging it. They'll kill it eventually, but... Okay, so... it's Didok here. Okay, what kind of furniture do I have in my furniture stockpile? Let's see. There's beds and some armor stands. All right, let's make... rock throne. Rock table. And rock statue. And rock door. And rock hatch cover. I'm gonna make 100 of each of these, and we're gonna make them all out of different materials. Brave ant will win, and they will be remembered by generations of ant people. Here's hoping. Okay, so I will make basalt thrones, basalt tables. For the statues, we will make those out of obsidian. Why not? Some obsidian statues. Doors can be diorite, and hatch covers can be... let's do quartzite hatch covers. Let's double check to see if I'm doing any blocks right now. I am not. And we'll also just make 100 rock blocks of whatever. Need to dig deeper. It's more about how you build your forts and less about resources. I mean, if you're just trying to make things that look cool to you, that's like half the game. Also, I guess it also depends. Like, when you ask about making fortresses on volcanoes, do you mean specifically because there's no resources? Because, like, this map has no resources on it, right? There's no grass growing that animals can graze on, and there's no trees on the surface on this map. So if that's what you're asking, then, like, you dig down to the caverns to get that stuff. Apparently Elfie Bean was one of those hurt by light test. That's unfortunate. All right, well, this down here needs some value up, so let's chuck this over here. Let's just throw some armor stands. We'll call them painting easels. Let's also throw in an offering place. Let's also throw in a door. And Big Bang, hello. Dwarf's still around. Pretty happy these days. Getting happier slowly. Put in 2 gem windows. Didn't need too much to increase the value of this. Pink is such a nice color. I completely agree, yeah. Also do some engravings along here. Getting there. I'm sure these gem windows will do her. That's 40 value. What about this one? White opals are quite a bit more expensive. There we go. We're getting there. Those gem windows will do it. Then I just need to assign a holy dwarf. Reminds me of the pink Pez candies. That's a bad mouthfeel. Also, hi, JJ. What's up? Also, chat room, I just heard through the grapevine that there is a patch dropping for Dwarf Fortress in, air quotes, a sec. So it looks like... Here, I will just skim this. This is patch 5.12, so this is the experimental branch. After a few extra weeks of beta testing, the patch 5.12 is finally live. Thank you to everyone who tested the updates and sent in bug reports. It was very helpful. This patch brings many improvements to sorting and searching in the menus, as well as a ton of bug fixes and additional keyboard support. Llamas have also finally attached the Llamas have also finally achieved the status pack of pack animal. There we go. So llamas can now be used as pack animals. By the wagons, and here are a full list of patch notes. We can now sort lists from the creature and task menus, kitchen and surface sorting and searching, the work detail and sorting and searching. We can edit and restore default work details. And saves can be sorted by world and on the folder title screen, keyboard support for many unit lists, the ability to designate burrows over multiple Z levels, additional statue graphics, and fix some classic building interface lights, which I still don't know what that means. And then in bug fixes and tweaks, squad assignment now lists already assigned units last, fixed an error in calculation of bridge support, fixed an issue on how environment appropriate work animals are selected for visiting fortress, fixed missing auto pause tooltips, and fixed and added additional miscellaneous optimizations, fixed a minor issue with forest variant display, fixed clipping issue on unit sheets, not on all sheets, but on some of them, and fixed a minor issue with cage contents display, and fixed a pet list display on unit sheet, rarely skipping a pet, and llamas are pack animals now. Be lots more adventure mode news coming up in the coming weeks. Also, a part 2 of the combat video from last time. Cool. It's the updates on Steam. I'm gonna restart the game. Give me a sec. I want to go get out of the beta branch. To maximize clothing development. Not really. It's mostly just about a third of your dwarves will need new clothes once per year. So I just queue up a third of the number of dwarves worth of clothing once per year, or you could automate it if you wanted to. That's pretty much it. It's mostly a matter of making sure you have cloth. And as long as you start making pigtail cloth right at the start, you'll always have cloth. Although you might have been in an ad during that. Oh, did you get that, Chestnut? I don't know if you're in an ad at this exact moment. Let me just swap over to the main branch. And it should update to 50.12. And if you're brave, collect webs from caverns, yes. Or if you carve fortifications in a wall on the edge of the caverns. Uh-oh, looks like DFHack's mad. That's fine. Yep, 50.12 is out, but it doesn't look like DFHack is updated. Hold on, let me check something. I wonder if the beta branch still works. If it doesn't, that's fine. I just will lose. Okay, so if you want to keep using dfhack right now, you have to put dfhack in. You have to keep dfhack on the beta branch, just an FYI. But it seems to be working now. Seems to be. You're on an ad, so you went to YouTube? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, so if you got that, yeah, I do have a video, I have videos on how to do clothing, but I don't have videos on maximizing things, because I'm not great at maximizing stuff anyway. Although, let's see if this launches. Hey, it did. And dfhack works, cool. So yeah, if you want to use dfhack, you have to leave it on the beta branch. I guess until it updates, basically. There's a military in this game. Yes, there is in fact military in this game. There's global conquest too, although it's kind of boring because then all of your enemies die and then there's nobody to fight with anymore. Found a weird but military dwarves today. You can't manually target more than one enemy at the same time with the kill attack task. So are you trying to click an enemy and then click another enemy, or are you trying to use the click drag command? Because the click drag command was working for me yesterday with no issue. So I've seen people say that, but like I don't have a problem, so I don't know. The goal is world domination. I mean, enjoy the least interesting way to play Dwarf Fortress then. All right, let's give it to D-Duck. Dwarf. Holy Orange! There you go. I like the fact that the god of painting is the religion of painting's holy figure is the Holy Orange. Lightast is repentant, which is actually really good. You're interested in your fine table and restraints and whatnot. Are you on one of the aluminum chains? Oh, you're on one of the copper chains. Not as nice. Could have been way nicer, but all right. Well, patch is out. I will make a video on that tonight. It's just not going to be the most exciting video for me because, you know, I feel like most of the people watching my YouTube channel probably are already playing on this version. Okay. So, let's go work on my stupid minecart device. I don't have that much more left to do on this thing. It's mostly just connect these last few bits. This actually needs to be deconstructed. And then down here. And then you up here can go across. You don't need to go across there, that's fine. But I am going to need to go here. Gear assembly. All the way up. Not all the way up, but I think I need more mechanisms. Am I still making mechanisms? Yes, we are. And yes, we are. Although the question is, are we actually making mechanisms, or does it just say that I'm making mechanisms? Because I've had some weird things with mechanisms in this fort not being constructed. That or there's just so many other jobs that nobody's doing them. Okay, no, we are still doing them. That's good. Making obsidian mechanisms. Plenty of them, even. Wait, really? I wonder if that's intentional. Hold on. Let me take a look. Because if there is, I'm copying that and saving it. It's bolded. Huh. I wonder if they just leaked their own announcement date. Because you mean in the, yeah, because I'm now on the main, that's on the release notes, right? Oh, I don't actually have the new Steam community posts yet. Oh, wow. No, you are correct. I thought you meant like on the release notes, not on the... Wow. Interesting. April 17th. What am I... That's like 2 days before I go to a concert. I have to make a video now? Nah, I'll make a video tonight. Anybody who owns Dwarf Fortress on Steam will be able to access the beta. Adventure mode will fully launch a few weeks later on the main branch, and we will be announcing the official release date as soon as we can. Okay. Hold on, I gotta do a thing. Nah, not a YouTube short. I'm literally just gonna go create a post. Also, man, launching something that's directly just a bunch of work on your birthday, man, that's brave. That is brave. I wouldn't want to do that, but I guess, you know, we all have our... We all have our needs. Adventure mode beta on the 17th. Get Fox. 8. Releasing on his birthday was a goal to himself. Oh, really? Okay. Well, I mean, if it's Tarn subjecting himself to patching a game on his birthday, then I'm okay with that. But, like, that's... I wouldn't want to do that, but... It's like condemning yourself to a lot of work on your birthday. But hey, you know. Well, that's cool. Glad that it sounds like it's going to make it then. I'm also kind of happy that you guys are calling it a beta launch so that people go in with leveled expectations. Hopefully leveled expectations anyway. So I think I need more chains is the issue that I'm hitting right now. Let's just make a bunch of copper chains because I can make those quicker. But, okay, well that's the last one that needs to go in. All right, let's just make copper chains. Just do like 20 of them. You think it's best to have a beta? I mean, I agree that it's best to have a beta. I mean, people have been asking for a beta too. I don't know if it's like... I actually, here's the question. Are you worried that people will be disappointed because they were hoping for a full release in April and not a beta in April? I mean, you guys never specified one way or another, so... I wouldn't say that's on you. I need a lever that I can pull to launch both of these. Fun is fun? No, absolutely, I agree. I'm right there with you. Let's put it right here. Yeah, no, I get that. People like to feel like they're involved in a thing, but what's funny is people like to feel like they're involved in a thing by beta testing and then complain that it breaks. Which is, you know, is what it is. People at this point, like, hear beta and they think of it as, like, the marketing term beta and not, like, an actual beta. Got animals I gotta put down here. I'll play it and might as well find bugs at the same time. Yeah, no, I mean, it just, honestly, all beta does is it helps polish things up quicker. That's literally all it does, if it's a proper beta and not like a marketing beta. But it's nice to see that the announcement's finally out. It's kind of funny, though, that we were kind of talking about this, like, the other day. And you're like, I can't say shit. I'm like, well, like, the day after, bang, here we go. All right, I'm gonna connect you to here and you to here. And then it's just a matter of building these. It was the first day, Dragon. It was the first day. It got better quick, but it certainly was pretty rough that first day. Now these, I gotta mine out the corners all the way up. But they can actually build those because they need somewhere to stand, so I can do this side. So I'm intentionally making these two go slower than the other ones because the other ones go so fast that they actually go faster than their switches, which is a problem. Because they don't have the opportunity to do a loop. So you know how in Minecraft there's kind of like a billion different ways and options to do every single thing? Dwarf Fortress is just like that. It's like there's millions of different layouts, maybe not millions, but dozens and dozens of different layouts that'll all work. And half the fun is finding them. But they're all more interesting than building a catapult. You could on pickaxes. You just had to unpick up and repick up them. But there was a few patches on the experimental branch where like convicting a dwarf of a crime hard crashed the game. Stuff like that. Like, and there was a bunch of those. There was definitely a few weeks. We're really glad you don't have to dance around it. It's a pretty soft announcement, but like it's good to have it proper. Now I'm just a little bit worried about hot potato timing, but worst case scenario, we're playing on a beta branch. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm trying a different up ramp layout than previous layouts. That's what I'm doing differently here. I'm also just gonna like update my title. Give me a second. I still have characters left. Excellent. Done. Well, there's an announced hot potato already. Posted it on the Discord. It's also on the subreddit and in a few other places. You want to be the tavern keeper? I think I still have one available. Yeah, no, I did because they were one of the dwarves available as part of that new religion. So yeah, no, I could do that. And Spenchwa wants a round of beers. Excuse me. I think for Tarn, probably the gift is just like being able to be like, it's out! You know, a thing that you've been working on for the last year and a half. Your Bolt Hope. I like Bolt Hope. Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, likes to take it easy, and is moved by art and his natural beauty. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and does not go out of his way to help others. Finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this. He finds obligations confining, he tends to avoid confrontations, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees sacrifices wasteful and foolish, is put off by family and doesn't particularly value loyalty and doesn't feel strongly about the law, and likes lemonite and nickel and pyrope, red pyrope and goat leather and Crundlehorn and blue peafowls for their coloration, and the words of the fragrant peregrine and the words of the fragrant sheen glimmer, and when possible prefers to consume peregrine falcon and blood amaranth beer, and absolutely hates rats. There we go. I can read. They all require mostly the same number of parts. It's more about layout density. This one's pretty compact, the problem is they go too fast. What's up, Mr. Dom MK? Mortal Kombat? Or some other MK? Just like on the VODs, I guess. I got you back into DF. Cheers! That's exciting. I wish my dad would get into video games again. The only video games he ever got into was SimCity very briefly and also Civilization very briefly, and then decided it was all a waste of time and hasn't played a game since, and it makes me kind of sad. All right, let's just wait for these last few to get connected. Okay, so I need some more iron minecarts. How much iron do I have? 30 iron bars, sweet. I need 3 iron minecarts. Wasting time is addicting? Yeah, not for everybody, I suppose. I might actually need more power. This whole thing might come screeching to a halt in a minute. Hello, Stone. How are you? We have a release date for Adventure Mode. Well, at least a release date for Adventure Mode Beta. Right, they're bringing the important bits. Bits and pieces. And then I can move all these back. You've been here since 10. You know, I'm starting to think I need to get my eyes checked again. Like, genuinely? That or just my brain checked, one of the two. Ever have that moment where you're like, man, I need to get new glasses? It's like not reading names correctly. Wasting time is addicting, but that's the key word though, right? Wasting time. Hello, Linku, as well. We've got another artifact which has claimed a craft dwarf shop. Are you also going to demand I give you clear glass? Because I swear to God, Dwarf. Hello, Laya. Did I ever get to read your dwarf's description out to you? Because I know I named it for you. Okay, that needs to be connected. These need to be connected. Yeah, I'm gonna need more power on this thing. Finally, the population ballooned. It took a while. This ain't gonna be the prettiest thing ever, but... I have absolutely no idea. I don't think about things like that, really. Like, most complicated build, I don't know, man. It's not the sort of thing I focus on. I think that's something that's probably easier or more discernible from a viewer's perspective and not so much from mine. Nope, I did give you one, Laya. Because you asked for a doctor, and I gave you one, although they've stopped being a doctor. And I read it. The thing is, like, I think you'd left by the time I realized that I'd never given you one, because I was really tired that day. So, I have in fact given you a dwarf. See, I've done that like 24 times, so it's like, which mountain are you talking about, Martin? So anyway, here, I'll read it again for you. So she hates vows, obligations, and promises and other binding elements that could restrict her life, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She does not find most jokes humorous, and she tends to present herself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. She is often sad and dejected, and she is not careful with resources when working on projects. She often spends unnecessary effort, is sometimes cruel, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Tends to consider what others think of her, and is a friendly individual. She has an active imagination, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she tries to do things correctly each time, and has a greedy streak and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Also, Kid Fox, if you're still here, when is the part 2 of that video coming out, if I can ask? She thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, tries to do things correctly each time, and has a greedy streak, takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and does not really value skills related to fighting. Likes horn, silver, lead, and crystal, cola, and green glass and linen paper in the color olive, orange, or olive, and short swords, and shields, and crowns, and cavies for their 3 toes, and the word, and beak dogs for their chatters. And why was there an elephant running? Did somebody punch an elephant? Nope. Okay. Prefers to consume meat and absolutely hates jumping spiders. And you're guilty after being able to rest and recuperate, and you want to practice a craft, and you've been away from friends. I'm actually just going to remove you from planters and see if we can get you doing some crafts. And Gaius is back to stumbling around obliviously. Great. Zulban's begun a mysterious construction. Good, good, good. And I'm going to fly back up to the top of this. This has been extended slightly. So yeah, I need more power. Fortunately, I can make these hang off the edge, it looks like. Next update. So, like, next week? Because they haven't really been on a schedule for a while. They were on a schedule for a very long time there, but... So Zulban, the child, has created... Elisoram Kinmish, a native copper amulet, and offers it to the living fire. And this is obviously, a native copper amulet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. I'm just going to actually forbid it for a second here and open this door and move it over there. This is a native copper amulet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval cut rock cabochons and encircled with bands of cushioned native copper cabochons, papaya wood, and horsebone and yak bone. This object menaces with spikes of fungi wood and rock crystal and copper. On the item is an image of it Niglusu malign cages, the goblin, and Edom virtue arrows, the eviscerated, the dwarf in native copper. Edom is the eviscerated is striking down Niglusu. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin hollow corpse Niglusu, malign cages by the dwarf Edom, the eviscerated with a copper crossbow in Subtlescribe in the early autumn of 525. But not sure exactly when. Gotcha. Are you guys all going to GDC, or is it like just Kit Fox side of things? Like, is Bay 12 going to GDC, I guess is the question. Also, for whatever it's worth, I keep forgetting that GDC is happening. Like, I always forget GDC is happening until GDC is happening, because it's not a convention or an event that I get emails about. And like every other, more press-oriented thing, I get tons of emails about, so it's hard for me to miss them, but I always forget GDC is happening. Until randomly I get some developers who are like, hey, are you going to GDC? It's like, no. Not really attending? Gotcha. It's not exactly a long flight. I've got so many books. 116 books. God damn. All right. Back to this. Gotta wait for these to get constructed. It's gonna take a moment. I'm gonna go top off my coffee, chat room. Lock the door. I already did. You're getting interviewed for the no clip doc? Oh, that's neat. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to record more footage in April, probably. You're very new to DF? It's okay, everybody's very new to DF. But like questions like how complicated is a thing that you've built? I don't know. I'm also not the person to ask because I don't know how complicated my builds are. They're just things that I know how to build, so thus they're not complicated. So like when it's more like, what's the word? High concept questions, I'm terrible at answering. To be out after adventure mode? Yeah, no, it's gonna be a fun month. I'll put it that way. I'm in an ad break right now. I'm gonna go use the toilet. I will be right back. And also topping off my coffee. All right, it's time to stand up. Working on it. Skip 2 months of waiting. Yeah, no, that's the whole point of like distracting yourself with other things, right? Change in power dependent on height. Nope. They generate 20 power. I think 40 power. 40 power each. Yeah. 40 power apiece. Are we up high enough again? Yeah, we are. Okay, so things are spinning. So, guess there's only one logical thing to do, which is press, well, not quite press go, which is hook the whole thing up. Double check. Are running, 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 Running. Running. All the way up to here. You're active. Going the right way? Yeah, you are. With you? Okay. So the last thing to do is to jump to this lever, pull it, and then pull it again, which should... There we go. You get one test run. It's fine. It didn't close in time, but... Did I not tell you to pull again? Oh, you pulled it too quickly. Well, come on. Is your fear overblown? No, your fear is not overblown. I just don't care. Because I will put it in an area that gets sealed off during attacks. So essentially, there's a hole in my roof right now, but the hole in my roof is like right here, right? So this area, I'm gonna put a door in and essentially just lock it. So flying creatures will have literally no reason to even come here. You can also put a, I will put a door here and lock this, so flying creatures won't have any reason to come in this way, but also the other place I'm going to put a door on is right here, which I obviously haven't built yet because this whole thing ain't done. But there's going to be a door right here, so when creatures arrive, this whole area is going to theoretically be accessible, but there's going to be no way into the fort through that area, so why would they go through that area, right? If it's sealed off, they have no reason to path in. Are they a liability? Absolutely. But they're more of a liability in that they burn. Less of a liability in that things will actively use it as a way to attack you. Okay, so now what I need is I need 2 more stops here. One there, and one there. I wonder if I can do it this way. I've never tried. Yeah, no, it's just gonna swap out the minecart. Okay, fine, I won't do it that way. Screw you then, game. New route. Iron minecart. Nothing. No. Get rid. Yes. New route. Iron minecart. Nothing. And then finally, new route. Nothing. Iron minecart. Having holes is necessary for any organism. I hate it. Thanks. That's all I have to say. I hate it. Thanks. Also, like, you need to remember that I am a person who intentionally builds holes into my fort because I think it's entertaining to have weak points, and I think a perfectly safe fort is a boring fort. So if there isn't possible liabilities all over my forts, what's the point? Like, orchestrating failure is half of the fun of this game for me. Or building towards an expected failure point is also fun to me. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but for me personally, it's a portion of the game that I very much enjoy. So I have a question, chat. Anybody booking the day off for April 17th? What day of the week is that? A Wednesday. Oh boy, midweek. Isn't that like the classic gamer thing to do? Just book the day off. Can tell you this, I'm not. I will be working that day. That's the day that Adventure Mode is releasing into the beta branch on Steam. There's going to be an eclipse. Well, that's very important. What region is getting the eclipse? I've seen partial eclipses here, but that's it. Ontario? Gotcha. Yeah, I've only ever seen partial eclipses in person. Never seen a total eclipse. Seen several partial lunar eclipses, which are neat. But like I said, yeah, no, never a total eclipse. But yeah, I don't know. In the way I play this game, I plan expecting calamity and liability. And that's a part of the game that I find to be a lot of fun. I mean, some of the most fun and memorable forts I've ever had have been forts that ended catastrophically. So, you know, planned for catastrophic ends to me is the most fun you can have in this game. At least it's the most fun I have in this game, is planning for catastrophe. And I think that that's different for everybody. All right, we're just waiting for one more minecart. Also, something's getting placed in a tomb. All right, that's interesting. Just waiting for this track vehicle to get placed back. A blood moon once. It's like a very red moon, right? I seem to well, okay, so I haven't seen blood moons, but I've seen forest fire moon. Which is like one of the scariest things I've ever seen. Got another dwarf just like mass tantruming. I might just have to boot this dwarf. Your rhyme has come. All right. At least your mime hasn't come, because that would be terrifying. So now the big test, chat room. Uh-oh. I've got an extra minecart on this one. Well, I'm not entirely sure which one. How about I just go right here? We'll just call this minecart. I mean, someone had to catch it, and in this case, it was me. One of these will have to move, right? Yeah, this one will. So you're the one that stays here, you move. Once this minecart is moved, we'll do the test. If your GF can understand the tragedy of your fort crumbling, then you know it was a good fort. It was your favorite time in Classic when you escaped into the tunnels with 2 of your dwarves and everyone else died. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like, you know, Moria is like the comparison point for a lot of Dwarf Fortress stuff for a reason, right? I think somebody just died. This fort is pretty tantrumy right now, moods-wise, which kinda sucks. Yep, Dishmab the farmer. Well, on the bright side, Dishmab the farmer is dead, so I don't need to expel him. This dwarf kept tantruming and kept causing us problems. Shoutouts to the captain of the guard for doing the hard jobs for us. Somebody had to. It's a job nobody wants, but somebody has to do it. As the rest of the dwarves dance on his corpse. Quite literally. Freeways got it. Freeways is taking it to a stockpile. actually just gonna put some tombs around here. Why not? Make them a little closer. The worst natural phenomenon you saw was a mini tornado stripping styrofoam off of your neighbor's roof. Hey, hey, hey. One time we had a viewer here in chat who was just pops in and goes, hey, everybody, how's it going? It's like, oh, great. It's like, what's up? He goes, just watching a tornado. Like, what? I goes, yeah, no, just watching a tornado. I'm like, why? And he goes, well, it's not really going anywhere. It's kind of hovering around a couple hundred meters behind my backyard. It's like, and you seem very casual about this. He goes, oh yeah, I mean, it's just a tornado. It's like, and I would be like freaking the fuck. That's fine. Nature's gonna be nature. I was like, it's a very, you know. Yeah, but snowstorm doesn't rip your roof off, okay? That's it. No, literally, it's just like he was talking about mowing his lawn while staring at this tornado, and absolutely from the middle of goddamn nowhere, Midwest, U.S. And took a photo of it, and yeah, sure enough, there it was, just like not really moving. It was just kind of sitting over there. I mean, I guess for me, that's me commenting, oh shit, an earthquake. Anyway. I guess like humans just have a certain level of confidence around things that if it decides it's going to kill you, it's going to kill you and there's nothing you can do about it, you know? Like if nature decides you're dead, you're dead. And that's okay. What are you gonna do about it? Bears? A bear is a significantly lower threat to a person than a tornado. Actually, now I wonder, how many people die in tornadoes per year? How many people die to tornadoes a year? Okay, so 71 people die to tornadoes per year. Okay. How many people are killed by bears each year? 2 to 5. Tornadoes are more dangerous than bears. Stats prove it. Also, it says Canada and the United States, so I can't speak for other countries. How many people die? Probably more. How many people are killed by cows each year? 20. Fact, cows are more dangerous than bears. Proven. Anyway, speaking of bears, one of my bears grew up. Let's give this thing a test run. And sharks for good measure. Oh, hold on, just let me unpause the game. Get the camera back where it's supposed to be. How many people are killed by sharks? 14. So cows are more dangerous than sharks. This is between 2018 and 2022. But there's an average of 63 incidents annually. So people like encounter and have a problem with shark. Okay, let's just get rid of this stockpile because I don't actually need it here. Okay, let's test this sucker. I want to test my minecart tool thingy. You can look up how many people are killed by hippos every year. Cars are like significantly more dangerous than any wild animal, yes. Death by budgies? I mean, you mean the adorableness of budgies? Now, do they all get stuck? So that's a good sign, which means these two are working. I'm not seeing the other one, but it might just be off time. Where is this one? Are you working? Hmm. What exactly is... Okay, so you go up. This seems kind of dangerous. I don't know about you guys. Well, let's deconstruct this. This is slightly dangerous. And pull the lever. I made a dwarf roller coaster. I've made a death trap is what I've made. 3 of them work. It's probably because it's... Upward trap. You going the wrong way? I'm just assuming it's going the wrong way. Okay, well, it's still spinning. That's bad. How do I disconnect you without killing a dwarf? Let's deconstruct this, hopefully. I mean, it's going real fast. It is going really fast. So who is destroying building? Nordstrom is destroying building. Does Nordstrom take the smart way or the splat way? That's the question here. You're good to go either way. I mean, I could burrow him, but I'm going to let him make his decision. Am I building a minecart blender? No. I mean, that's unintended consequence. Okay, sweet. You're going the smart way. Smart dwarf. Place where kids could play? I mean... Okay, so now it's worse. And here I thought that would disconnect all power to this thing. Oh, it is no longer powered. So that's it slowing down. It's still slowing down. Unless what's ended up happening is it's like... Oh. Well. Oh, I see. Never mind. It's not fully unpowered. How the fuck do you still have power? Because I thought that was all the power connectors. Oh, I see. Because this is still connected. So, well, one more thing to deconstruct then. No, we got a lot of power, yes. The problem is it... you know what? So you go down to here. Okay, so... Let's try... Because the problem is this is going to fly that way. That's the problem. I think I've got one of these backwards, actually. That's my suspicion. Can we keep it? Which part? Where the fuck is this power coming from? It's like actually serious question. Because I'm not sure right now. This is unpowered. But this is still powered. This is still powered. We're just connected to this. That's it. Oh, I see. We could deconstruct this. This would do it. I've got too much power. Turns out. Because this minecart's going to go real fast that way in a sec. And I get to hook everything back up, but that won't take too long. So, we'll come in to destroy building. Tubal. Okay. Is there a ramp missing? No. I think one of them's going the wrong direction. Motherfucker. How do you still have power? At this point, I don't even... Let's just deconstruct this. I also need, like, a way of turning this whole thing off, turns out. Infinite power on the rails? No, it's coming from somewhere. The problem is I built this thing last night, mostly while I was not fully sentient. There we go, it stopped. Okay. So I'm just gonna go up, deconstruct all of these ramps, because this is where the problem was. And I need to see, yeah, see it's an upward track. So no, it's not like an issue with it hitting a wall. I think it's just facing the wrong direction. But let's just get this replaced where it's supposed to be. Let's get you here. I'll just use whatever materials because it doesn't matter. And then just make sure I have you facing the correct direction. Because I think that's what ended up happening, is one of them was facing the wrong direction. Could also have been this one. And then what I'm going to do once all these are rebuilt is I'm going to actually wall off the corners. So I can put one right here. I don't really eat ice cream. But, I don't know, maybe if it's chewy ice cream? Why? What kind of question is that, Chestnut? Do you play chess with your nuts? Man, YouTube stream decided to just not. What? By that, I mean, like, YouTube was, like, at 45 viewers, and according to this, it's at 8 right now. But I think my stats are broken. Because teeth sensitivity? I don't really have sensitive teeth, though. I take good care of my teeth. I haven't had a cavity in 15 years. But I don't know. Ice cream doesn't really need to be chewed. So, unless it's like maybe Rocky Road or something. But that's barely ice cream. That's like trail mix that's in an ice cream-like substance. Your teeth can't chew ice cream? Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of an odd question. But yeah, I don't know. Not something I do. But I also just don't really eat ice cream because I'm diabetic, right? So like, I couldn't actually tell you the last time I bought ice cream. The Prime channel. What do you mean by Prime channel? I mean, like, I'm assuming you're asking about subscribing with Prime. What you need to do is you need to go to your Amazon account and then look up Prime Gaming. link your accounts, and then you tune into the Twitch stream, and then you click the subscribe button, and then you hit the drop-down menu, and then you click subscribe with Prime. Yeah, it's Amazon Prime. This to me seems like one of those discussions, like, is a hot dog a taco and all that stuff, which I generally just kind of ignore and then wait for chat to shut up or ask chat to stop because it just makes people argue for just no reason. Like, all these internet topics that just exist purely to make people argue, for honestly, lack of a better term, just kind of annoy me because it's like, why? Like, all you're doing is, like, upsetting people and making people argue for no reason. It's like politics, but nobody gets anything out of it. Just don't. That's all I have to say. Freeways, you're better off for it. Like, genuinely. Better off for it. Okay, so everything is powered up again. Got a few more of these to build. People do what people do because people do what people do. And I generally don't worry about it. You're going the right way. You're going the right way. You're going the right way. Such a slight animation, it's hard to stare at. And you're going the right way. All right. We should be good now. I just need to finish, you know, these final few things to pop in. Place a few more slate blocks. Everything's powered. Who's ready for test number 2? As Moses goes into a strange mood. Laya's ready for chat for test number 2. Chad, are you ready for test number 2? Let's see if this sucker works once they're done placing those last few pieces. Like this, as an example. Yeah, Twitch changed or Amazon, I guess, changed the name of Twitch Prime to Prime Gaming some time ago, and it never fully made sense to me. Of this fort, so how far behind are you? Chadberry, just to confirm, you're not in an ad currently, because an ad just popped as you asked that question. 1 VOD behind, as of this morning. Plus this one. So, yesterday's stream, this stream. Chat room. I have a thing that I need to show you because a friend just sent this to me and my brain can't believe that it's real. This is on IGN, so I assume it's real. I think this is a lawnmower. What? If you have an automated lawnmower from that brand, you can play Doom on it officially. Somebody in their marketing department has a really good sense of humor. Also, Microsoft. Why doesn't Excel ship with Doom? I've been saying this since they bought id Software. It's the most logical thing to do with to do with the Doom property. Yeah, something didn't stop to think if they could. Didn't stop to think if they should. The classic line, right? Okay, so we got that done. A force that is vile and dark arrived and then immediately left because they're not that vile nor dark, and they're actually just kind of cowards. Which means they're just sending some snatchers up at me, which is fine. Okay. That's not true. The pregnancy test Doom thing was fake. They used the screen on the pregnancy test to play Doom. It wasn't actually running on the pregnancy test. I did actually look into it to figure out if it was fake or not. Okay, we just need to get these pieces filled in. Slime mold? Okay, I didn't see that one. Yeah, no, it wasn't real. They were using it as a screen. I mean, I like the Android fridges that, you know, can run Doom, because that's more closer to a realm of reality, I guess. Okay, well, I need these out of here, so let's just dump them. I realize they're nicer mechanisms, but whatever. It's an April Fool's video. But we're not in April yet. Wait, the pregnancy test video was an April Fool's video, or the lawnmower thing? Because we're not in April yet, so it wouldn't be the lawnmower thing. You're still at it? How many things have you killed? Holy shit, 144. This goddamn beast, man. So hold on a second. How is it legal to do an April Fool's video in March? Because I don't think so. Like, genuinely? That's not legal. Like, that's breaking the law. You should be arrested and booted out of marketing if that's what you're doing. April Fool's jokes are never legal. Sure, but doing them not in season is worse. Greetings from the Wordlands. We have much to discuss. We elves are partial to the trees in these forests around your lands. I haven't chopped any down, though. Although we loathe to spare a single branch to your senseless slaughter, we ask that you cap your tree fells at 25 until we next meet. Oh, thanks. I shall try to return as I'm able. All right, I can grant that. That's fine. This was in February, too? I mean, it would make sense to launch something stupid like that in April. That would make sense. I could understand that, but I don't know. Whatever. I've already stopped caring. I just needed to, like, shout about the fact that that is a thing that I just saw that a friend sent me. All right, let's test this. This is the one that didn't work before, so let's see if it works now. Well, I'm not entirely sure how that just happened. Because, like... Oh, is this going too fast? Is that the problem? This one might be going too fast. Let's pause this. Slow down that one. How the heck did that happen the second time, but not the first time? I must have sped this up too fast. I thought that mid-speed was slow enough, but... Any doctor or a healthcare Dorothy, okay? Would you like Sodal, Sazir, Servesh, or Ingiz? Those are the unnamed ones. Although not Ingiz. Ingiz is not a doctor. That's a traitor. So any of these ones. Danathor 2. You're frightened after being haunted by the dead. I have ghosts? What? Let's say I thought I dealt with those. I mean, you are reliving being haunted by the dead. So you have PTSD about ghosts. Never acts without prolonged deliberation to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He is a perfectionist and lives a high-energy kinetic pace. He does not often feel lustful, rarely feels discouraged, and tends to consider what others think of him. He tries to keep his things orderly, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He is conflicted by this as he, good lord, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. His hands become animated when he's angry, and he tenses up when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally respects fair dealing and fair play, and finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. Wait, what? Somewhat foolish. Yes, there we go. And respects the law, finds the pursuit of skill mastery of pudding, and values artwork. He likes gold, banded agate, and almond wood, oriole tooth, and the color amber, hatch covers and figurines, and the words of the fragrant sheen glimmer. And the sound of the pristine lute, and when possible, prefers to consume deer, seahorse, and sewer brew. Yeah, I feel that anybody who thinks it's a good idea to use their marketing department to make a April Fool's joke not on April Fool's should be fired. I don't know if that's a controversial take, but that's my take. You should not have a job in marketing if you do that. Okay, so let's lower the speed of this to just minimum speed so you don't derail. Although I'm just going to use the closest stuff so that I can just get this stuff out of here. Well, I mean, that wasn't announced for April 1st. It was announced for April 17th. All right, chat room, gonna get a big round of beers. I'm just curious about how many people are listening to the stream. I'm tired of staring at this April Fool's video, and chat's very quiet today. I don't know what's up. But that is now good to go. Let's get this lever pulled. Let's see if you work now. Hopefully, final test. Chilling's acceptable. There we go. And you drop. And then you drop. Then you drop. Sweet. So it works. Now I just need to fill it up with lava. But it does in fact work. Let's get this sucker filled up with lava. Well, they just keep zipping by like that. Bob busy with all the beer. Well, there you go. Noom and doom doom. There you go. Sweet. So now that that's there, I can just... I mean, just go channel through this. Can I even get to here? I think I can. Priority number 1. And learn. Is this accessible? Yes, it is. You have to type in a number. All isn't an option. Yeah. So we're just going to let this thing fill up. And then I'm just gonna build a way to drain it, like maybe right here. Like just let the lava go to there and just build a drain that way. Then the last thing I gotta do is this. Just fill that back in. I say you should melt, right? Basalt's not lava safe, I don't think. Not that it really matters if there's a boulder there, but... We'll also knock down this spot right here, and also this spot right here, just to speed this process up a little bit. Also, Diamond, yesterday someone tuned in who managed to get the username Mayor Gremlin. And they tried to get Gremlin from Mayor, but it wasn't available. Also, lower this. It's heating up, yep. It is in fact heating up. Oh man, maybe basalt is. Wait, is quartzite lava safe? Learn something every day, I guess. Baby zombie is still alive. The problem is baby zombie is quite depressed. So the baby zombie has been... when baby zombie gets depressed, mom is incapable of doing anything, even picking up babies. So I'm a little bit worried about baby zombie and mom. Today I learned. I had no idea that those two were lava safe. I generally just default to Gabbro and then forget about the rest. Forget that others are options even. Okay, so we're just waiting on these to get constructed. And then we're gonna give this sucker a test run. So very hot. Basalt is barely lava safe. I don't think it really matters all that much, but... I will have to drain this whole thing at some point, so I guess the next project is the drain. Which is just gonna be this. Which is just gonna be an on-off switch that I can connect to this. Or actually, probably this. Waiting on these to get filled, because I don't like the idea of just having holes sitting right there. That's one. I just saw my breath. That's kind of crazy. Yep, done and done. Done and dusted. Lock this door. Lock this door. Let's give this thing a test. I mean, the actual next plant thing to do isn't, what's the word? The next project isn't work on this anymore. The next project is actually build bedrooms, because I've got like 80 bedrooms I need to build. A bunch of dwarves don't have bedrooms right now. So they should disappear. There they go, sweet. Let's test this out. So you see that? That's lava being fired. So it works. And this is all magma mist, so anything that walks through those dies. So if I go to ASCII, it's actually a little bit easier to see. So you see that? All that yellow stuff, that's lava mist. I actually see little globs flying. See? You can see little globs flying. So they don't really reach these last two, but they certainly reach these first ones, see? Refreshing lava mist, certainly. All right, so now that's all done, I can turn the thing off so I don't accidentally torch one of my dwarves. I haven't traded with the elves yet. Probably do that. Don't need as many mechanisms right now, turns out, so let's just queue up a bunch of mechanisms and request the trader. So the problem is there is a long time bug in the game where minecarts that are full of liquids are invisible. So all I have to know that they're there is the forbidden icon, except for this one that ended up empty somehow. That's slightly concerning. Oh, probably just landed on a 5 instead of a 6. I have to wait for this thing to fully fill. It'll fill. It's just gonna take a little bit. All right, waiting for our broker to finish eating. Close it back down. Lava mist sounds like your vape flavor. What would lava mist taste like? For some reason, I'm like ghost pepper vapes. Cleans your nose out real quick. Hurts worse than cigarettes. Blow it into somebody else's face and it works like mace and you get arrested. They brought a giant wren. Ooh. Super duper can't give them all of these because these are way too heavy, but I have any heavier materials that I could buy off of them? Not really. Fortunately, I don't actually need to give them that many mechanisms. Don't need the long cotton skirt, but I will buy the splints. Buy the berries. I'll buy all the pears. This just gives me variety in booze, which is not a bad thing. Like the aftermath of a microwaved Hot Pocket. Burning? I suppose. They really want a lot of profit here, don't they? Okay, well, there we go. Don't need the nuts. And I will let them keep the rest. Thank you for your business, they say. No problem. And then I will just tell them to deconstruct it and then cancel that, which just stops all the trading. Okay, now you're supposed to be melting objects because there's objects set to be melted and you're not melting them. I find this disturbing. How much aluminum do I have? Aluminum. 62. I make 10 aluminum statues. There's always an extra N in that word than I expect. Okay, so actually, yeah, cinnamon hearts is a likely one. Or a believable one, I suppose. Okay, so this should... Now, the one issue with this setup is it is pretty frame rate impactful. A little worried about this one. Why weren't you full? I have to have just landed on it at the exact wrong time. Ah, whatever. Whatever. I'm also going to add mechanisms to one of my infinite stockpiles. Specifically this one. Which I think is here. Yep. And this stockpile right here can also get mechanisms. So that they stay there specifically. Where'd you settle? What level of evil biome? And what evil weather do you have, if I can ask? It highly depends on the evil weather. Some evil weather is like horrific, some is like doesn't really do much. Really depends on the evil weather that you happened to settle on. Because if you settled in like a sinister biome, yeah, it's not going to do anything. Because sinister biomes aren't actually that scary, whereas haunted or terrifying, it'll do something. It'll do something, and you wish it wouldn't. Adding in bedrooms. That's what we're doing now. All right, that'll do. Also get one here. A few more. Maybe like one back here. Let's get these in and lined up. Should try this. I don't love this room layout, but I don't dislike it. The thing is, like, and the thing that I need to remind people is I make bedrooms differently in almost every fort. That's actually a question I get a lot. It's like, what's your favorite bedroom layout? It's like, I don't know. I don't really have one. I just kind of try different things. If something pops into the brain, then I try it. So because because I do things differently almost every fortress, I get a lot of variety. Because something I see quite frequently is people saying that building bedrooms is boring and repetitive. It's like, well, maybe don't do the same thing every time, and then it won't be boring or repetitive. Or it won't be as boring and repetitive. You might still find the process repetitive, but... I don't know what that looks like, Blazing, but I'm sure it's probably reminding many people of many things. I've gotten beehives a couple times already. The old neighborhood block layout? Yeah, I mean, hey, if it works. It's one of my war grizzlies. Let's... Creatures, Huh. Let's assign you to Baron and Baron. The Baron's gonna have 2 grizzlies following him around. The one with beds in it. I certainly hope bedrooms have beds in them. Because that would be mildly concerning if it didn't. That's going to be a little bit of a pain to dig out because there's lava above it. Also, that shouldn't go there. Although I will have to rip the... those gems out of that wall eventually. That doesn't have to be done immediately. I just want to get everybody into bedrooms again because the main cause of our negative moods right now is the fact that a bunch of dwarves don't have bedrooms. So a lot of the recent migrants are slowly getting upset because they don't have bedrooms. And this will allow me the opportunity to fix a lot of that. You wonder if bedrooms will have beds in them in mountain halls now? Did they not before? I thought they didn't if the mountain halls were abandoned. And like there were areas of the mountain halls that were like under construction that didn't, but I thought they did. I know I've definitely reclaimed forts and the bedrooms have had beds in them. I also saw bedrooms and beds in that one fort that I started in adventure mode relatively recently. It was the one where I got lost underground for a good long time. You do still need to keep DF hack on experimental, at least when I restarted. They may have updated now, but also adventure mode beta date. If you didn't see that yet, Deep Space. Rock blocks. These are going to be quartzite. 95. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really curious. I mean, we'll get, like, here's the question. Like, this is your opportunity to, like, question Tarn about things that are going to be new in adventure mode, because Tarn will be on the stream next week on the 14th. I just need to get the announcement video done. Although I might, like, tag that on to the end of the next news video for the patch today. That's also going to talk about the release date. Yeah, no, adventure mode's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what people think about it more than anything. I really hope that it's more than just a little blip. I'm a little worried it's going to just be a little blip. That people will get excited for a minute, play it, and stop. That's what I'm worried about. But I hope people get excited about it, play it, find out why it's cool, and stick around for a bit. Be nice. How did I get such a hilly embark? When you're embarking, Arrow, if you click on the show elevation button, look for something that's high elevation. Basically like a darker gray color. The lighter the color, the lower the elevation. The darker gray color, the higher the elevation. You can also look for cliffs, which is the other like toggle that you can enable or disable. No, pretty much. It's like that's gonna be like that's kind of my main point. Like that's what Putnam said when I talked to her last. Where it's basically just the game's not feature complete and hasn't been feature complete this entire time, and this is gonna be getting it feature complete. I guess I hope, Venus, that people have played Fortress mode now long enough to know that Dwarf Fortress is a weird beast that's not like everything else. Any tips on how to make the start of a new base more interesting and fun? Do things different every time. Don't get stuck in a rut. And if you're not creative and good at coming up with that on your own, use the playstyle challenge page on the wiki, which I show off on here a lot, which is basically just, here is a list of player design goals. Pick one. Run with it. Because that'll give you some forced variety, if nothing else. Because it's going to make you play differently every time. Usually what I recommend to people is, like, select a goal when you start playing, right? Like, go into each fort with not an outcome that you want, but, like, say, I want to try and learn this mechanic this time. Or I want to try and start with this. Or I want to try and not use this time. That's kind of one real effective way to do it. Like, I'm not going to dig this time. We're just going to build. Stuff like that, you know? maybe let's not use metal this time. Because I find that a lot of people, and this is very easy with premium, specifically because the way the defaults were changed. The defaults were changed so that materials are set to the most abundant, basically meaning you have everything on every embark. I kind of hate that. So I would advise, because it's very easy to just have everything in every embark, that instead of trying to settle places that have everything, when you're generating a world, set materials to significantly more rare. Because if your materials are rare, I realized what I did. I just massively increased these, the numbers of these. Whatever, I can leave those on 80. If materials are more rare, then you are forced to work within constraints, which forces creativity in different playstyles. But if you play on the default settings where materials are just hyper abundant and literally everywhere, and you cannot, like, you're not even at a remote threat of running out of stuff, then there's no reason really to participate with trade, and there's no constraints. So play within constraints. Thank you, Tone. What's the floor below look like? Like this? Here, I'll show you a finished one. These are what the more finished ones look like. Like this. And this. And this. Also cram some more into here, too. I actually really like the way this layer looks with the granite walls. Although this all needs floors. I mean, the hatch covers are rad because, like, it's another piece of furniture you can give the dwarves. I need to make robes. That's not the intent, but if it works, hey. They look like they're living comfortably. These dwarves have had enough calamities happen to them that I think they deserve to live comfortably. There's also Pumpkin, the mascot of the tavern, the fenced pumpkin, which is my snapping turtle. What the fuck, bears? I've got a couple bears, yeah. The humans keep selling them to me. They make great burgers. And some of them are trained for war. Most of them just become burgers. It's Bear's Grill, yes. Seems like that Forgotten Beast is at it again. This is a Forgotten Beast who's killed a couple things in the basement now. It's made of obsidian, so they can't really damage it too effectively because their weapons are all made of wood. These ant people. So, you know, they've had better days. Bear leather is way cooler than grizzly bear leather. Not even just bear leather. It's grizzly bear leather. All right, well, let's get some crafts going. Let's decorate things with bone. Decorate things with bone. Decorate things with bone. We're also making bone bolts. And then you down here, you're gonna cut gems for a bit. You're also gonna cut gems. And furniture. Gems. Furniture with glass. Oh no, certainly. It's slowly falling apart, but like they are damaging it extraordinarily slowly and not doing a ton of damage to it, you know? Like, it's very much a slow-going thing. Also need to make more beds, I think. I don't think I queued up beds. Do I have wood right now? I think I do. I do, in fact, have wood. All right, let's just make 50 beds. That should be good for right now. Yes, I need to queue up beds. Beds, beds, beds. Actually useful for once. Ants are very useful. They're ground cover cleaner-uppers. They clean up the forest for us. Very important. Humans would be pretty lost without ants. Speaking of, let's also get some hatch covers into these. At least the ones that have the stairs already built. They'll also eventually get statues and other things. So, for reference, the goal of this fort is to be pretty non-combat-y. So, I'm just trying to steal books, but unfortunately the enemy keeps attacking me, so I've had to build a contraption to kill the enemies with. And on top of that, the other kind of issue that we've had is, well, turns out sometimes even with contraptions for defense, enemies get into the fort, so I do actually have a squad. But I'm trying to, like, minimize the combat that my dwarves have to do, if that makes any sense. Millions of hot dogs from the New York streets. I completely believe that. The zombie baby just threw another tantrum. I kind of want to assign a bunch of war grizzlies to the zombie baby. So even when, like, zombie baby's mom's not around anymore, zombie baby will live on. Okay, let's see. Do I have any cabinets and stuff I can place? Yes, I do. That one already had one. Turns out it's kind of hard to see which one's do and which ones don't. Let's go here. Down on this side. Much easier to see once stuff is constructed and when the whole thing is not blinking. I'm also going to need a bunch of chests. These are like bunk bed rooms. Almost. Because they're sort of like loft apartments almost, but not quite. I'm missing one, yes, the one in the middle there. I have a short, but not really the history. It's more just, I mean, it happened in my fort. If you want to see the actual video where the event happens, it's this video right here. Most recent one I uploaded. That's the event where the baby got zombified, but I don't notice it until like an hour later. So there's a short where I first notice it, which again is quite a bit late, quite a bit of time after that. It's more of a tragedy. Yeah, it's less history, more tragedy. But it is certainly a tragedy. Absolute tragedy. Can I get a bed in this one, please? There we go. Beds are now ready to go. Let's get some coffers into these extra ones. Quite like the color of the slate. Slate looks nice. Can I start building stairs now? There we go. I can do a few more stairs. And because these dwarves are all getting statues in their bedrooms, these ones, because these dwarves have slightly less nice bedrooms than some of the other dwarves, these ones are going to get nicer statues, I think. Probably aluminum statues, even. You know, I'm making nice bedrooms when I got my Baron, they were already satisfied with their bedroom already. Okay, that's a statue of my old mayor, so I'm actually going to put that into the mayor's office. Or maybe the mayor's bedroom. This dwarf. It's probably them getting appointed to mayor. Let's plop down statues for these dwarves who don't have them yet. Go down a layer. Start working on this. This is some of the nicest bedrooms I think I've ever made for my dwarves. Chat, do you ever try and go above and beyond for your dwarves' bedrooms? Or are you guys more... Dwarves are gonna get what they get and they're gonna like it kind of people? I feel like there's two kinds of people. It's like, for me, it's just like I always say, it highly depends on the fort. Sometimes I'll be real nice and sometimes I'll be like, I'm lazy. And it varies wildly. It's more of an RP thing. Like, this is a very wealthy faction that has, like, the biggest population of dwarves in this world. So I would feel that they would do a very good job to keep their dwarves happy. Or their subjects, I guess, at that point. 1 to 4s for all? 3 by 3? You always end up backsliding when there's a ton of them. Yeah, I tend to do that too. It's like I sometimes, or like my last few forts, I've started off really nice with the bedrooms and then very quickly like degraded down to like, well, I mean, there's no bedrooms left. I guess the rest of you guys are getting a dormitory until somebody dies. But in this fort, I've been trying pretty heavily to like keep up with it. As fun as it can be to like have your fort fall over because you run out of bedrooms, it's like, it's not my favorite form of ending a fort, I guess. Missed this middle one. And there's a few that still need bedrooms, like this one. Okay, sweet. Progress is being made. I feel like not every new migrant, at least not for me, not every new migrant wave, but every other migrant wave is basically when I try and do them. It's like, I try and be ready for the next migrant wave on the... Not current migrant wave. So like when a migrant wave comes in, I try to already be ready for the next one, basically. So like, oh, a migrant wave is arriving. Well, it's time to start prepping for the next round of bedrooms then. But I try to be one ahead. So if I can fit these bedrooms here. Yeah, that's gonna be in a wall. Could also cram some into these. They'd be a little bit more traditional bedrooms. Which I think could also work, because, you know, I got plenty of doors. All right, let's get these extras carved in. You do 2 by 2 bedrooms. You always build, ABB, always build bedrooms, yes. Always be building bedrooms, maybe. Add an extra B. A triple B. AB cubed. Always be building bedrooms. Always. Getting some more flooring in. Yeah, these are aluminum statues. So the dwarves with those bedrooms are just getting like royalty bedrooms. I may actually have to attack some things just so that the goblins start attacking me. Maybe I'll try and steal their livestock or something. Because now that I have these cannons, might as well use them, you know? Your people into classes, so a dwarf that carpeting is their main skill gets a decent 3x4-ish bedroom. Yeah. Out of curiosity, have you been playing? Because I know that you burnt out pretty heavily. Mostly just out of curiosity. Haven't yet? Gotcha. I mean, you kind of won Dwarf Fortress. You've got like screenshots of your fort on the Steam page, so I would say that's a form of winning Dwarf Fort, personally. Let's do this. Yeah, okay, that'll do. You're building in vintage story? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not like a pressure thing to come back. I mean, the time to come back will be like mid-April now, right? Because we have that announcement date, which is kind of cool and exciting. That will be the time to come back at that point. It's just currently exciting to watch and witness and see more, you know, games release. You've been battling your 3D printer? Battling? How do you battle a 3D printer? Okay, so I need 2 green glass tube and green glass corkscrew. 2 and 2. What, battle a 3D printer? I don't know, I don't own a 3D printer. Is the best way to not battle a 3D printer? I know this is like a wild concept to some of you, but simply don't own a 3D printer. That's been my strat, and you know, honestly, it's been working. Oh, could I? Live in a small apartment and have different priorities. That's how I could. Rapid prototyping is not a desired field of work for me. I prefer repairing pre-existing things over prototyping things that don't exist yet. That and, you know, apparently spending way too much money on open source hardware this morning. Oh, we'll just do that. Get some extras of these in. But what I really came up here for and what I actually need was going to just... Maybe not right there. I mean, so does mine. I just have to show up. I just have to bring my own models. And obviously, your own, like, you either have to pay for their plastic or, like, bring your own. I think there's, a limit to the time. Yeah, no, this money, me and chat, I mentioned it offhand, and then, oops, I accidentally this. This and, their soldering iron I bought. So, you know, that. They also have like, you know, because chat asked, or Gaius in chat asked about Linux phones specifically. And I was like, oh, I know a group that make those. I don't have a workshop. I have one room. So I just put on a jacket and opened my sliding glass door and set up a fan behind me. But I desperately need new soldering irons, so works. It works. It is what it is. I get by. Been watching your help guide 7-hour thing. It's very helpful. Thank you so much for putting it out. Helped you get through the boredom of work today. Well, thanks for saying thanks. Appreciate you. Thanks for saying thanks. I don't know how to respond to nice compliments. I'm just really bad at it. Certainly not alone with this problem, but some dwarf is gonna get the you know the extra weird shaped apartment. Well, some dwarf is gonna get that one, which has a weird entrance on a weird floor, and it's gonna be half the size of the other ones. Actually, I could build it out this way. Put a wall right here. It's not as bad as I thought it would be a second ago. It's getting better. But you do have to listen to the dwarves running up and down the stairs to there. Let's just go back down to here, because I gotta have a few that I haven't completed yet. Yep. This should be good for bedrooms, too. A little bit of lag. I might just disable the cavern creatures, because I'm not really planning on going into the caverns. And how many of them are there? I mean... Excuse me. Exterminate serpent. Man, I think I spelled that right. 161 creatures. How's the frame rate now? Hey, it's back to where it's supposed to be. Nice. Magical. Yeah, just 160 of them, you know. Wait, never mind. It went back down. God damn it. Did they already respawn? Is that why? They didn't, but I got more. Although I do have 3 undead. What? 5 ghosts? Oh, no, it's literally my zombies, right? For a little bit, anyway. Elfie been busy. Did Elfie see the patch announcement? I don't know if Elfie was here for that, which is why I'm asking. Let's get beds. Okay, well, those aren't ready to go just yet. That got done. Sweet. We got beds. Let's do chests. You get forbidden? Nope. Let's do cabinets. Let's do statues. Actually, let's smooth the walls first. Plop one of you down here. One of you down here. One there, and one there. Cool. Gotcha. Every time you look at these bedrooms, you enjoy the color choices more. Well, they change as the layers go, right? Because the walls change. Like, this is probably my favorite one, color palette-wise. The nicest area, as far as I'm concerned. And then let's go here. And let's go here. Plop you down. Okay, yeah, this is gonna get us in the clear for bedrooms again, which is good. And just like that, we are now in the clear for bedrooms once again. We are now back in the clear for bedrooms. The were creatures not starved. Nope, all of their meters, including damage that they or wounds they've taken, hunger and thirst, all reset every single full moon. So when they transform, they lose all of their like needs basically. Okay, so now all of that is done. Go check in on my possible drainage solution over here. Let's not use closest material. Let's put basalt here. Oh. What's that? Magnetite? Let's mine that out first. This up here can be smoothed and fortified. So this will allow me to drain this whole layer. Once I've got it sealed, it's just going to be connected to a lever. So this is going to allow me to drain this whole layer out of here. I'm just going to put 2 pumps here, essentially. And then the 2 pumps are going to be connected over to this. And then I will probably just put a lever like, I don't know, right here or something. Which is just going to be connected to a connector in here. Uh-oh, that's not good. I just removed the way down. Dwarf was found dead, dehydrated. You've been insane for a minute, so that doesn't surprise me too much. Got a bunch of stuck dwarves at this exact moment. No, it's now sorted. The idea here is this area is going to get completely emptied out. Wagons have still... Oh, wait, yeah, I need to build fucking wagon depot. Now we're in an ad break. Twitch was giving me notifiers a minute in advance yesterday, and they stopped today. God damn it. And they stopped today. Also, hey, Ash. What's up? And Fallout Ring. Haven't said hi to you. Same with you, Ranger Rick, even though you've been here for a bit. Yeah, I don't know. I'm both very stoked and also kind of sad for adventure mode right now, because I was kind of hoping it would just launch, but I'm also totally fine with a beta. I just hope it launch. I guess the reason I'm a little bit iffy about the beta is because I'm worried it's not going, like, that's a sign it's not going to launch well, if that makes sense. Like, to me, that worries me that it means that it's, like, they're worried about it being too hot, if that makes sense. And that's mildly concerning to me. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but like, I want people to get a good first impression, but also it going into a beta branch just as a patch instead of, like, you know, coming out like an expansion, I think might... I mean, it'll justifiably lower people's expectations, but that's also kind of a... Not the best. I mean, it'll lower people's expectations, I guess. You're trying not to worry enough as it is. Don't worry about video games, Elfie. This isn't your job. You get to just play video game. Don't worry too much. I'm gonna make this into an entryway for traders. That's what I'm gonna do. Have a trader door. Yes. That, I mean, that's my greedy worry, basically. It won't affect the game as a whole, and it won't affect most people, but it probably will affect the amount of traffic I'll get, which, like I said, isn't actually a concern for the vast majority of people, but maybe a little bit of a concern for somebody like me, you know? The humans meet with us to trade. But, you know, my silly concerns are like, not most people's concerns, let's be honest. Here we go again. So you, right here, can connect a lever to that. You, right here, can go along this way. You, right here, can go down to here. You can go there. And you can go there. This can get unforbidden. And I can put a gear assembly here. Gear assembly here. And a gear assembly there. Cool. Am I still in the beta branch? Nope, I've updated. Although I do have DF hack running on the beta branch. I don't know if DF hack's updated yet, though. It is identical to the way the experimental branch was this morning, from what I can tell. You think there might be a bunch of invaders? Really? What gave you that idea? Fallout Rain has been taken by a Fey mood. Fallout, you're making an artifact. Very exciting. And sell these humans some used clothes. But yeah, I think that like chat kind of hit the nail on the head though with like my concern about it coming out this way is mostly selfish concerns. Mostly selfish concerns. Not so much actual concerns. So you can keep like a small cage, like one of the little animal traps. That certainly has been the trend. What do you mean, Agent? Oh, actually, better question. What would you define as a bad idea? Or the humans want to talk with me. Let's tell them the normal thing. Actually, you know what? Bring me sheet. They want shields and bucklers, okay. Forgotten beast has come. Beware its deadly blood. This is a towering one-eyed elk. It has a twisting jointed trunk and a bloated body. Its cream hair is long and shaggy. Beware its deadly blood, right? And it's called Lesiti Sophie Putharami. Are you gonna go die to that? Okay, you were on the lower layer then. Although that might be able to get up to the upper layer because I think that there's a downward passage. That would imply that there's also an upward one, right? That or it's just gonna go kill stuff that's stealthed that I can't currently see. You killed a dwarf in 222? Damn. Caves of Kite has killed you after a 4-hour run. That's a pretty long run, though. Well, more cleanup crew, I suppose. Fallout has started using rough almandines, so it'll probably be a perfect gem if I had to bet. buy all of the wood off of them because that's their heavy thing. They also appear to have brought a llama. An individual llama. They also brought 3 barrels with milk in them, which I will take. I'll take the picks as well. Kind of tempted to buy the fire clay off of them because I don't have any clay, and I do have a kiln, so... You know what, actually, why not? Let's take the 2 fire clays off of them, and I will... fire those in my kiln and make something out of them. So I'm gonna buy the meats and the fish, because that's not stuff I have here. Berries. And the cheese. Thank you, humans. I'm then gonna go over here. I'm gonna go to the still, actually. Oh, no, that's not the still. This is the still. Well, I have to wait for them to finish hauling stuff, but where did I put my farmer's shops? I guess those are all the way the heck down here. Yeah. I really need to rebuild this area. Wait, no, that's a kitchen. Dwarf cart dwarves with spears in carts. They can't attack while in a cart, so I feel like that might be a better theory than it would be in practicality. But best of luck if you are able to pull something off. You're just so confused? Learn one thing at a time. Unknown username on YouTube. One thing at a time. Either watch a getting started guide on YouTube or start at the very beginning with the wiki guide. Whatever works better for you, really. Somebody toppled both of these just now. Another forgotten beast has come. Towering 6-legged crocodile with external ribs. It squirms and fidgets. Its gray scales are blocky and overlapping. Beware its poison bite. And it's already fighting with the unstoppable wall that is this thing. You know, with 126 kills now. Who's, of course, still alive. It's definitely starting to seem like a forgotten beast rave. It's like the endless beasts. I can't see the end of them. I'm sorry, what? Are you okay there, Stone? Or not Stone, Diamond. Wrong kind of stone. But are you okay over there, Diamond? Oh, LinkedIn. Okay, got it. Saying fucking hell and LinkedIn in the same sentence makes a lot more sense now. Sorry, Stone. Carry on. All right. Let's... All right. I'm sorry in advance, chat, but I'm going to eat a bunch of bear cubs. I just have too many of them. I don't need that many bear cubs. There's some things I need, but like 200 bear cubs is not one of them. Another thing to the person in YouTube chat about learning this game. Ask questions, right? Like if you want to learn to play Dwarf Fort, your best bet is to join a Discord or look at the Dwarf Fortress subreddit and ask people for help. Like my Discord has a questions room where you can ask questions whenever you run into something complicated. This is a game that is much easier to learn if you're learning it alongside of friends or people that can help. I'm not sure I'm assuming they would, because baby dogs do. It's based on the size of the animal. I'm assuming a bear is big enough. I mean, maybe not. I don't actually care that much right now. Fallout Rain, the planter, has created Anist, a perfect almondine, and offers it to the living fire. This is a perfect almondine. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with tapered baguette cut almondines. And was this the gem? That's the jeweler's hall. We'll put it in the jeweler's hall. It might actually be a large gem. Yes, there it is. What? Ah! There it goes. No menacing spikes. It's a gem. It also has no hanging rings. It is, in fact, a fancy gem. Be much. Because these are a slightly different layer. They're going to get slate floors. Yeah, no, learning this game just takes time. It just takes time. It's like learning to play a board game more than learning to play your average video game. Most video games have built-in tutorials that very step-by-step walk you through how to play the game. This game doesn't really do that. But what this game does do is it gives you one of the most, like, rewarding gameplay experiences you could get once you get past that point. It's also not a game that's for everybody, which is, I think, something that some people just kind of need to not accept necessarily, but like it's something for you that only you can figure out if it's a game for you or not. What's up, Francisco? How's things? Also go around and fill out the last of the furniture that needs to be done. Because there's still bedrooms up here that need chests. Or in this case, coffers, actually. They're going to need a lot of tissues with all these coffers. I'm missing one. There we go. Can unpause. And go around and place these. Wait, no, these are doors. I don't need doors. I need hatches. Oops. These ones are lower priority because the dwarves don't actually associate it as theirs. Bit unfortunate, but is what it is. Because they're not going to be on the bedrooms won't be on the same layers as them. This, smooth this. Missing anything? Nope. Pad game takes too much time. Well, I mean, it's not even that. It's like, Dwarf Fortress is a game that requires a certain kind of patience, right? Like, it's not an immediate reward game, right? And some people need immediate reward games. You know, it's the reason why a lot of games are popular. It's because people need instant gratification, or like, some people, like, as an example, I really, really, really dislike a lot of open world survival crafting games, which are some of the most popular games on the market, period. It's just not the kind of games that I enjoy, right? And I think that we all have different things that we enjoy, and we all have different things that we get out of video games, and it's up to us to figure out whether or not a thing is a thing for us. Makes sense. To me, anyway. Hello, Arende, how are you? We have a Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode beta release date for April 17th. And also, Tarn's going to be on the stream on... I'm blanking on it. On the 14th next week, on Pi Day, as somebody pointed out earlier. They all have chests now. Let's get these cabinets in. Let's also get some statues in. And there we go. I believe we are now caught up and then some on bedrooms. So I can even give these kids bedrooms. Even the babies get bedrooms. Everybody has a bed. Oh, wait. There's one scholar here who doesn't have a bedroom, apparently. There you go. Now everybody has a bedroom. It's your daughter's birthday? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Or does it mean, yay, I have the day off of work because it's my daughter's birthday? Well, I would also say it's adventure mode for premium's birthday. Or is that too on the nose? Sweet. How do I keep track of who needs bedrooms? Click on the, pop up the, this screen, which is this button right here, the zones button. Click on a bedroom and click on this little face. And it says they has quarters if they has quarters. If they don't has quarters, it won't say what quarters they have. And most of these dwarves have modest quarters. But some of them, they're considered decent. But the vast majority of these are either considered quarters or modest quarters. Once they get doors on them, I think they are above modest. Let's see, that's a double bed. I don't need that. You prefer bills? I prefer a loony or a twoony. Sorry, is my Canadian showing? The baby Zuthan is stumbling around obliviously again. It's a damn shame. A very unfinished office right here. The dwarves share beds, if that's what you're asking. So you don't need to worry too much about making them for full families. Like husband and wife share beds, and kids will share beds with their parents, but kids will be happier if they get their own bedroom. Will be a Vasta's Fortress mode. In the YouTube video, Tarn just showed a tiny goblin encampment. So that's an encampment, right? So the thing that there's something, like, I can show you something in a second here, Jay. Encampments move around the map. So camps are tiny little bandit camps, or like groups prepping for sieges, or groups that are leaving a town because they hear a siege is coming, or groups that are going to a town for one reason or another, or people that are trading. If I go back a little bit in my YouTube channel, I'm going to try and approximate something. I'm going to show you some of my old footage and try and approximate something for you here. Which one was the one I visited? Was it this one I visited? Yeah, I don't really have good footage of a small town in that video. So I don't really have good footage. So, yeah, let's just go to my other YouTube channel. My VODs channel. The other YouTube channel, not that YouTube channel. This YouTube channel. Thought the beds share dwarves. Sure. Trying to find the VOD that I had where I went to a city. Might have been this one. I find that chunk of time where I was running around in a pretty heavily populated area. This is like a small town. So these are different houses and there's people in them. That's a pretty small town. There's like, maybe a dozen people there. I realize this is a tile set on Classic, so it's a little harder to like wrap your head around if you're not used to looking at it, but this is a smaller town right here. Let's see if I can find another one. I did, in fact, visit a castle at one point. I'm trying to find that footage. That was a smaller encampment. Here we go. This is a bigger city. So, once again, you're going to have to, like, humor me because this is version 47. But, like, this is a marketplace, and there's a bunch of NPCs in it. There's roads around. This is inside of a castle. There's a whole bunch of people in the castle, and I yell at the queen at one point. She complimented my shoes. This is down in the different area. This is in a dungeon beneath the city. This is a large tavern in the city. So that's kind of like, hopefully a bit of a better example of some of the stuff you'll see in adventure mode. Aquifers and you end up avoiding them? Aquifers are something that you get used to eventually. They just require practice. And that's kind of it. As long as you are consistent about trying to work through aquifers, eventually they just kind of click. At least that was always my experience with them, was they start off seeming very intimidating and scary, but once you've spent enough time with them, they just cease to be an issue. Like, chat room, just out of curiosity, those of you who've played this game for a little bit, especially those of you who were scared of aquifers at one point, how do you feel about aquifers now that you've learned how to play around them, assuming you have? Because for me, aquifers started off as, like, terrifying because in older versions of the game, aquifers were significantly harder to deal with. And then eventually they just kind of became a non-issue. But that's me. They nerfed them to a point where I have, like, the before and after images in my brain still very clear. You have no water in your area and you would love to see water coming from the walls. I will be honest with you too. I wish that this map had an aquifer on it. I too wish this map would have an aquifer on it. Mining, yeah, I think that's the problem with aquifers. Like, mining through damp stone can be tedious, but aquifers give you so much more flexibility in how you can build and, like, where you can put wells and stuff. So this is going to be another exit. I think we're going to spend a little bit prettying up this area because this is actually going to end up being my trading entrance in a moment. I'm just hoping traders can get up here. It's a struggle you don't want to deal with, group. But yeah, I would say, like, when it comes to aquifers, if you are new and you find them to be debilitating, because it's just a matter of learning how the digging tools work effectively to be able to get through them. I think that's kind of the actual learning curve for them. If it's something that you're not comfortable with, just look for areas that don't have aquifers. But just note that, like, if you have an aquifer on your map, acquiring water is way safer, meaning your well is always going to be a safer place because you can build a well completely 100% isolated underground, which you can't do if you don't have an aquifer on your map because you're either getting water from the caverns or you're getting water from the surface. So yeah, you could like tunnel water underground, but then you're risking flooding your fort if you're not so super good at that. And yeah, you could, you know, I'm trying to think of other like things to say here. And like, yeah, you could build around it, but that puts other, or yeah, you could like siphon water into your fort, but that puts you at risk of flooding. You could go down to the cavern layers, but that puts you at risk of the cavern layers. So, I don't know. Not properly tried yet. The thing is, and I think the reason aquifers get like this very scary reputation, just kind of bouncing off what Dom said here, is that if you are playing on an aquifer and you hear somebody saying, oh, aquifers are terrifying, blah, 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 what they're actually talking about is they're talking about like version 34 or like version 44.1 and earlier. Because the only aquifers that existed were heavy aquifers. Light aquifers and heavy aquifers are not even remotely similar. Like, light aquifers are basically a non-issue when it comes to digging through them. You just have to do it one layer at a time, which means it can become a slow process. And that, I think, is the biggest problem with aquifers, is that they can become a slow and, as some would describe, tedious process. It can block your builds and it's annoying. No, totally. I mean, like, and I guess that's the other thing is like figuring out where the bottom of the aquifer is like fun for me because that's part of figuring out where I'm going to start building, right? So like that's part of the construction planning process for me is finding the bottom of the aquifer. Whereas like if you're used to not building with it, then it becomes an annoyance rather than a benefit to your fort's design, which like I said, I understand. It's just, I kind of wish that the general, not annoyance, that's the wrong word. The feeling that people had was less of a aquifers are annoying and more of a aquifers are an interesting tool, which they are. Because it turns out if everybody says something kind of unanimously in a community, everybody just kind of starts to subconsciously agree, which I don't think is necessarily the best thing for the health of a game, but actually, let's just do it this way. I'm in an ad break now, so I will just queue these up and then wait. I was wondering why the room was leaking and then noticing the ceiling was damp. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the learning curve, right? Like, that's the sort of thing that you learn to completely avoid. Like, 99% of the forts I play are on an aquifer. This one isn't, but... yeah, no, totally. I mean, it's just, there's a lot of OG, like, takes and comments that people say. Leary, is that who saying your name? There's a lot of, like, things from older versions of the game that people talk about and remind each other of and meme about, and that is largely out-of-date information. And, like, yes, aquifers can be very tedious. I completely agree. They're not as scary as most people say they are. Like, you'd have to work really heavily to drown a fort with a light aquifer. And I've managed it. This is just also the exact, like, status of the Dwarf Fortress community. I go to the Dwarf Fortress subreddit because I was curious to see what they were saying about the update posted today. The first comment on it is literally, any update on multi-threading progress? Ugh. Why do people care about things that don't matter? My brain. Ugh. Anyway, second comment is there more that's happening there? I hadn't been following closely, but last I saw, I thought it was ready to go. Not on by default, but in the settings. Followed by, last I heard, only parts of what was planned to be switched to multi-core was done. Where'd you hear that? Only a small part of the game is multi-threaded. And that was all that was planned. And yes, it is done. So I am excited to see if there is more in that area. And then Putnam's just like, no plans in particular. I've been poking at things with a stick here and there, and it seems like there might be improvements, but nothing so far has been faster and stable. It's just, I can be happy with what you got for 90 seconds, please, people. Besides, my frame rate currently is flat 76. Okay, let's do a test here. 70, let's just say 70 to 60 frames on this fort. It would be higher, but there's like 150 snake people in the basement. Okay, so let's say 65 frames a second. I'm gonna go turn off multi-threading. What's the frame rate do? It's about 10 FPS that I'm gaining. Is that not enough? People? Oh, those are floors. I don't want floors. Oh, wait, no, I do want those to be floors. Okay, no, never mind. I thought that I made the walls floors too. You have returned? Congratulations on a successful returneth. Welcome back, my guy. Of course cage traps are OP. They always have been. Always will be. Such is the way of things. Well, I mean, it's just like we were talking about the other day, right? It doesn't matter how much the frame rate improves. People will never be satisfied. Because, you know, frame rate doubles. People will expect to have double the dwarves. What do I think this game is still missing? That's not a question I can answer for you, really. If you want to answer that question, your best way to answer that is on your own, by going to the bay12games.com and look at the development plans for long term. Would be your best bet. Or alternatively, just adventure mode. That's what this game's missing. But I'm somebody who's played this game for tens of thousands of hours. I've been quite happy with it at almost every state, aside from versions that like just straight up didn't work. Thinking about what things are missing constantly is not a way to enjoy playing a video game. Besides, that's not my job anyway. I'm not a developer. It runs at 10 FPS with 5,000 dwarves, and that's kind of incredible. That'll probably just get me up to 200 dwarves, that final migrant wave. I had to bet, because that's my population cap. There go the traders. Yeah, but is it missing magic right now? I think the game is perfectly playable without magic. It'll be nice when it's added. It's like, that's like going up to, like, I don't know. I think that's a silly question, I guess. There is an option to pet the dog in adventure mode. You can pet literally anything that moves that is sentient. I don't think it requires that they even have a head. As long as they're moving and not dead, which includes undead. So yes, you can pet a zombie mid-combat. It's quite dark, actually, when you go to, like, caress somebody's head as you're beating the shit out of them. No, they do not need to be a pet. To pet them, for clarity. Do they react to being a pet? What do you mean? I mean, like, is there a response that they have? I mean, if it's actively trying to kill you, it'll keep trying to kill you, if that's what you are, what you're asking. Yes, you can also spit on literally anything. You can spit on anything and you can pet literally anything. Dwarf Fortress doesn't discriminate when it comes to petting. Equal petting opportunities. They might get impatient with you. I don't actually know. I'll be honest, whenever I'm petting things in adventure mode, I'm not paying that much attention to what they're doing because I'm usually in the middle of killing them. Equal whites to pets. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there is no combat. Like, there was somebody who commented on one of my adventure mode videos that, like, I know this sounds dark, but I'm just curious. There's children everywhere. Could you just attack them at the beginning of the video? I was like, yeah, you could just, like, this isn't Skyrim. They're not going to stop you from murdering children. You could just walk into a town and kill everybody. It's one of the reasons why Dwarf Fortress has that reputation of being an exceptionally violent video game. Because you can get graphic descriptions of you gouging the eyes out of a baby. If that's something you want. Which is why I have to ask, how long until Dwarf Fortress gets banned in Australia? Don't tell any Australian officials about the stuff that you can do in Dwarf Fort, please, chat. Absolute autonomy, start before it set basic directions and lead them to it. So while that isn't a vanilla feature, DF Hack AI exists. I don't entirely know how it works. It's been around for years, but it basically allows the dwarves to build stuff and dig as needed, and gives them absolute autonomy and auto jobs. So there's already fan solutions for that if that's something you want. That's a very common playthrough goal for people. Well, actually, not totally related, but I watched a stream once of somebody who used DF Hack to embark anywhere. Judosi, and what they did was they embarked directly on an elven site, and then just started burrowing under their trees and causing them to cave in, which is just like really fun. More than anything, it's just like, oh look, it's an elf, just collapses. It kind of is hilarious. Also, you don't need to play as a dwarf. You could play as, like, a elephant seal man and do that. No, literally, like, he channeled underneath the entire layer and caved the whole thing in. Diggy, diggy hole, motherfucker. Pretty much. Diggy, diggy, D's holes, motherfucker. I'll show you, Diggy. Wait. Dwarven Sapper Team, pretty much. Yeah. No, I don't know. There's all sorts of goofball stuff you can do in adventure mode. But the thing that you need to remember is, like, it is a true sandbox with no direction, right? Which is the part where some people bounce off of it and find it hard to get into, because it is a true sandbox with no direction. And a good way to describe it is honestly like a lighter Kenshi, because there isn't as much to do as in Kenshi, because, like, Kenshi is a finished game, right? With, like, set goals to a degree. Like, there is a goal to work towards in Kenshi. There really isn't in adventure mode. But the thing with adventure mode is you also get fortress mode alongside of it, right? And much more interesting world generation. But that has been my favorite way to describe it for a while now, is just, it's kind of like Kenshi. See, the quests working not properly is something I really hope gets fixed by the time premium is updated. Like that, because I know, and that's something I'm going to be grilling Tarn about next week, is like, what improvements are being made to these, like, playability of adventure mode, right? And also, it's not even like that quests don't work properly. It's like you have no way to re-find quest givers. You know, and then nobody fucking knows where they are. They're like, I think they're in town, or I haven't seen that person before. Maybe you ask somebody and you get a quest from somebody who's not from in town and you don't realize it. And then you go back to that location to try and find them again. And they're like on the other side of the city and didn't talk to anybody, so never met anybody. And so nobody knows who it is. And it's like, well, good luck finding them again. Stuff like that. Oh, no. Zombie baby is stumbling around obliviously. Man, such a bummer. I think the thing that you can do in Kenshi that you really can't do in adventure mode, at least in older versions, is in Kenshi you can build like a semi-functional city. Sort of. Or like you can build a hideout. You can build a camp in adventure mode, but it doesn't do anything at all. So that is something I would like to see worked on as well. Like, yeah, you can build a camp, but it doesn't do anything. Like it's one of those features that was like implemented and then forgotten because they went off and started working on premium, right? Which is why, like, I don't care at all if camp building doesn't make it into that first build, because it doesn't need to, because it doesn't do anything. It would be nice if when they do implement it, if it's because like Tarn did say something is like, if it doesn't make it into that initial build, it'll be in the next one or whatever. If that's the case, then I would be super okay with it not making it into the first build and instead making it into a build where it actually has stuff you can do in it. I think that would be totally fine. At least in my opinion. This is going to be the trader entrance. Yeah, I mean, right now, if you claim an area or make a camp, all it lets you do is it lets you run around and brag about the fact that you're a lord. And then ask people to join you, and then they follow you, maybe. and show up at your camp later. And that's about it. It would be kind of cool if there was actually like a reason to do that. But the neat thing is like you can see the structure there, right? And that's the cool thing that Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode has is like, even for all of its faults of the older versions and the less finished versions, you could see where it will turn into something amazing at some point. And that is enough, at least for me, to be very entertained by it, because the parts that work really well. In Kenshi, you can build a fort in adventure mode. In Kenshi, you can build a fort in adventure mode, but adventure mode is but with a static world. There you go. In DF, you need to switch modes, but fort mode is much more expanded. No, absolutely. I mean, if you're talking about it like that, like, but as I've said before, my favorite use case for adventure mode is start an adventurer nearby or in a fortress that you previously played, use your fortress to gear up your adventurer, and then go explore for a new location. That is my favorite. I mean, you could probably go watch Krug Smash's old adventure mode stuff. He's done adventure mode before. So this is the Deeps of Loyalty, which has no kills, supposedly, and is sometimes cruel, apparently. That doesn't surprise me too much. A towering skinless linear it has. Spindly antennae, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly dust. And it's going to... Oh, it's got deadly dust. Well... Man. That one I would absolutely kill at a very safe distance. And it's already seriously injured, even though it's killed a bunch. Killed a few. Deadly dust is ridiculous right now, I gotta say. Feeling that the obsidian beastie is gonna show up and just crush him. Still stuff up there. But bodies all around it because something else killed them. There's an obsidian forgotten beast in that cavern level. Actually, it's in 2 cavern levels, but... Let's do this. No, you were thinking about the other Forgotten Beast? Yeah, no, it was definitely the... Oh, no, it absolutely would register. It absolutely would. I'm just trying to dig a, like, wagon-friendly ramp system down, is all I'm trying to do. Because I'm kinda worried ramps are, like, it's just gonna fail repeatedly. But we'll see in a minute when... We'll see in a minute when the wagon arrives. That should be good. Also gonna need to build like stuff on this all the way up, likely. We'll just see if they can make it up. How do you deal with clowns, or is it possible? It depends on the world for me, because sometimes they're just too resilient to be worth doing. So it kind of depends on the world, but just a very, 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 very maniacal line of traps and defenses, because they are they are not affected by most traps is the problem. So if you are, you know, kind of banking on, let's just say weapon traps, those aren't going to work. It's not going to trigger them. Bridges don't damage them. So it kind of depends on what they're made of, but they're like any other wild animal in Dwarf Fortress. They have a limited population and it will run out eventually. The subtlest dwarf scribe you got. Define subtle in the scribe sense, Gordy. What's up, Gino? I'm stalling because I didn't see that until just now, Gordy, and now I'm in a save screen. But you'd like a scribe, I assume. I will give you a scribe. Beard or no beard, actually. Also, it looks like DFX Stable's updated now too. Took an hour, but you should be able to just play with DFX on Stable. I get to do a DFX video tonight and a patch video tonight. Cool. Just any scribe I fancy. Okay. Glad to hear, Gino. Hopefully they're working out for you. Let's get these shoes out of here. Okay. Let's go down to library, which is right here. Let's go with the talented wordsmith and talented reader jurist. Where'd it has to go? No beta until 24/17. You sound oddly disappointed by that. We are getting a beta on the 17th. She would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and is somewhat quarrelsome. Though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. Occasionally overindulges and is very humble, and finds helping others be emotionally rewarding. So yeah, we are getting a beta on the 17th. I guess it would either be that or not getting one, or a private one. You're already out copying books. Look at that. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, occasionally overindulges, is very humble, and finds helping others be emotionally rewarding, and is quite polite. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. We were looking through the other wiki and had a question. Can other races have strange moods? Yeah, it's unique to dwarves. Well, that kind of sucks. We're playing races other than dwarves. Well, you're not supposed to play races other than dwarves. You know that, right? Like, you need mods to play other races other than dwarves. So yeah, dwarves are the only one with unique things associated with them because they are the playable race in the game. So if you're modding the game to play as other races, you shouldn't be surprised if they don't have unique things assigned to them, right? So if you're playing humans, as an example, because humans, elves, and goblins are all intended to be playable in the future, that is a intended thing. But the thing that I don't think people realize is humans can't dig super deep like dwarves can, right? Like, they have a limitation in World Gen on how deep they can dig. Goblins build and have the ability to build completely different things. There's a reason why there's items and things in Dwarf Fortress that aren't usable in Fortress mode. You know, like weird, like utensils and things. It's because other factions use them. So they do have unique mechanics, but if you just like do a palette swap for races and play as humans in Fortress mode, you're not even playing that race with the limitations that they have in the rest of the world. So, duh. Like, who's surprised by this? I see this every now and again, and people are like shocked that like dwarves have unique mechanics that other factions can't have. Another thing, dwarves are the only race that can go into martial trances, which is why they are so strong in combat in such small numbers. Nobody else can do that. So, you know, anyway. She personally values our harmonious existence, sees introspection as important, and finds blind honesty foolish. Likes pyrolusite, electrum, and amethyst, and raccoon leather, shields and quivers, and creeping eyes for their unnerving stare. And the sight of the meandering play. Must really like the overly attached girlfriend meme. When possible, prefers to consume shad and artichoke wine, and absolutely hates slugs. Dwarves got steel. Goblins can get steel sometimes. A force that is dark and vile has arrived. Please actually have arrived. Yay. Yes. I want to test my toy. So badly. So badly. Although, I need to add some more things onto my burrow. Hold on. Like down here, just as an example. They can walk through areas that aren't necessarily in the burrows, so that it's not a huge issue. This should be in the burrow. Okay. Let's get this shut. Let's get this shut. We come in peace. They will leave in pieces. Okay, that one's shut. Waiting on you. Been pulled. That's shut, sweet. Okay. Where Goblin Siege at? That's not much of a siege. I mean, it's like a raiding party. Okay, so a bunch of snatchers are going to come running in first and foremost. So let's just jump up to here. and just station all 3 of my squads right there. And if anybody decides to be a big dumb and just run in and die, then, well, then more power to them, I guess. But I want to test my machine real bad. Okay, here they come. Sweet. Is that a lava cannon? Oh, damn right it is. But I'm gonna wait until they're about here before I turn it on. All right, chat. Can I get a big vile force of darkness in the chat? Please and thank you. And to those of you on YouTube, can I don't know, like a round of juice box or something? Oh no, not the kids. Please go kill. Thank you. Hey, you guys also have Vile Force of Darkness. There you go, even better. Get them, dwarves. Are running in a weird direction. Let's actually get these dwarves to back out of here. Don't. Oh, I know where you go. Okay, that's fine. Okay, well, there's one. Don't want them running through this. This is dangerous. Black Flag Redneck is gifting out 5 memberships on YouTube, by the way. Or no, 10 memberships. Missed that. So if you're watching on YouTube, check, see if you just got gifted a membership. Why does it have to fall in the doorway? All right, well, I gotta turn this thing on. So if anybody gets hit by a minecart, that's on them. Also, we're in an ad break, so I will pause for a second here. But Killjoy, Midnight Tangent, Ranger Rick, some Maxus, me, I think, Jesse Roberts, Josh, Jody, Clark, Sarah, Big Magic Man. Congratulations. Twitch chat getting behind on the gifts. Now you guys won in the beginning, but after making me, spend way too much on fucking... I made me spend money, it's not you guys. We're watching some dude program on Twitch. Ah, I mean, it happens. Sometimes dudes program on Twitch. Okay, let's just hope that my military don't all... What the... Okay. Let's watch this. So we have a problem. Apparently goblin snatchers can topple tracks. So let's see if this works without tracks, which is the current situation. I pulled this lever, and it's been pulled. No, I didn't. What? Pull it. Well, this is frustrating. No, it's not bad. What's bad is the goblins made it in. I can fight them. That's not the problem. The problem is I didn't want to fight them. I wanted to use my toy, but I can't use my toy because, well, yeah, I don't know. Because these stupid things. Also, I don't really feel like rebuilding the whole thing. I mean, we get to fire at this. Well, okay, never mind. It was worth it. Dude here got smacked with lava. If I look at the combat log for a second, flying glob of lava hits him in the upper body. So get wrecked. At least I got one. A goose alarm wouldn't have like fixed the problem. The problem is the direction the goblin ran, and I forgot to lock a door. So that was my fault, not like goose alarm wouldn't make that an easier process at all. Trust me. You can believe me if you want or not. Doesn't really matter, but it wouldn't have really made things much easier in the long run. Still a single goblin invader alive, and they are beating it, and it is now dead. Siege is done. No, the thing is, like, what should have happened is I should have locked this door and the other door, but I completely spaced and forgot, so. Then it would have worked, but I had to pause it because I didn't really want my dwarves to get slammed with minecarts, so. You know. The good news is it works without the minecarts. Or it works just fine without the tracks. So that part's a non-issue. Anyway, I can turn this off now. On the 19th, probably too late to get traders now. No, streamer forgetting to unlock door. It's not doors themselves. Doors themselves are fine. I'm just gonna put statues here and here. This is kind of a crappy way into this office right here, I gotta say. Also need a better body disposal system, because this is kind of sucks. No, the lava mist cannon works just fine. Like, it works exactly as intended. I just screwed up. It's human error. What I should actually do is just seal the whole thing off, is what I should do, which I might actually do. Just lock the whole thing off. Just put walls in front of it. I can leave this one shut. That's not a problem. But I might just lock the whole thing up. Just go through and like pretty it up a little bit. Cause like they went up here and they broke a whole bunch of my minecart rails, but like it doesn't actually matter. It's just kind of annoying. It doesn't look as cool. What's the benefit of using ramps instead of stairs? Why does everybody need a benefit for things? There's absolutely no negative for using stairs. I mean, minecarts can't go up and down stairs. And minecarts can't go up and down stairs, and wagons can't go up and down stairs. But why does everybody need a benefit to do things? Dwarf Fortress is a game that famously gives you like no benefits for anything. Like this is a game that doesn't incentivize doing anything. In fact, everything is like self-driven. So it's either like largely, for most people, either aesthetics or just because I like building it that way. So why do you need a benefit for everything? Yeah, one of the easier things to point at is wagons can't go up and down stairs. If you need a mechanical reason, I guess. I mean, DF is designed to be played any way you want, right? Because it's a sandbox. And I feel like a lot of people play games like Tarkov, or games like Rust, or games like that new Dune game that really wants to sell as well as Rust, or like any large number of other games that are trying to get into the survival sandbox kind of space, I guess. And those are all self-driven, goal-driven games, right? Where there is no real intended outcome, generally. So I don't even know what that is, Douglas, but okay, sure. Games like whatever that is. So I guess it's always perplexing to me. It's like, there are certain mechanical benefits, sure, of building ramps. As in, wagons can go up them, whereas wagons can't go up non-ramps. But aside from that, it's the way you prefer to build. I mean, it's an MMO. RuneScape absolutely has goals. It's once you hit endgame, sure, it becomes sandboxy, but leveling gives you lots of goals, like every MMO. But there's a point where it becomes player-driven. Not to the same level as something like EVE Online, but... But the reason those ramps are there is because of trading, and the reason the other ramps is because I think they look better. I like to have different things to look at in my forts. How's Pumpkin? Not dead. Still in the tavern, being spiky. How's Celery? I don't know. I'm just so used to playing this game in a way where it's like, you don't really get material benefits from doing anything. And that's just kind of the way of things. Wilting in this heat? Heat? I mean, it's nice and cold outside here.
Hello, everyone.
Trip and fall down ramps when going through hatches? Only if they're wet, or if there's a contaminant on them. Last 2 migrants. Get us up to the population cap. Edzul's been missing for a week. I guarantee you he got hit by a lava minecart. Guarantee it. Is it different to do walls from blocks or rock? Well, you should be using blocks to do all building constructions for one main reason. Blocks are lighter and can go into bins, and you can store more of them in a smaller space. But the other reason you should only use blocks is because you get 4 times the materials out of a block. You get 4 blocks per boulder. So if you are making, if you are making a construction, you want to have as many construction materials as possible, naturally. So it is logical to need... Are you linked? Yes, okay, I will pull you. It is logical that you would want to have more possible materials to build with. So bars and blocks can go into bins, whereas boulders can't. Also, bars and blocks are a more, consistent resource. As in, let's say you find jet, which is a pretty rare material. It's hard to find in large quantities. You want to get the most out of the jet if you're trying to make things a cool color. I would say for self-imposed challenge or shit, I need a wall right now and there's a boulder there. Stuff like that. Also, yeah, so you will never notice this in Fortress mode because the game doesn't expose it. But in Adventure mode, it's harder to climb walls that are made out of blocks. Whereas it's easier to climb walls that are made out of boulders. Because boulders make rough walls, blocks make smooth walls. And then there's me. I make my food storage pots out of lead because Lamau. Jet's like a dark purple. Obsidian's black. God, how many of these did they destroy? God damn. That's annoying. Yeah, it is a kind of airplane. Hardy her. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm real annoyed by how many of these they destroyed. Oh no, it's definitely a nice color for coffins. I completely agree, but they're not. Like, you are the first person I've seen refer to them as black, so I'm like kind of questioning my. Well, I mean, not a day goes by where I don't question my eyesight, but questioning my eyesight more than I normally do. How's that? This won't take too much to rebuild, fortunately. Although the downside of this, I'm gonna have to do this. Because they need somewhere to stand to deconstruct that. Did you destroy another one? Motherfucker. How many of these did you break? I'm going to exterminate this entire faction of goblins. They're all going to die. This is it. None of them get to live. They don't have the right to live anymore. They lost that when they destroyed my minecart rails. The amount of added annoyance that they've given me. Oof. This is war. This is war. Might as well make them all pink while I'm at it. I mean, not consigning, but I'm definitely gonna take part in stealing their stuff. And where are we? We are right here. We're also at war with dwarves too, which is exciting. But these are the guys down here that are attacking me. Gonna try and steal livestock. Actually, not that squad. I'll send in my Marks dwarves. These guys, led by Stingray. Don't fail me, Stingray. But no, I'm not exterminating an entire faction over that. But I will, however, steal their stuff in exchange for that. Diorite track, let's go down here. Yeah, no, the dwarves were at war with that other dwarven faction before I started this fort. Although they haven't attacked me yet, which is interesting. Three-way dwarf war? Yeah, I'm assuming the goblins are probably fighting with both. Also, I said I was going to do something earlier and then forgot about it, but the camps, if I look at news and rumors, do I have any news or rumors? Oh, man, not really. Okay, so I don't have any news and rumors because I didn't get to trade with the Mountain Home this year because the goblins attacked me, but if you ever click on news and rumors centered on your fort and you see stuff moving around, you might actually see refugee camps forming. when things get attacked. Oh, it's going Amethyst and yourself. Cyclomatic, thank you very much for that raid. What were you up to today? What were you playing? Darren, can I get a big round of beers? Cyclomatic. Actually, you were playing dwarfs, weren't you? Yeah, I see that. Neat. How's your fort? How'd things go? You build anything cool? Have any interesting events happen? Today, I've just been very annoyed at the goblins breaking my minecart tracks that I spent all morning building. And all of last night building. So now I'm just kind of mad. But, you know, getting by. Surviving. I built this very elaborate unlifing device for turning goblins from goblins into red mist. Fortunately, everything's pink, so it's all nice and pretty. That's all done. Get these made. But I can show you my maniacal contraption in a minute if you like. Once I rebuild it. Okay, that actually should be it for this one. Now it's just this side. Uh-oh. Another Forgotten Beast has come. This one's got poison vapors. It's a gigantic bunting with lidless eyes. It has large mandibles, and it is ravening. Its eyes glow lime. It's your very first day playing DF, and did you survive? How did it go? If you find tutorials on the internet, I probably made them. This thing is probably not going to live much longer. Yep. And, yep. Our champion reigns supreme. I mean, he's only got 236 kills. You know, and only 4 of them are notable. The fuck is a bunting? It's a small bird, yeah. And the birds are all blobs. Nothing bad happened. Oh, that's good. I mean, like, if you settle in the right place, Dwarf Fortress can be a very calm experience. A bunting is also an opposite of a punting. Although I would say that bunting got punting. Did. But welcome to the fold. Welcome to the last game you'll ever need. You won't have time to think about anything else. But I gather it was a good first impressions then. Yeah, this is a weird game. It's one of those games that, like, it appeals to a certain kind of person. And then some people find this game completely insufferable or really boring. There's, like, kind of no middle ground, but I don't know. I've been playing it for years, and I adore this game. 99. It's really kind of, like, funny how often these days I'll raid somebody who's, like, new playing this game, and they'll just be like, I literally was watching your videos 10 seconds ago, and I'll be like, well, please stop fanboying because it's getting weird. I'm just an idiot on the internet, too. Remember that. Look forward to more for sure. Cheers. Yeah, no, I'm just excited because today was kind of a big news day because we now know when Adventure Mode's beta is coming out, which is exciting. April 7th, it's literally in the title of my stream. April 17th is when the beta for Adventure Mode is gonna appear. Oh, these are all forbidden. Duh. Go figure. But that'll be a beta branch release, so. We also got a patch today as well, which just added a bunch of UI improvements, which was in the experimental branch for the last month, basically. You can finally destroy goblin villages by yourself and have no one in the local towns who will believe you. Yep. Everybody just assumes you're lying all the time. Which, you know, very... You know, honestly, it's very forward-thinking of them. They worry about fake information on the internet before they even have to worry about fake information on the internet. We don't have WizardNet yet either, so, like... Honestly, I think that level of skepticism to the guy bragging about the 18,000 people that he's killed is probably a good idea. Really. Crazy psychopath shows up, brags about killing things. Nobody's surprised. Thank you very much for the first notification of money in, well, 4 hours. Aside from a resub that I missed 14 minutes ago from Fire and Ice. Thank you. Appreciate you. Well, the first bit's in 5 hours, actually. We'll go with that. Cheers, Wintrzy. Trying to sit cross-legged and it's not working. There we go. Although the last adventure I played, I was trying to brag about all of the things I'd done, but in reality, I was actually bragging about all the people my horse had killed because I didn't kill any of them and the horse killed all of them. It was like 2 goblin encampments, a titan, and some other things, and it was actually my horse that killed them all. Horse Legend, Boo Horse Legend was quite the horse. Let me tell you. Chat named it Boo. I thought Horse Legend sounded funny, and it got all the kills. All right, I'm almost done rebuilding this thing, and I'm just gonna seal it off. Just not let things in. Because unless I accidentally Atom Smash something, it should be fine. You can just be canceled because I don't actually need that there. Please finish this. No, it's definitely like, yeah, I mean, if you just need to go to the internet and watch a video of a person getting kicked in the face and you will understand why that horse was so strong. And then we can retest this thing. So that the newcomers can see my maniacal death trap. No, it was mostly just like, I have defeated many foes! Or like, you'd run into a room and then you'd be like, you tell the story of the slaughter of so-and-so and so-and-so by the horse's name. It's pretty funny. All right, are you done? 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 Okay, sweet. How about all this? Okay, sweet. Now, what I can do is I can lock this and pull this lever. We can give this sucker another test run. Although I'm also going to lock this so that the dwarves... No, wait, never mind, I can't. Can't lock that because it's not connected to a lever. Well, then nobody walk up the long hallway, otherwise you're going to turn into a red paste. By that, I mean dead. So this is a minecart. Don't worry about the fact that it's invisible. It's still a minecart. You need to take care of things? Well, cheers. So these fire lava all the way across this. So this is lava getting launched right there. It's just flying. And all of this is lava mist, all this red stuff. So if you walk through it, you will turn into fire immediately. That's what all of this yellow stuff is. So basically anything that passes through that yellow stuff dies instantly. And they just fire little globs of lava. Very effective. And all I need to do is pull this lever and the whole thing stops. But right now it's just gonna keep going for a little bit. Fun contraption now finished. Yes, I actually have the fences now. Wait, hold on. Did they already return? Oh, wow. Hold on. Let's see how my raid went. Because I've been exploring places for a bit. So I went down to a goblin fortress that doesn't have a huge population. Stingray led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin named Rort. Stingray outmatched the defenders with a cunning plan, the goblin outmatched the dwarf Stingray with a cunning plan. I misread that. And the defenders had a strong positional advantage, and it seems I lost a bunch of dwarves, probably. Two, even. Three. And they have cave ogres, and Endok was imprisoned. Great. Excellent. Awesome. Fantastic. Fortunately, none of my named dwarves died, so I guess that's nice. Still not what I would describe as optimal. Get some more of these mark dwarves into here. We'll figure out if they're any good at it later. Sweet, and the drawbridge just stopped all these. One, nothing wrong with me. Two, nothing wrong with me. Three, nothing wrong with me. Also, speaking of nothing wrong with me, I'll rise for the YouTube national anthem. A very specific era of YouTube. When the only music you could play on YouTube was music that was licensed for YouTube, and that was one of the, like, 200 songs I had. It was also at the top of the list. So anybody who wanted, like, hard rock song, that was the song they got. It was like that and 009 Sound System Dreamscape. Just go look up 009 Sound System Dreamscape, and you'll be like, you'll be transported back to like 2010 if you were on YouTube at all back then. Or however it goes. You can still see the blue, yeah. All right. Let's let the dwarves build that for a second. I'm in an ad break. 2 seconds, chat. Yeah. Was Sandstorm licensed to be used on YouTube? I don't remember that bit. Oh, yeah, also Cascada as well. Anyway, I have acquired sandwich. I decided I was hungry. I don't hate Comic Sans. I used to. And then I learned why Comic Sans exists. Now I don't hate Comic Sans. It makes sense. It's a dyslexic-friendly font, so I can't hate it. It's cheese and lettuce. That's it. Yesterday I had cheese and broccoli. That's how you know that, like, I really don't have many groceries right now. Minced finely. I did put it in the microwave for 5 seconds because I don't like cold sandwiches. I like room temperature sandwiches. But I guess technically, according to Dwarf Fortress, it's a lavish meal. It's got 3 ingredients. Sandwich, yes. It's a great daily adventure. It also probably doesn't make sense, but your brain is fried. Okay. Why is your brain in your fridge fried? Those two thoughts in one sentence is, like, painful to think about. So you don't have to zoom in as much? Yeah. I have a glass maker that's possessed. I'm just trying to get the drainage hooked up to this thing. Okay, so this is gonna have screw pumps. They are going to be connected to down here. And this is going to be fortified. One second. I got tons, Celesty. This is a stack of one superbly prepared lettuce stew created by Greg, Blind Arrow. The ingredients are masterfully minced lettuce, finely prepared cow cheese, and superiorly minced rye bread. Wheat bread, actually, but... Lady Gem Crafters. Well, because we're focusing on gem cutting in this, take your pick. Whom do you want it? I have a lot. Like a lot. Oh, also, Neokai, you're a holy plum. Thought I'd inform you of... I thought it was funny, so I made you into a holy plum. You're a religious figure in the fort, known as the Holy Plum. Ah, it's fine. Salty. Meditate on beauty. Very happy. Great gem setter, talented gem cutter. She has an overbearing personality and is confident under pressure, is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction, can sometimes act without deliberation, and is trusting, often nervous, and is curious and eager to learn. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of becoming a legendary warrior and personally deeply respects skill at arms, and feels that those that attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish. Values peace over war and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. And doesn't really value merrymaking. Are you okay with me giving you a military squad? Because, like, come on. I mean, like, seriously. I don't believe I asked. Salty. That is a lot of meals, though. I do like the fact that major bug fixes includes additional statue graphics for the patch notes. And Reddit is kind of having a field day with it. It's like, major bug fixes, additional statue graphics. Simply a lack of content is considered a bug. Are you still alive? I don't know, I can't check right now. This game save thing. Stuff, blah. Here, let's take a look. Are you still alive? You should, like, check your own pulse. But yes, you are still alive. You're pondering cultural history. You have a... So I'm sitting there going, like, you're upset about your clothing. Literally because for some reason you have a thong. Where did you get a thong? This was supposed to be a no-thong fort. Why did you do this to me, game? All right, everybody's getting cloth thongs, I guess. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. Loincloths it is, then. Right. I try to not make underwear, because then it's just more clothing I need to make in the future. Oh, also, your kid is the zombie kid, by the way, Ash. Which is kind of sad, because your second eldest daughter used to be your youngest daughter. But now you have a forever youngest daughter, who's also injured, apparently. That's depressing. Oh, you got hit by a minecart. Your baby got hit by a your undead baby got hit by a minecart and is now injured. That's all I have to say, is Okay, so this needs 37 power. That needs 750. Okay, we're good. These don't use that much, I don't think. With intent, I don't want to think about that too much, to be honest with you. Raw green glass, okay. What? Snatchers? I kind of want the Snatchers to snatch the zombie baby because, like, it's not like it'll ever actually get converted to their side. Or they're just shooting him with bolts. Where are you going there, Goblin? Where do you think you're going? Thanks for the free bags, boy. Literally all I want from his inventory is the bags, but he dropped it over there. There it is. Okay. No, although one of the greatest things I've seen recently on a stream was I was watching a bike man learn this game, and he had a dwarf named Mincat who got bit by a were creature. So it was a kid who was a were creature who turned into a were creature and killed a bunch of his dwarves. And then a bunch of goblins, and it was hiding outside, standing outside of his fort playing make-believe, and a bunch of snatchers showed up and kidnapped him. It was pretty great. Might be one of the greatest, like, clips I've seen recently. And then later it came back and attacked him, which is even better. So somehow it escaped. This is just like pretty gold. Okay, so vacant militia captain position. And this is going to go to Celesty. The Lone Orbs is your name. I was gonna name it to the something of gems, but Lone Orbs is too good. And I personally believe that it is time for us to build a small, and I do kind of mean small, place for my military to train. Could also build another Marksworth spot right here. You were supposed to be... Okay, you're also supposed to be melee. We'll just get them both training right here. Actually, you know what? Clockworks, you can keep running this squad. I'm going to delete the last prison. I think I'm going to delete this squad. And I'm going to... nah, we'll keep it. The Lone Orbs. Chat, you can ponder it if you're subscribed to this channel. We still have the orb. It's not a phase. It's not a phase, Mom! Calling orbs a phase. What kind of slander is this? Gotta take notes about the orb and ponder it. Otherwise, what are you even doing? It's not a phase. This isn't the moon we're talking about here. The moon has phases. We're not the moon. Although the moon is orb, so I shall ponder it. Although there was somebody with a really good orb-related username who got kind of weird in chat around the time Kick launched, because I still am super anti-Kick, because I don't like platforms that are funded entirely by gambling. But you know, something about you know, getting paychecks from gambling losses. Not only that, but crypto gambling losses. So it's like gambling losses. We kind of had, like, pretty harsh disagreements on that. It was a decent sandwich. I'm no longer hungry. It's good. Kick was involved with crypto too. Kick was founded by Stake. Their parent company is Stake. Stake is the biggest crypto casino in existence. So, involved with? No, they are owned by... Someone say gambling? Neokai, I don't know if you heard this, but your dwarf's official title is Holy Plum because you are the religious figure for the god of beauty. Just thought I'd let you know. No, not the meat. S-T-A-K-E. S-T-A-K-E, not S-T-E-A-K. Holy Kai returns and is actually holy. Okay. Excellent. I need weapon racks and armor. How many bars am I sitting on right now? Bars. Not a lot of copper. Not a lot of anything else. Yeah, sure. We'll just do 20 of each. Copper armor stands. Copper arm. Copper whip, and we'll just do 20 of each. I also want to do make ash, make potash from ash, pearl, ash, raw, clear, glass, sand, 10. Just let it cancel, it'll do its thing. I'd do anything for the plum. Would you really? I don't know if I would do anything for the plum. I certainly wouldn't do that. No banner flags once saved, so I will save. It's that or soap. Well, it actually depends on how you're making soap. Some of the soap recipes are way more convoluted than others. Paper's more convoluted if you're making leather into paper. If you have papyrus, it's pretty straightforward. This painting you made in high school, I might be convinced. Uh-huh. What's this painting you made in high school? I'm a little scared to ask. Making scrolls is kind of a long chain. That's a stretch. Soap out of tallow is fairly straightforward, but it's only fairly straightforward because fat rendering is, like, automated now. It wasn't always. Trying to make soap in some of the older versions of the game was a thing because you're like, well, I guess I have to slaughter an animal, then remember to render the fat before it rots or gets cooked, and then like it was a much more multi-step process at one point. So, in case you guys didn't know, there's a lot of blow darts in the map. I have a lot of bolts. A lot of random bolts. Let's just double check bedrooms, make sure that everybody has a bedroom. There's one baby that doesn't have a bedroom. Well, I'm sure you'll get one when you're old enough. Let's go to this layer and fill this in. What do I have for blocks right now? Not much of anything. Because I'm not making blocks right now. Rock blocks. Make 1,000 of them. Make me a lot of rock blocks, please. Please, dwarves. Make me blocks. Are coffins not set to be in this stockpile? Oh, that's a problem. Problem solved. They have to go down a ramp. If you mean like this, they have to go up ramps and they can't turn on the ramps or they will just slam into the edge. So they're going up ramps and then down ramps. And the line just stopped. Are you sure the ramps were on the same layer? Because it sounds like they weren't, but I could be wrong. I mean, trust me, it works, I guess is the easiest way to say it. There can't be anything built already. Like, you can't connect a minecart to something else. Also, were you trying to engrave or construct them? Because the constructed ones, sometimes the like actual sprite disappears while you're clicking and dragging them for some reason, but they reappear when you click the second time. Okay, that might be what it was. You might have just been like misreading it because I don't really have a good spot where I could show you an example here. Actually, here. Because like this is just a normal ramp going up, right? So if I go here, grab this, click the ground, click and drag, you see the thingy? Oh, well, I can't go all the way up, but if I click right there, it'll go up to right there, and then it disappears, and then when I unpause, it reappears, and then it's right there, and they will just show up and engrave it. But I can't go all the way up because there's a drawbridge in the way. Okay, so you have to start the new line on the old line. So if you dig a line and then dig a new line, you have to, instead of digging a new line, dig the line on top of the new line. You have to do an overlap on the ends. This goes for both engraving and constructing. So line A to there, and then once that's done, if I do this, it'll make two separate lines, so you'd have to do a little overlap. Connect the two. This is my temple to whatever deities, so just expanding it a little bit because it's now kind of becoming the next to the sort of main front door of the fort. Kind of want it to look a little nicer. This is just like another thing on the list of things that Blind never thinks about because it's so automatic. Like, I never even think to, like, mention it to people when I'm doing it because I just... It's just... You get used to the quirks and don't even mention it. Let's use the basalt boulders initially. And then this can take mechanisms. And let's also make sure that you're set to take mechanisms. Yes, you are. That would mean that these should get transported in. Go. Once transport jobs are made available, which currently they are not. But let's jump up to this. I could actually train more Mark dwarves right here. Not a bad spot for them. Excuse me. Dwarf not getting done. I think dwarves are just busy. Yeah, it kind of reads that way. You know, I haven't done this yet. I think it might finally be time to expand my forges. I think I'm going to build another forge down here. Because I've got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... smelters and 3 forges. Let's go over to here and expand this down a little bit. Not all the way up to the wall there, but that's not what I wanted. I wanted the erase tool. There we go. And I think... yeah, I think we'll do this. Let's just forbid all that, or get rid of all that. Go here, go there, go there, go there, and all the way down. And then we'll just dig into this right here and then rebuild the wall when we're done. And then this up here can just be a barracks. Just get those dwarves training. All the way down. Sweet. That's the hardest thing we were trying to teach Project Zomboid to friends, all those second nature mechanics. Yeah, I have, I've gotten the, like, comments like that a couple times on my tutorials where it's just like, there was somebody who said, you need to have a friend in the room with you to teach while you're teaching this game. And, like, it's legitimate feedback, I guess. You need to have a friend in the room to teach to play this game while you're making tutorials. But it's literally never going to happen because every time I'm making tutorials, like the one the person was commenting on, was in a pre-release scenario when the version wasn't even out. So it's like, I got what I got. And it's like, I'm not allowed to show things to people early, so as good of a piece of feedback as it is, it's like literally never going to happen though. Let's just make clay crafts. Tell them out of clay. Oh, shit. What do you need? Blocks, bricks, bars, metal. Okay, got it, got it. Raw green, okay. Stone rock. All right, cloth red, sure. Oh, do I not have any rough gems? Probably rough gems, actually. Because I've been so consistently cutting them all. If I make temples and taverns in your fort into a burrow and I don't have the attached halls, etc., will folks in the active burrow move between them? Yeah, they don't need to be connected areas. They will take the quickest route from one part of the burrow to another. They will not exclusively stay in the burrow. So if you just like put a square in a temple, square in the tavern, and a square there, they will just go from square to square. I feel like you probably need more gems. Though you hover on bars metal a very long time. They also say they need cloth thread, so it could be silk that they need. I need to see what I have for silk. Rough colored means rough gems, not unprocessed dye. Yeah, I think I need cave spider silk cloth. Which is probably forbidden right now. Well, there's no webs that can be picked. Migrate a bunch of my elephants up here. I'm actually having to do, like, field rotations on my elephants. Although, actually, I should just be able to move all the elephants down here. Like, all of them. Let's just do that. And also, apparently, a guinea cock. So the thing that I need... Oh, hey, shit. There's actually trees growing down here. Look at this. Awesome. The thing that I need is webs. Now, a way that you can get webs is by carving fortifications into the walls of a layer near where there's a whole bunch of webs. I'm actually just going to go right here, and I'm going to do that. Right there. I'm also just going to deconstruct these, or this field, because there's a chance they might get upset here. Let's also go to labor, standing orders. We are set to automatically collect webs. Although these are all giant cave spider silk webs. So because these are giants, I don't know. There will be like normal size cave spider silk on this layer. Let's go up. What do you have here? Cave spider silk webs. Okay. Let's dig into this layer. I think that dwarf might still die. But I guarantee you they need silk. I just need to have silk anyway, so. Nope. No, I have both. Elephants take 10 years to grow to adult. And I had a breeding pair, so we're waiting for them to grow up. They're cave elephants now, too? Oh, yeah, no, that's absolutely possible. Or absolutely true, yes. But yeah, I fully expect that dwarf to die. But I'm not going into this cavern layer, because that's the layer that has that, you know, that forgotten beast that's made of obsidian that's got a bajillion kills. We'll also make one go this way. And we'll dig out a chunk down here as well. Yeah, you know, the more I think about it, it's funny. Like, I don't think, like, the wider Dwarf Fortress audience is going to be sad that it's, like, going into beta instead of just releasing, but the more I think about it, the more sad I am that it's going into beta instead of just releasing. It's better for the game, I admit that, but man, not as good for me. It's a shame. It'll still be good, but there we go. Boulder cleanup is working again. Oops, that's not where I wanted to build. This is where I wanted to build. What do we have the most of? Oh, let's just let them work on them for a little bit. Let's do basalt around the edge. But regardless, it's going to be interesting getting into April. It's going to be nice to have 2 games that I can stream. You see, like, that's the problem, right? The thing that happens with betas, right? This was briefly talked about earlier, but the thing that happens with betas is the hardcore absolutely jump back in and start playing again. Because there's a beta branch, so they start playing. More casual people go, I'll wait until it's out of beta. And then it comes out of beta. And they've already forgotten. Moved on to the next thing. So, absolutely, it'll bring people back. Absolutely, it'll be great. In my experience with how wider player bases of video games respond to betas, I couldn't disagree more. It does the opposite. It brings old players back. But from my perspective, it kind of nerfs the excitement quite a bit. I am arresting dwarves that have committed crimes that have witnesses. Well, because like the way people are used to betas working is they're used to marketing betas. They're not used to actual betas, right? People will do one of two things. If they're a more casual player, they'll jump in, realize it's an actual beta and probably broken in some ways. And then they'll be like, I'll come back later. Like, to give you an idea, when Dwarf Fortress patches, my view count tends to double. You guys have been lovely. Today's stream has been great. Today's been very slow. Like, kind of really slow. So, like, it's a matter of perspective, right? And it also didn't pick up when the patch came out. But when it went into the beta initially, it did. I had a pretty busy day that day. Since then, I haven't. So, putting a patch into beta tends to kind of nerf the excitement from my business perspective. Does it hurt the game? Probably not. It's probably better for the game, actually. But from my perspective, it absolutely lowers the potential traffic that I could get. And as a person who plays this game, basically as his full-time job, I don't get a lot of opportunities to get large lump sums of traffic, right? I get major patches, that's it, pretty much. So outside of those major patches, I basically sit here and twiddle my thumbs while my numbers dwindle and hope that there's another major patch coming up, right? Which is also kind of like, you know, I guess my own fault to a degree because of like how I stream and the games that I stream and the way that I stream the games that I stream. But from my perspective, I'm kind of bummed. Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, I mean, 2 people plus sound designer and artists and whatnot, but I mean, one of my favorite developers to talk to, Epion, who made a game called Jupiter Hell, he had a really funny comment from a couple years ago, which was he got a comment from like a negative review, basically, and he responded to it as politely as he could because the negative review was had some incorrect information about it, and he was trying to just like point out, hey, like, you know, you could fix your problem if you just did this, right? And so he responded, and the person said, thank you. Your team should pay your community manager more. And he's like, dude, it's just me. Like, it's literally just one person here. It was just kind of funny to read that. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that because roguelikes tend to sell absolutely horribly on Steam. Just in general, it's like proper roguelikes, you know? I'm not here to have the argument of what is and what isn't a proper roguelike, but that type of turn-based game doesn't sell well. Unless you look like Stone Shard, in which case it's a bad game with pretty graphics. It's all flair and no substance, right? But Unreal World sold horribly until it had a big review made out of it by a large YouTuber. And there's many, 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 many other examples of that type of RPG just not performing particularly well. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think that people want Hades, not NetHack. Yeah. Well, I mean, the classic line is like, Diablo was Blizzard trying to make NetHack playable for normal people. Or whatever. Exactly. Though, the people want Hades, not NetHack is a very good example. It's like if Brogue came out on Steam, nobody would buy it. I wish it would. Even if it was just free. I wish that Brogue was on Steam. Captain the Guard is going around beating some people up who've committed crimes. Also, Unhappy Dwarfs' moods is going downses, which is good. It's good to see. Makes me happy. All right, let's set you to training. Curious about what weapon you grab. Probably a spear if I had to bet. Yep, you have grabbed a copper spear, a steel buckler. What do I have? Iron bars. I can make you a steel spear. Hold on. I think I only need a single steel bar, right? Nogrim, how you doing? How's your morning going? That's Australian time zone, right? Seems right. Totally. I think that adventure mode was a pleasant surprise. Totally. I think that Fortress mode is the more compelling game for people. And in general, like I think that Fortress mode is what attracts people to Dwarf Fortress. And I think that the people who have, and I guess this is why I'm like, not even, naysayer is the wrong word, but this is why I'm a bit of a Debbie Downer, I guess, when it comes to how big I think adventure mode is going to be. Because realistically, the people who were super interested in Dwarf Fortress have already played it enough that they consider themselves to be aware of whether or not they like the game. I think that people who really like Fortress mode or are interested in Fortress mode can make the jump to adventure mode easier just because adventure mode is much more of an unknown. And I think that if adventure mode comes out and the core Dwarf Fortress community who's already playing it on Steam really likes it and latches onto it, I think then word of mouth could make it really big. I don't think it's this guaranteed second release that some people are going around saying it will be. And what I mean when I'm saying people going around saying it will be, I'm referring to people in my YouTube comment section who like my work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and, well, let's just say 10. And while I really appreciate their enthusiasm and excitement, saying things like, oh, you'll get 100,000 subs off of adventure mode coming up, I don't really see that happening. And it's not because I don't like adventure mode. It's not because I think it'll fail. I think it's because it's a significantly nicher product than Fortress mode is. And I think the Dwarf Fortress community, I guess, has RimWorld to thank for this a little bit. As many problems as I have with RimWorld, as I've talked about at length, I do feel that the fact that adventure mode is a significantly nicher product does limit its possible reach. Because town builders are a very mainstream thing. Turn-based, party-based, roguelike RPGs are a very niche thing. Dwarf Fortress is legendary as a town builder, not as a party-based RPG. I think like the only game that is kind of like it, the only games that I can think of that are kind of, well, games, 3 of them that I can think of that have seen a decent amount of success like that are Caves of Cud, CDDA, which is its own weird thing, and I guess Kenshi. Even though, like, Kenshi isn't a roguelike, it's a sandbox, but adventure mode, whether or not you want to argue it's a roguelike, I just kind of throw my hands up in the air with that one. It plays like one. Whereas there's so many other games like The Doors of Trithius. Who here's played The Doors of Trithius, chat? Amethyst is getting 2 pet bears. You have no idea what it is? Exactly. I mean, it is pretty baller. Here, I'll show you Doors of Trithius. I've streamed it before, but give me a second after I scroll through this. There we go. Doors of Trithius is a game on Steam in early access with 259 reviews. We actually recently doubled in player base because Spidercat made some videos about it. It's kind of like Stone Shard, but good. It's just got a less flashy art style. It's a open world roguelike with procedural city building, cities, and a live, fully functioning war going on that you can interact with and avoid and play around and side with things and other stuff. Yeah, it's being made by one dude. And it's, when I say that, it's like, games like that don't sell unless you're Stone Shard, which is sad because that game's bad. Like, how many people are playing it? 35? At an all-time peak of 190, which I'm pretty sure was, like, the last time Splattercat made a video about it. Like, this game's, every single one of its all-time peaks was, I think, Splattercat. Like, I'm pretty sure. Like, an active player base of, like, 2, and then Splattercat made a video, and then active Splattercat made a video, and then Splattercat made a video. So... So we are slaughtering a bunch of grizzlies and also trained a couple of war grizzlies. I'm jumping up to that upper layer again. Jumping over to here. Two war grizzlies per soldier, that's the goal. So if one dies, you still have the second. And I realize that people defend Stone Shard because they like it. But in my experience, and the bits that I've played of that game, it's disappointed significantly more often than it's impressed. And mechanically, it was always a relatively dull game in comparison to games that didn't look as pretty. But it is a pretty game. I won't deny that. It's just not a very interesting game, unfortunately. Then there's Caves of Cud. It's like, if you've played Caves of Cud, playing Stone Shard is painful. Like, there's Caves of Cud, there's Jupiter Hell, there's like fucking the Sword of the Stars, the Pit. There's so many games that are better than that. Like, even Soul Ash is better than that. The original Soul Ash was better than that game. Doesn't the overall success of the game equal overall success for you? Yes and no. Because the way streams grow is influxes, right? So, stream grows with an influx, and then peters down as the influx dwindles. Right? And then you level out somewhere, and hopefully you sustain. And then you wait for the next influx. That's how growth works in this industry. YouTube, same. When there's a large number of people searching for a thing, videos soar to the top by the algorithm, and then they get recommended to people organically. And then YouTube channel grows. So if adventure mode just releases, then you get everybody all at once, and that's maximum influx at once, right? If it half releases, and then 3 weeks later, it releases, you get two halves of the influx, and you don't get as much recommendations. You don't get that big influx, which is how channels like mine grow, which is why I'm kind of bummed that it's going into beta, but I'm bummed that it's going into a beta for selfish reasons, not because I necessarily think it's bad for the game as a whole. It's bad because it's worse for me, not bad because it's worse for the game. Because I'm a selfish twit, that's why. That was 512 treating. I know it's been great for the last 3 weeks. And this is also the exact same thing, right? Like this patch has been in the public beta for like a month, and I guarantee you that the people who are already interested are already playing on it. And it's been a trickle in over the last three months, or a month or whatever. Had its first invasion, 0 enemies. Oh, they probably invaded you by accident. What was I doing? I was going to queue a thing up, and then I got distracted. I'll give it a second, and then I'll queue up whatever I was going to queue up. Right, helmets. That's what I was going to do. Copper helms. I mean, it's out now. White Pony one. So you don't have to go to the beta branch. It's just out now. But I'll be putting videos up tomorrow. So here's hoping. People are satisfied with the increases in usability of the UI. Oh yeah, also if they appear and then immediately leave, they either A, invaded you by accident and you won't see them again, or B, they there are snatchers on your map somewhere, probably. That's the other thing it could be. Okay, well, that's this dwarf training by themselves now. You want to practice a craft, but like... You also want to practice a martial art. Well, I guess you're doing that. I'm waiting for you to start getting happy thoughts about practicing a martial art. Shoutouts to... Oh, wait, I thought that was a child for a second. Throw one, maybe two of these dwarves into this group. Update equipment. You have a helm on? It says you do. What armor are you wearing? Metal armor? Go get a metal helm then. There you go. Not really. I mean, food can rot, but when food rots, it becomes inedible, and it only rots if it's not kept in a barrel. So as long as it's kept in a barrel, it doesn't really become tainted. It's not something you need to worry about. I wondered what the 2 megabyte file was just then processed. Yeah, I mean, patches for Dwarf Fortress are so small, a lot of people miss them too. Okay, let's go up here and just, whoops. Place an offering place there, and maybe an offering place down here as well. Let's throw some doors in here. Let's toss some statues in here. Throw some aluminum statues down here. And an obsidian statue down here. Let's also toss some of these statues into here, so that these dwarves in prison can just, like, Google them, or whatever you do when you're in prison. You're anxious after being confined. How about you? Guilty after being confined? Well, you must have been guilty then. Best features, new statue sprites? Nah, it's searchable menus, mate. Or multi-level burrows. Multi-level burrows or searchable menus. 2 best features. And if you disagree, you can fight me. Let's just go down from here. Don't know how far that magnetite goes. Seeing it popping out on that side at all. Might as well automate this magnetite. I'm just smoothing this stuff so that spiders can come in and spin webs in here. Oh yeah, also full power gobs. Now's the time to generate a new world if you haven't yet. I mean, the new statue sprites are pretty nice. Don't get me wrong. Actually, no, it's not a feature, it's a bug fix, according to the patch notes. So best bug fix is more statue sprites. Because not enough features is a bug, apparently. Troll sounds? I don't know. Kind of half expecting to just suddenly see cave dudes on the wrong side of these walls, but... We're making grizzly bear lung stews. I'm sure those are delicious. I'm sure they are. I also kind of really need to make a new kit, like expand upon my kitchens a little bit. Passing on the fight is probably a good thing. Wait, really? So then it is actually a bug. That's very funny. If the statue art was, like, in the game, just not implemented. That's very funny. Is that green glass? That's green glass, yeah. Go down here and put my butcher shops and tanner shops down here. Also might be the most DF thing I've heard all day. I mean, it's just like the baby art at this point. It's like, as far as I know, it's done. Everybody keeps telling me it's done. Every time I talk to Tarn, he says it's done. It's like, it's there, we have it. It's just like, it's not in the game yet. Also just waiting for these rocks to be out of there, and then I can get more smithing industry up and running. As we get more gems. Not seen workstations made of green glass before. They look pretty nice. I quite enjoy making stuff out of glass. Partially as well because it's like, oh, well, I know that this is just an infinite resource, so I'm not going to run out of it. That's part of it. Okay, well, this is also going to just be an everything food-related stockpile. I'm just realizing that this is broken. Fun. I would argue that glass is an unlimited resource regardless. Just recently started learning this game and your videos have been a huge help. Well, cheers. Happy to help. Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, when it comes to me being bummed about adventure modes and betas, it's purely selfish reasons. I honestly think it's better for the game as a whole. I also find glass artifacts to be some of the most interesting along with gem artifacts. Except for when they ask for clear glass when you don't have a clear glass pipeline set up yet. But yeah, sure. I will agree.
Eureka.
Eureka! Debaser, thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. Jack and I get a big round of beers for the first resub in 2 hours. Greatly appreciated, friend. Also, the first Prime sub in 7 hours, which was the sub before. Go up and down right there. Gotta mine out that. And also gotta mine out all this. I'm always like paranoid whenever I'm digging in an area like this that I'm just gonna dig right into the volcano. Without fail. I always sit there and I'm just like, oh my god, just don't you do it. You're gonna do it one of these days. Don't do it. Not today. Today, not the day. Don't do it. Like last night I was watching a video of a guy pouring a $10,000 shot of whiskey and it was like, man, that would stress me the hell out. The most anxiety-inducing part of that guy's job. Oh, hey, Patchwork. What's up, dude? Long time. Hope you've been well. Okay. There is a opal right there. Eating a Trader Joe's quiche. Can't say I've ever had. I've never even seen a Trader Joe's in person. I only know of Trader Joe's because of people on the internet informing me that they exist. As far as I can tell, we don't really have them here. Rupert, thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, mate. Okay, so these we'll just fill up with slate. We'll cut some gems. And you, let's just make a copper pin. We'll just make 5. Yeah, that's everything that I've heard about Trader Joe's, is that it's cheap and has decent selection. That's about it.
Crypt Fear.
Gallagher, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Welcome back for a 13th month. Wait. Oh, yeah, because that guy was smuggling Trader Joe's. Yeah, I remember that. We have better candy, though, so how's that? How's that for competition? You know? Yeah, there was a guy who made, like, a unlicensed Trader Joe's import store. I do recall this. And he was shut down pretty dramatically. I just read that one of my subscriptions has ended, and then I go to Twitch and it hasn't ended. So, what? That's confusing. I was like, oh no, my subscription to Billionaire has ended. And then I go over to Billionaire's channel and it's like, nope, definitely is still there and I can update it and it like renews on the 16th. What the hell, Twitch? Isn't like literally every company that isn't already a union generally doing terrible things for people trying to unionize? Isn't like that that's just the constant state of unions? Like companies exist. Unions or companies that don't have unions yet are generally mean to unions, and that's why they don't have a union yet. At least that's just my experience. I don't know. Let's also just put gems here. This dwarf's pretty injured. What happened to you? Oh, you can't stand. Oh, jeez. Okay, how do you feel? You do, in fact, enjoy learning about striking, but you don't seem to enjoy training too much. So I will just let them periodically train and then take breaks. I will put them on again and off again. Yeah, I don't know. I tend to shop at Safeway, so. I have like 100 to plus to ish at this point. I feel like tutorials on my YouTube channel, if that helps. If you join my Discord server, Elite, I know everybody has a Discord server and everybody's in 10 billions of them. But my Discord server has a DF help and questions room where you can ask questions if I'm not live. And I've probably taught. I feel like a self-absorbed asshole when I say this out loud, but I think I've taught I don't know a 10% of the community how to play this game at this point. At least the active community, aside from the OGs. But yeah, if you need help, you're in the right spot. But I guess like when it comes to things like tips, the better way to do this is ask questions, because as somebody who's played thousands of hours of this game, I could just say a bunch of things, but the easier way to learn the game isn't necessarily to accept tips, in my opinion. It's to just start playing and making mistakes and just kind of accepting that every fort will fall. Worlds are persistent. If you like the world that you're in, keep playing in the same world. Can't stand when they move everything in the store around. I don't think they've ever done that here, so probably different Safeways. I used to shop at a different store, which then their parent company sold them to Safeway, and so it just became a more expensive Safeway, which I'm not exactly thrilled with. So now I just shop at Safeway because it's cheaper. Like, why would I not, I guess? Speaking of Forgotten Beasts made of rock, this would confuse somebody who's never played this game before. The Forgotten Beast, Nithami, has come, a gigantic humanoid composed of jet. It has large mandibles and a bloated body. Beware its deadly dust. Well, at least it won't kill itself with the dust because it's a rock. But, don't think... Are you gonna end up fighting with the other one? Don't think so. You might. Well, I have all the yeah, there you go. Was that actually it? Or, oh, I see. No, you're just fighting with random creatures, I think. Probably stealthed. Okay, no, this is the layer with a bajillion, with the Forgotten Beast that's made of obsidian on it. Oh. Ah, god damn it. I was excited. I was hopeful. I wanted it. I wanted to be attacked by an army of goblins. Instead of them running away like a bunch of big babies. Come at me, goblins. I have cannons that shoot lava. Yeah, I think Lino's correct. I think like the most important thing with learning this game is like realizing that loss is an inevitable part of learning this game and how you will learn this game. Also, the elves have arrived to trade. And also, the more you play this game, the more you will realize, the more simulation that you'll realize this game actually has. Like, it took me years to notice chunks of the game's simulation, but It's kind of absurd how much there actually is going on under the hood in this game. Yeah, totally. But yeah, at the end of the day, Elite, if you have questions, just help. We will help. I could just start doing diary for this area. I still love the, I can't remember who originally said it, but I remember hearing somebody referring to the Dwarf Fortress community as being anti-gatekeeping back in the day, like back when the game was not on Steam, not for sale, still just free. Because somebody would tune in, and if they showed an even remote interest in learning the game, the entire community would just dogpile them and like explain everything that they needed to know or asked about, and was just like so excited to answer questions. Cheers, Midnight Winter. Good to see you. Thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back. What are my thoughts on RimWorld? We literally talked for like 30 minutes about this yesterday. To give you an idea on how often it comes up, it's a daily occurrence. It is a game that sold itself off of self-promotion posts on the Bay 12 Games forums. I think it owes a lot of its early success to the existence of Dwarf Fortress. And I think it's almost nothing like Dwarf Fortress. It advertises itself as being like Dwarf Fortress and markets itself off of the allure of the game that Dwarf Fortress used to be, which was the impossible to learn game because of the scary graphics for some people. And I think that's kind of shitty. I played it for... That's fine. I know you weren't here today. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have asked. It's all good. I played it a lot during its development. I didn't back the Kickstarter because I was broke at the time. But I played quite a bit of the demo from the Kickstarter, and I played quite a bit of it before it was on Steam, and then about 3,000 hours of it during early access, and then maybe another 100 or so hours after it left early access. And by the time it left early access, I more or less hated the game. I really, really wish that it developed in a more interesting direction. It developed towards being a punishing strategy game instead of being a story generator, which is what the game's concept was originally sold on. As an example, a story generator is a game that allows you to contort the game to tell the narrative of your choosing. RimWorld tries to do that with its easy difficulties, but it really fails at that, in my opinion. I think it can be a very interesting game if you mod the ever-living shit out of it, but then it stops being RimWorld. And as a vanilla experience and as a game to just play, I, as time went on, disliked it more and eventually stopped playing it. You could say that that's probably partially due to burnout, and I wouldn't disagree. I think there's definitely some burnout in there. But the reality was the way I liked to play that game, which was as, while set on the harder difficulty levels, still a story sandbox. Dwarf Fortress is the better game in that regard. If the kind of allegory that I've been making more recently about it is Dwarf Fortress is a game who's a friend that you can hang out with, and RimWorld is a game who's a friend that you can hang out with. If you hang out with RimWorld, you go over to his house, he has a big cool box of toys that are all very expensive. And sometimes he'll charge you money for them, and sometimes he will hand you one and lend it to you, and you'll get to play with it for a little bit, and it'll be a lot of fun. And then he'll spit on you, kick you in the face, kick you in the nuts, push you over, beat your face in, pummel your arms, cut your fingers off, remove your fingernails, and then pull a tooth out, laugh at you, spit on you a second time, and then give you another toy to play with. Dwarf Fortress just is the cool friend that you go hang out with, and he just lets you play with the toy box. I just want to play with the toy box. Fuck off with your rules. And your violence. And your dumb, annoying, edgy community. But at the same time, you know, it's a pretty great game, if that's what you're into. And some people like that kind of masochism. Well, I mean, the fingernails from your removing fingers, but, you know. Can you tell that that was all off the dome? Once I got past the losing unexpectedly phase, I tried to learn one new industry technique in each fort and gave Das Tactic a lot of views, right, Cleno? Is this like 341-year-old fort? I mean, 531-year-old fort? No, this fort started on the year 521. So this fort's 10 years old, which means my elephants might become adults soon. The thing that makes me salty about RimWorld these days is mostly just the fact that it's a very expensive game that charges you for updates. And Dwarf Fortress is cheaper than one of its expansion packs, at least here in Canada. And hearing people complain that Dwarf Fortress updates too slowly. And RimWorld has better mod support. It's like... the only real beef I have with it at this point. For 10% of DOS's views? Yeah. Oh, there you go. These days, are you responsible for 10% of my views? But no, this fort is 10 years old. I mean, as somebody who plays Dwarf Fortress, the RimWorld expansions were annoying because it was like, oh, hey, they added religion. Dwarf Fortress has had that for years and it was free. What? Yeah, and also when you add expansions into a game like that, that's like heavily a modding sandbox, it breaks your mods too. And then you have modders quit and don't want to update their mods, and then like people get mad that mods don't work. Like I was talking with somebody in my chat once who made a bunch of mods from World at one point and stopped, and he was saying the reason he stopped updating his mods was because people were getting mad at him for not updating it to biotech, which he didn't want to buy. It's like people getting mad at you for modding a game for free because your mod doesn't work because you don't want to pay money for a DLC. It's like, No, they're charging for updates. They're absolutely charging for updates because, like I just said, you're a game that's based around a modding community, right? It's also a game that was made by a very small team and it's a game that has sold millions of copies, right? How many updates has Hades charged for? It's also a game that sold millions of copies that was made by a very small team. Also, it's a game that sold millions of copies that was made by a very small team that is not remote, that has an office in frickin' San Francisco. So there's a lot of money in video games if you're a small budget team. And I'm not exaggerating when I'm saying there is a lot of money in video games if you are a small budget team. Ludian Dev is absolutely a small budget team. Okay? I mean, just in Canadian dollars here, RimWorld has $144 or $114, my bad, I can read, in DLC currently at full price. It's a $40 game. And that game's sold like over 5 million copies. Right? Like, come on. Hades sells the soundtrack. And like, that's my criticism for a game like RimWorld having a lot of DLC, is the fact that a lot of the community is dedicated to their mods. So it's sort of like selling map packs for Call of Duty is absolutely a worse business model than having a battle pass. Because what selling map packs for Call of Duty does is, let's just say you play Call of Duty. You and your 5 friends that you know who all have Xbox 360s play Call of Duty. You all buy Call of Duty and you play together for 3 months. And then the first map pack comes out and you and 2 of your other friends haven't bought the map packs yet, but all your other friends did. And so now you can't play with your other friends. You can't even queue up together because they're in a different silo in the queue because your friends didn't buy the map packs. And you're like, okay, well, 2 weeks later, you saved up like your paper route money. I'm definitely not speaking with experience. Saved up your paper route money, and then you buy the map packs. I didn't play Call of Duty, but I do know somebody who told me this exact story once when I was growing up. Anyway, you save up and you buy the map packs. And then you can play with your friends again. And then a week later, another map pack comes out. And you need to pay more money, so you can't play with your friends again. And then you finally buy it, and then you and all of your friends finally have all 3 map packs, and you're very excited, and you get to play, and then the queues take 10 times as long because the other 2/3 of the community bought maybe the first one, or only one. That's kind of what they're doing to their mod community, which I would argue is terrible. Except RimWorld went years without adding a DLC, and you don't need to enjoy the game, and you don't need either to enjoy the game. Certainly. I don't disagree with you, but I think it's bad for a mod community, and it's a game that's built around its modding community. I would argue it's a bad business decision. Like, there are other ways to fund a game without locking portions of your community out of content. And as somebody who enjoyed that game up until their bad balancing decisions around 1.0, I argue the exact opposite. I mean, I will point at other very successful indie games because like RimWorld is top 20 most successful indie games of all time, right? How much DLC does I mean, Stardew Valley was just mentioned, but how much DLC does Terraria have? And how much does Terraria cost again? Right. Yeah. Oh, it's a quarter of the price of RimWorld. Wow, that's kind of crazy. How long did he work on that game for? Wow, that's crazy. Yes, I will continue to grant the elves requests. They gave me 28 trees. But do you think it would have been smarter if they crowdfunded the additional DLC and then offered it for free? I think that if you can't afford to develop a DLC for a game, or a big free expansion pack for a game that has sold 5 million copies, I really question on how you are managing your money. The gist that I get about Ludian and RimWorld is right now they are currently hiring. They are hiring netcode developers for a new project. To which I have to say, cool. Wonder what they're working on. Sure as fucking ain't RimWorld. So, no, you're funding their next project is what you're funding. But I still genuinely gotta wonder how they are managing their money if that's a thing. And also, to be completely clear, what I'm complaining about isn't a negative for a large majority of the audience, right? Which is why they did it. But it's a negative for me. And it's that kind of thing that makes me go, I think I will move on. And that's okay, right? If you think that is an absolutely acceptable business practice and a good way to manage your community and your game, that's fine. But it's a deal breaker for me. Like, why the fuck would they need to, like, crowdfund an expansion for a game that's already made, like, tens of millions of dollars? Like, what are you doing? I think it's because Tynan wants to turn into a AA studio and make a first-person shooter or something. Who knows? But games like Terraria and games like RimWorld live and die based on goodwill towards the developer. And so far, they've done a very good job of maintaining that with their core community. They have to be careful. Because if they ever lose that, boy. Paradox is losing it, and has been for some time. And charging for updates is how Paradox gets by. Admittedly with much bigger teams, so it makes a bit more sense for them. And, like, you know, I showed this post off yesterday, which was also apparently how ClinoDev figured out that the forums were back up for Bay 12. But I showed this off yesterday. This is the first advertisement, the first real advertisement that RimWorld got. And it was a self-promotion post by Tynan, his first post on the account on the Dwarf Fortress Bay 12 Games forums. And this thread has been viewed 789,000 times. Oh, actually, it's in the main branch now. I haven't updated that command because I completely forgot I had it. Hold on, let me update that. I'll just link to the patch notes. But at the end of the day, I don't particularly enjoy Dwarf Fortress, or I don't particularly enjoy RimWorld because I enjoy Dwarf Fortress, and it's a different kind of game. Done. Updated the command. You can now use it. That being said, though, if you like RimWorld, you should look forward to next year's RimWorld Hot Potato Charity Marathon event, which my stream team runs. I've tried to make a video like 4 or 5 times about covering all these things about what I don't like and why I stopped playing RimWorld. But every time I've started doing it, I realize that at the end of the day, it just kind of comes down to personal taste and nitpicking and disliking on balance, and I don't think that'll ever be received well. I don't feel like just attracting people to me, that kind of thing. So that's a Forgotten Beast once again colliding with stuff down in the basement. Moving all the money and risk onto the customer. Yeah, no, I don't think crowdfunding is... like, there was a product I was curious about and interested in until they announced that they were going to Indiegogo. And I'm like, okay, now I'm good. See you guys. Bye, Sharona. We're in an ad break, so I gotta pause. Also, like Nasty said over in the YouTube chat, if you have the extra internet bandwidth, I do stream on 2 platforms. I stream on Twitch and YouTube. And I clearly don't have a good enough clickbait title for YouTube today, so if you want to help out the YouTube side of things, if you could pop open YouTube in another tab and just lurk over there, or alternatively jump over there and leave a like, that'd be fantastic. I'm not an MMOs guy. I've disliked every MMO I've played. Played a couple. No, not for me. Not my shtick. Years ago, I tried playing EverQuest, didn't last very long. Tried playing Evil 9, didn't last very long. Tried playing RuneScape, lasted longer than most because it was completely free to play at the time, which was rare, but didn't particularly enjoy my time with it. I just played it because my friends did. Tried WoW, didn't like it. Tried, by that I mean I barely played WoW. I tried Runes of Magic and hated it. I tried Terra Online and hated it. Although I did like being a giant hamster man with a huge sword. The reason I played Terra Online was because all my friends at the time were playing it. This was back when I had friends. Long time ago. FS test? What's an FS test? I read that as Flight Simulator Test. Which may or may not be what that means. Defiance? I watched the TV show. But no, I don't remember the Defiance MMO. It's all these ropes. These elves. How goes? It's going. Getting by. Fundamentals of serving. Well, best of luck. RimWorld always became a placeholder for you? I mean, like I've said a billion times, I think, it irks me how much, like, a lot of people don't remember it now because of how big RimWorld is these days, but it irks me how much RimWorld marketed itself off of the fact that it's like Dwarf Fortress and was sort of like Dwarf Fortress initially. And then a lot of the most negative criticism I see about Dwarf Fortress is that it's not enough like RimWorld. And it's like that just bothers me, like just on a human level. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're the same for stockpile purposes. You just have to change the material that's allowed because water skins are a specific material type. Well, these all should be good, theoretically. Buy the wood from them. What do they have for animals? A one-humped camel, water buffalo, a giant raven. Ooh. Gray langur monkey. I'll just buy the cages off of them. I think that's all I will buy. Here's hoping this works. Yay, they didn't get mad at me. Sweet. If I had a breeding pair, which I don't. I would need a breeding pair to get babies of things. I do have a giant wren and a giant raven. They're also both male, so I can't even get eggs out of them. And no portals to the nether. That's another game that marketed itself a lot because of its inspirations from Dwarf Fortress. Minecraft got a lot of that early on. Not so much as it developed, though. All right, what do you want? Rough gems? Metal bars, rough gems. Metal bars, rough gems. Well, you probably actually need rough gems because it is very likely that you don't have any around currently. I realize there's plenty up there, but maybe they got this. Kind of want to also cut out this stuff here. I mean, like, you know how the Souls community dogpiles a game that's trying to be like Dark Souls as just being a copycat? I don't think that game communities should do that. But RimWorld is one of those exceptions where a game came out marketing itself as just being purely like a thing. And the Dwarf Fortress community jumped on it and adopted it, basically. And from the people that I've talked to over the years who were part of that group that adopted it, some of them still play it and some of them don't. Some of them stopped for the same reasons I did, and some people continued. Became such a generic clickbait term. I mean, I could say the exact same thing about roguelike, you know, like completely ruining the definition of that word. To the point where it's now literally just a marketing term for a game with permadeath. It's like, come on. Same kind of thing. Or even Metroidvania to a degree, which I prefer the, you know the original like term for that type of action game was a search action game. Should bring back the term search action. It's an action game with searching because you have to search for things in this action game. Reclaim search action, I tell you. Also, it appears my web collection goal is working. Your necromayor keeps asking for slabs. Any stone requests? Are you asking me what type of stone you should make into slabs? I like basalt slabs because they're a darker color. I think they look cool. Yet another forgotten beast? What's this? Epatolon. A huge kite. Oh, okay, so it's a bird. It's also got deadly dust. Yet another creature here to die. Dwarf has begun a mysterious construction. It's the low. Rock salt does look nice, yeah. Wait, what? How's Path of Acra that? There's no backtracking in Path of Acra. Yay, something's finally here to kill this army of hungry heads. Fucking finally. Unless they just killed them all. Oh, no, it didn't kill it. Wow, they're all vomit. Okay, so we know what the dust on this thing does. It's vomit dust. Look at all of the hungry head vomit. They're all puking. Because it gives nausea. Well, now some of them are dying. There's like 80 of them there, isn't there? That's very funny. Just this wall of hungry heads puking. What's happening to you? Hungry head bites the forgot. What's biting it? Come on, guys. You can get him. Punts. Just punts him across the map as the entire map gets pazed. Like, absolutely covered in vomit. Yeah, pretty much. It's just... It's raining... They don't really have stomachs, because they're just heads with wings, right? Oh, what is this? Like, like, backwash? Like... Yeah, it can't smell good. It's got a nice color to it, though. Which I realize is like a fucked up thing to say, but... Meanwhile, Kulsoth over here, the ranger, has created Camoshatast, an almandine floodgate, and offers it to the living fire. Let's dig a lava moat. What do you think, chat? That's a cool looking floodgate. Not using this floodgate, it would melt. This is a almandine floodgate. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with table-cut almandines and table-cut onyx opals, and encircled with bands of baguette tapered baguette cut almandines and iron. Well, I mean, the poop update's just gonna be for, like, manure, right? Karn has said before, he's becoming part of Team Manure, so maybe we will get manure one of these years. I would be totally fine with getting manure. I've talked about this before. We're just gonna start decorating whatever the fuck with bone. $53 FPS on 200 dwarves. It was 70. It went down when that fighting started. It's been higher a few times as well. Also, I turned off multi-threading once just to see what would happen, and I lost like 8 frames a second, 8 to 10 frames a second or so. I don't want dwarven septic tanks. I don't want to have to make pipes, okay? Not that kind of pipes. This might be the greenest fort I've ever had. All right, something I'm gonna do. Useful elves. What a name. It's a goblin hillocks. That's a really big goblin town. There we go. That's a nice small spot. Let's go attack this. We're gonna send out Stingray and Amethyst. Well, it's a book called Useful Elves. I don't think that necessarily means that it's written by goblins, but... Okay, well, something I'm gonna do. Well, actually, maybe not right there. Right there's just gonna go straight into here. What I am going to do is this. Trying to get ramps. Down to the front. Basically, it would need to go down to here. So what I really want is I want it to just be over here, but... You know, I could do it this way. I'm gonna have to widen this a little bit. Trying to make a ramp entrance for wagons. I haven't actually managed to trade just yet with wagons, because every single time something happens. Oh, wow. Did not realize that there was more native aluminum down here. Well, I guess I should dig around in here a bit more. There we go. Get some bauxite slabs. Well, that's easy enough. At least slabs are something that you can use, right? Not something that you really trade. They're really not a particularly useful trade good, so. There goes my miners. We're gonna have to widen this, like I said. That's about it, though. You know, just going along here, covering all the dirt up, all the sand up. And just smooth all this area up and make it look all nice and fancy. Had a mist ring. What, making mist generators? Mist ring is a good term. I like that. If that's what you're talking about. I was hoping I hit some more useful materials. There's more copper that I can mine out. There's more copper I can mine out. What? Apparently I screwed that up. That's fine. Can fix. Was off by 1 layer, it looks like. Yeah, no, I really like that, the term mist ring. Although mist ring sounds like a mood ring knockoff product, but the more that I think about it, but at the same time, that's still a pretty cool name for a thing. It's definitely better than mist generator, which doesn't really make much sense. Ooh, more red zircons. Don't mind if I do. More red zircons. Don't mind if I double do. And I also found more native aluminum. More zircons. Let's just, you know, get these built up a little bit. Mood module. Yeah, modulate dim moods. Isn't it just a massive humidifier? Kind of, yeah. I mean, so like a while ago, we were like theorizing why dwarves would like mist generators, because why would they like mist generators? They don't like getting rained on, but they like mist. Like, it seems weird when you think about it. But at the same time, the theory that we kind of came up with was that, well, dwarves live underground. They don't get a lot of, like, you know, humidity, really. So they get dry, cracked skin. So that they like the mist because it's, like, humid, but it's not unpleasant like getting rained on. That was the theory we came up with. Doesn't matter how much of this we mine through because there's always going to be more. That's a lot of aluminum, jeez. This might be the most aluminum I've ever had on a map. Living in a place with almost no natural humidity, you agree with that theory? Live in a desert? High altitude desert? Yeah, there you go. That'll about do it. What? This thing's teeth are still lying around? That was a were creature that attacked us ages ago. And its teeth are still hanging around. Well, that's amazing. Let's just go over here real quick because I want to look at something. Okay, so these did in fact get connected. Yeah, it's got plenty of power. So I just need to pull this lever and it's going to dump lava into here. Like immediately. Then this is just going to spew lava out here. Dead. It's the one that bit the 2 dwarves that are now werepigs. I did answer your question, so you can't, like, just keep repeating it. Oh, damn, there's a lot of stuff back here. Look at all of this. So much copper. All right. Chat, do you guys think that this fight went okay? We attacked a, where was it? Something that I was at war with almost no population. This. We attacked the hamlet of Fruit Growled, which is a goblin hamlet run by the Angry Demon, who's the goblin faction that keeps attacking us. Yes, Tabula Rasa. And yes. I'm currently playing on that version. It's also the title of my stream, Amexite. Do you think it went well? Or do you think it went poorly, chat? What do you think? Let's find out. Reports. We raided this place. Stingray led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin named Ika. Stingray outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Yay! Well, that's a good start. We killed a goblin, which was struck down by Cyril. Ika, their leader, was also struck down, and we looted treasure. Okay, so what treasure did we loot? Some musical instrument, a copper clay cage, a cloak, a toy axe. Can I just say it's really funny? We stole their lunch. We stole a giant bat kidney. Just like some food, you know. Although, ironically, in adventure mode, this is very similar to my lootings. It's like, oh yeah, no, I stole some kidneys, just some food that I found, a new loincloth, like an axe blade. Good times. All right, let's go do that again. I'm just gonna train on this, except we're gonna see if they have any livestock. Stole some kid's backpack. We literally showed up, beat up 2 goblins, and stole like their lunch. That's basically what we just did. Killed 2 goblins and stole their food, basically. Looted their coffers, if you will. Back at it, dwarfs. Bitter after getting into an argument. I wonder what you got into an argument about. I want to make this dwarf into a legendary warrior and then make them into my champion. What do you need to do missions? Soldiers that are trained enough to not immediately die on said missions. Drew, Scriver, thank you very much. Pillaging a toy axe is kind of dark. Trust me, that's not the darkest thing happening in this fort right now. Thank you very much for the 10 pennies. I do appreciate your 2 cents on things. Although I realize that there's more than 2 cents, but that's not how the saying goes, so we'll live with it. Also, copper, 187 copper nuggets. How about 20 aluminum? So let's do smelt native copper. And let's just do that 80 times. And I'm gonna go over here. And I'm going to dig through this now. I'm gonna dig right there, and then I'm just gonna channel that straight down. That's gonna cause that to flow over into here, and then I have a bigger forge, officially. I can also extend this stockpile to over here. But yeah, one of my goals is to make Celeste's dwarf into Ghost Dwarf. So this is an undead baby who's running around babbling. I don't actually think it's getting carried by its mom anymore. Nope, it is. So it's an insane, injured, undead baby. The easiest way would be... That's the baby, yeah. It's still alive. Mom's still carrying it. Mom's 73, so she's got like 100 years or so of time left to carry baby. I don't know what injured the baby. From what I can tell, it got hit by a minecart. That was what the combat log said. That's about it. So, yeah, kind of dark. But yeah, pumps is probably the easiest way to transport lava. There is no real easy way to transport lava. I mean, unless you consider filling minecarts easy, but filling minecarts is less of a easy process and more of a very slow process because you have to do them one at a time and then reassign the minecarts to a different layer, which is... I don't consider that to be easy, but I don't know, live your life. If you consider that easy, then I guess that's easy. My mayor at the time was a necromancer, and there was a big combat blab. If you watch the most recent highlight video I uploaded, at some point during that fight, the baby gets rezzed. I don't know exactly when, though. Let's do nice. Of someone carving a giant from a boulder. I initially read that as someone carving out giant blubber, and I was like butchery? Perplexed for a second there. But sounds like MakerTube. Also in an ad break, so I'll pause. Had a good sleeping bag. Welcome back. Nothing crazy's happened. Although, did you leave before or after the patch came out and the announcement for Dwarf Fortress was announced? I think that was before. Anyway, we have a release date now. Before the proper stream started? Yeah, that's what I thought. So, the 17th of April is the approximate release date. Or rather, is the, like, adventure mode beta release date. And just not put it in the release notes? I guess so, yeah. So, if you're going to generate a new world, do that. I'm just gonna DM Putnam about that, because that is weird, actually. In regard to trolls. Just asking Putnam to confirm. I'm assuming it's in there. Because, like, my game barely even updated. Also, because that was, like, one of the major features of this patch, so it'd be really strange if they didn't make their way in this side. A statue of purring maggots. Thanks, I hate it. Squad has returned again. Searched and found nothing. Got it. Well, let's... There's nothing there. Let's find something else. Something with not a huge population, but something that I'm at war with that has goblins in it. That's a weird place. The Fogs of Dust. Elves are there. So I'm actually apparently at war with an elven faction. They're just so far away they haven't attacked me. These are the goblins I'm at war with. Let's see. What do we have? Also kind of tempted to just raid... Ooh, let's go after this. Kind of tempted to raid a necromancer tower just to try and steal their books. Because, you know, like, it's very clear that, like, necromancy is pretty common in this faction because we've already got good number of necromancers around. Like, there's, the main human trader that we trade with is a necromancer, just as an example. And I had a necromancer migrate into my fort, so it has to be, like, relatively common knowledge. Can't be that uncommon. Necronomicon time? Oh, yeah. I mean, also I have a pretty damn great defense against zombies, so kind of just want my military to get a little bit better. I want them to do it right the first time and not get kidnapped, you know? I'm also going to poke around and see if I can find some more dwarves that would be good in the military before we do that, because I want to have a bigger squad, because right now I've got a squad of 3 and this squad of Marks dwarves, and turns out Marks dwarves not that great for attacking things. Necromancy, common knowledge. Yeah, exactly. Seems to be it. I mean, I do kind of have this goblin in my library. Speaking of library, let's chuck some more bookcases into this library. Let's expand this library a little bit. There we go. Let's get some more basalt tables in here, you know? Make this place a little nicer. I got so many thrones covered in gems. That's absurd. Let's do a bunch of this. Out of tables. All these were basalt tables. So let's do basalt tables. Wordmaster, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the brand new Prime sub? It's good to have you. Remember to take notes, chat. There will be a test at the end of the stream. But that's why I'm building a library, so it's easy for you to take notes. I like how that's your only demand is female. So I'm assuming that the most upset planter will do? Or the zombie will do? Yeah, let's get somebody happy who doesn't die immediately, because I know you want that much as well. Bastet is a gem setter. She's 91 years old. She has plenty of friends and worships Zon Uvesh, who's the religion of the doctrine of containing, who I'm not familiar with. Never deliberates before acting to the point of being considered thoughtless. She is impervious to the effects of stress and rarely develops negative feelings towards things. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She's trusting. She has an active sense of humor, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She lives a fast-paced life and takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and likes to brawl. She's quite ambitious, and she has a greedy streak. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she is given to flights of fancy. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior is vain and offensive, sees the perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and values sacrifice and values eloquence, likes salphite, black bronze, smoky quartz, and rubber wood. That's wood made of wood that makes that's wood that makes rubber, not the other way around. King snake tooth and unicorn bone, and the color gold. Tetrahedra and bolts, gauntlets, grates, and geese for their formation flying. And the sound of the rhyming verse, when possible, prefers to consume single grain wheat beer and absolutely hates snails. I mean, you spend all of your good luck getting first most days. So it would make sense the day you don't get first, you get the dwarf. Also, hey, hope you're doing well. So, chat, cross your fingers. Let's hope that we get some traders. Also, to confirm, Putnam says, oh yeah, that's in there. It just must have slipped through the cracks on the patch notes. So, yeah, it's the Trolls rework is in fact in there. It's just not in the patch notes. Yeah, let's hope. So you can broker and barter us into having a good trading session. It'll also level up our Baron, which will get us one step closer to Mountain Home. I mean, come on, this is a pretty, like, Mountain Home-looking, Mountain Home-ish place. I mean, look at it. Look at it. It's very Mountain Homey. Me and all my Mountain Homies agree. This fortress is very Mountain Homey. How can it not be? I'm pretty sure it's the only volcano fort in this faction, too. The great metropolis of Subtlescribe. So in a moment, this should all fill up with lava. Let's hope nobody torches themselves. So far, nobody's torching themselves. That's good. Waiting on one more. Excellent. Here's hoping those... Ooh. Of course, I get a vile force of darkness while my soldiers are all off the map. All right, chat room. Cross your fingers that soldiers don't come back while the goblins are still here, because that could end poorly. Just making sure I lock that door first this time. Don't come back yet. I didn't send them that far, though. What are you doing? There you go. Go drop that off. Just double check this. That's closed. Why does this door take so much longer to close? I don't like this. It stresses me out. Come on, dwarves. Where are the snatchers? Don't make me just manually lock the doors. I guess I will. I will. Fine. Play it safe. Wow, it's a good thing I locked the doors. Soldiers aren't coming back yet, so that's good. All right, who's ready to actually properly finally test this goddamn thing after like an entire day? Multiple days even. Oh, now they're coming back. Okay, so you know what? They went off and raided. Undetected. They found nothing. Okay, well, that's fine. Let's send them... and just send them back out immediately. It's going to take a second for the other ones to come back. As for the other ones, I'm also going to send them back out immediately. Not going to send them as far, though. Let's say... send them to one of these abandoned sites to go grab artifacts. Okay. Let's go. So I am going to select you. We're going to watch you. Here we go. Wish us luck. Okay, so now we wait as the goblins start to walk closer. Whew! Got one. Not a bad shot. Got him with the lava mist, that one. Well, that's not good. Why did you guys come all... why did you come all the way back, Irish? Why did you come all the way back, Stingray? You were supposed to leave the map. You had one job, and that was leave the map. You would have had a higher chance of survival if you'd left the map. Instead, you decided to stay and fight. And you know what? I respect it. You, the legendary Mark's dwarf, dueling in between these goblins. Man. I'm gonna just cancel this mission. Tell them all to station right there, because they'll all come flying back pretty quick. I think. I told you to station. Oh, never mind. They're still leaving the map. Oh, that's very funny. They're still leaving the map. Okay, well. In that case, who did I tell you guys to go attack? It was, let's say go hit these guys, and I'll send you good luck. Wait, hold on. I guess they're gonna go raid two different places. Here's hoping it still works. Where'd the goblins go? Are they still... oh, wow, they are. How the heck did you break aggro with them? I mean, okay. Anyway, this lucky or unlucky goblin is trying his best. Goblin is still fighting with Stingray. Comes two more goblins. War Grizzly is helping Stingray, I think. Doesn't have a War Grizzly, but he is fighting with this goblin. I think the other dwarf fell in the lava. I mean, I've got two dwarves like right here who are... oh, Stingray is coming inside to pick up... I was worried about this. There's no way Stingray is going to make it in. So I guess all I can really do is pull this lever. And stop the thing. Because he's trying to get inside. That one's vomiting. This one's running, who is seriously injured. Fortunately, they're going to fight with Stingray in an area that's way safer for Stingray. Stingray just walks right past them because he doesn't give a shit. Which is kind of wild. And Cog runs past him. Did you just... yeah, you're sprinting away. So there's still magma mist everywhere, meaning if the magma mist doesn't dissipate, and if... okay, these have been stopped. Okay, so they are safe for the time being, meaning they can get through. There isn't, like, any, like, crazy gauntlet that they're running through right now. They can just walk into the fort. So here's hoping they make it into the fort. We do have two very... what? Oh, I see. The other squad came back again. Okay, well, let's set you guys to be a squad. I don't know who you are, Geshit the Gelder, but I told these dwarves to be a squad. So since you guys are a squad, let's just station you guys right here, and try and fight these goblins. We've got Dang dueling with Melbill here. We've got man. I think that I may have like broken a bunch of missions here. Let's see if I can just get these other guys to come back. Here's hoping they come back. God damn it, please come back. Melbill, the Spear Dwarf, you there. Where is Celesty? Amethyst. You are all the way back here running away trying to pick up. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to open the fucking front door. We're just going to do that. We're just going to open the goddamn front door and tell all my squads to station right there and hopefully they come back because like I'm currently incapable of getting a good fight in this fort. I mean, I guess it's my own fault for like, you know, wanting a more pacifist sort of fort, but here we are anyway. Dwarves, go stand right there. The siege broke, so I guess that's good. They're running off that way. Spear Dwarf was found dead. Gelder was found dead because this idiot's killing them. Let's just go kill these two. Bug testing the raid order. Oh no, there's so many like known bugs with the raid orders. I think this squad will they'll come back, but they won't come back immediately. They'll probably come back as part of a migrant wave or something strange. Stingray has the order to kill goblins, of which he's literally, I think, beating it to death with his crossbow. No, he's firing bolts, actually. Point blank bolts. Yeah, he's shooting bolts into this guy. He will win. Anyway, a human caravan has arrived to trade, so I guess that's good. Good thing I opened the front door. I don't know how they're gonna get around these goblins, but you know, what could possibly go wrong at this point? What could possibly go more wrong? Why do you have 2 pairs of pants on? Oh, he's got trousers and leggings. Okay, well, I mean, fair. All right, well. I went and stole some books, so I guess that's good. I'm just going to send these 2 squads out to, I don't know. This goblin pit. And hope they come back. But that's all. What a great time to trade. Oh yeah, no, totally. It's the greatest time to trade. There's never a bad, when is there possibly a bad time to trade? Even thinking about the concept of a bad time to trade is ridiculous, as far as I'm concerned. But the good news is they brought wagons, which means they must be able to make it into the fort, so that's good. I hope you guys were entertained by that, because God, that was like weirdly stressful. Like everything kind of went wrong halfway through that fight. I've been quite literally incapable of like having good luck in this fort. It's kind of hysterical. Okay, so they can make it up. Well, that's good. Wagon rolling. Exactly what Monty Core said. Remember, if you click this button, any banned trade goods won't show up in this menu at all, so probably need new clothes. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm going to have problems getting those soldiers to come back because of the way they had to leave. It's almost always how I run into issues there, is when I have to send squads out in a situation when I wouldn't normally want to. Mostly just glass and gems. And that's a lot of armor, it's a lot of shields. Bunch of leather. A Cloth and gems. I don't know who this warrior's extract barrel or what this warrior's extract barrel is, but I will sell it. I will sell these the damaged other things. Let's see what else can I do that isn't damaged. It's a very fancy little mini forge. A billion thrones, some tables. Could just do a bunch of statues. Ah, that's fine, probably. Actually, literally all ammo that's arrows. Is there a reason I deliberately want to fight? I have a cool death machine and I want to watch it kill thing. That's basically it. If you spent all evening building a really cool defensive structure, wouldn't you not want to watch it work? Please just bring me wood. And also iron, tin, and bronze. Yeah, we'll do that. Iron, tin, and bronze. Also, hi, Boom Boom. What's up? What? Presme was found dead, and I think one of my marks, yeah, I think you're correct on the marks were falling to the lava, chat. And Presme went insane finally. Rest in peace to Presme. Can I get some Fs in chat? That goes for you too, YouTube. For those of you listening. Why are you naked, dwarf? You know, might be a crazy statement. I think I need to make some new clothes. Yeah, everybody's kind of got crappy clothes. Let's just grab a fully clothed dwarf. Like this. A screenshot their inventory. Open up the inventory. And I'm going to queue up a bunch of clothing. Cloth sock. Cloth glove. Cloth mitten. And, of course, cloth shoe. All right, let's do leather shoes. And, silk hood. And cloth trousers. And cloth tunic. We're just going to do 120 of each. I'm gonna jump down here and I'm gonna make a couple more clothier shops. Because these are basalt, yep. Not a ton more, maybe like 2 or 3 more. It's a damn shame, though. Always sucks to lose dwarves in horrific ways. Gotta admit, that was a pretty horrific way. Fell bait. I think that this attack in this place might be a trap. It is called fell bait, after all. Hopefully we haven't fallen for the bait, you know what I'm saying? This fort's full of messy dwarves, I gotta say. It will also mean that we're gonna have a lot of new clothes to trade. What do I think of the new menu changes? It's kind of funny I'm getting asked this now because like I gave all my thoughts really like a month ago when the experimental branch came out. I like them. I think that they are better examples of updated UI than what DF Hack has done, because DF Hack gives away way too much information with a lot of their menu additions. And I think that it is a better, more fitting addition to the UI than the way DF Hack went about doing a lot of it. That's basically it. I like them. They're good. Why? What do you think? I think your guys' thoughts are probably more interesting than mine because I've been playing on this patch for so long. Except for maybe the kitchen system and missing DF Hack. The only issue I have with the kitchen system is the fact that it feels like it shows everything that you currently have, not everything that you've always had, which means there will be times where you look at it and it looks like you should have something, but you don't on the list, and so you have to wait until you have it again. So if you're trying to forbid like them from cooking, let's just say fat, it doesn't let you forbid them from cooking fat because you don't have fat currently in your inventory because they cooked all of it. That's kind of annoying. But aside from that, I don't really have any issues with the new kitchen system. It's pretty much the same as it was, with just that kind of minor caveat, which can be fixed. We're also in an ad break, so I will pause. But yeah, that's really it. That's really it. Also, just a heads up, tomorrow's stream is going to be a little shorter than today's because tomorrow I have a concert to go to in the evening. I will be vanishing off into the ether a little bit earlier in the day, but we'll go a decent amount more tonight, and then I will get a news video up for tomorrow. I love when people just like see dwarves get stuck. Like I just see this thread, right, on Reddit, which is just this. Just watched a dwarf kill himself in a really funny way. He was mining in the obsidian spire or the adamantine spire, and dwarf got encased in magma in obsidian because water hit him, and he got pushed into water. It's like, that is quite literally my favorite way for dwarves to die, is just like sudden surprise insta lava, like obsidian encasement. Yeah, I don't disagree. Like Putnam's reasoning for it, and like this is what she said in the interview when I was talking with her, was the goal is to condense the menus, because Dwarf Fortress is like an ever-expanding Frankenstein's monster of menus, right? Like that is the issue with Dwarf Fortress. It is in 10 years, this UI will have 30 new menus, right? Maybe not 30, but it will have at least a decent number of new menus. And because every single menu is like set to expand, the concern is, well, how do you keep a game like that playable, right? Because there's always going to be chunks getting added, things getting added, stuff getting added, things getting tweaked, stuff getting added, rinse, repeat. And I think that that leads to this problem where you'll just kind of inevitably... Are you just like refusing to leave? Is that what's happening here? Okay, Yep, that sucks. Just having to do this. I don't want to do this, but I've played this game long enough to know that they're never coming back unless I remove them all one by one. and then delete the squad. That's a bug I would really like to see fixed one of these years. Oh wait, no, you're supposed to be a Marksdorf squad, not that. Doing anything cool with lava? I have minecart shotguns. I would say that's pretty cool. I was going to build a moat, but kind of got distracted today with a lot of different things. I don't want to buy their gems, but they're kind of expensive. What's your favorite thing to do with lava? Cordial villain. Hey, they brought an elephant. Gonna buy all these sheets and make choirs. And with these books. And these books. Those. This is actually a bug, though. Soldiers getting stuck off map and not returning. That actually is a bug. You see, things that are considered features by the community are things that make the game better. If you listened to the conversation at all yesterday, which clearly you didn't, you would know that my definition between bug and feature is something that improves the game versus something that makes the game worse. So something that improves the game, I wouldn't be calling a bug. This doesn't improve the game. This is just making the game worse. I have a gnome blight barrel? That's crazy. Shit. I don't think I've ever seen the humans with gnome blight. Is it possible to play Dwarf Fortress improperly, though? I don't think it's possible to play Dwarf Fortress improperly. Hey, chat room. Just a heads up to Twitch chat. Today's a real quiet day. The chat's really quiet. You guys are absolutely entitled to lurk. I got no problems with that. But the more active the chat, the longer the stream's going to go today. Less active the chat, shorter the stream's going to be. I haven't had to say that in ages, but I'm just going to point that out because it's been about 20 minutes since we've had active conversation, and this chat goes and dies by chat. Well, stream. This is why streams with dead chats play, you know, multiplayer games. This frigging mist ring generator is melting your brain. With pumps in between. And only one layer beneath so that you can dump a bucket of water there. That's it. Like I said, you're entitled to lurk. But if chat just gets dead quiet, I might end early. The same reason that restaurants close early if there's no customers, right? This is a business and this is my job. Still so new to the whole power thing. Power is something that I've always been perplexed that it confuses people so much because it's literally just connect axle to thing. Water is just put thing one layer above water. Put water wheel one layer above water. Wind is just put thing outside. Like it's all pretty straightforward. At least I always thought it was pretty straightforward. I mean, maybe I'm not, maybe I'm wrong there, but I always found it to be very straightforward at the very least. I don't think so. If there is one, I haven't found it yet. in regards to how deep can wells go. But it does take time for the bucket to travel. So just keep in mind that if you're making the buckets travel a really far distance, you may actually run into a problem of, you know, the buckets kind of going crazy, or not, like taking too long, and then the dwarves not being able to get like water to get into the hospital or something. Pervious to the effects of stress. And to seize perseverance. I'm looking for military dwarves right now. I'm actually just gonna throw Bastet into the military. Bastet, congratulations on going into the military. Enjoy it. Although this is supposed to be a Marks Force squad, not a close range squad. How about you? Shameless, tries to keep his things orderly, likes to take it easy, thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding, considers, which as this were not the case, he considers altruism foolish. Remember how a second ago I also stated it's totally fine for people to lurk? It's totally fine for people to lurk, but consider this. Basically every Twitch stream is a call-in show. Call-in shows are real boring if nobody calls in, right? I'm not saying you need to talk. I'm just being transparent with how I run my show. If chat gets really quiet for an extended period of time, I call it early. Because it's a silly business move to not. So, it's kind of how it is. Wintersy is a sacred sheen and is cutting gems currently. You liked being near a trade depot recently, and you've been away from friends for too long. And your husband is a gem setter, hanging out in the library. That's a lot of cookies. What's the occasion? Big Bang. Points and shakes his finger when he's angry and begins to dream. Everybody dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. We're not as bad as the last faction, where literally nobody in the entire fort also respects the law and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. So his life is unfair and doesn't mind it that way, so you don't mind if you have to do off-putting things? What are you trying to tell me? Well, yeah. Now you need to also bake cookie. Would personally have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Sees lying as an important means to an end, respects the fair dealing and fair play, and doesn't care about art one way or another. Tomorrow's our day in the office, and it's one of your coworkers' last day. Oh, is this one of those like it's like saying goodbye to a family member? I definitely had coworkers like that, where it's like, God damn it! Could not care less about his appearance or talents. All right, Ezem. In the military. So, Lie Maker, who's stressed. Yes. You want martial training, though. Had old clothing pretty recently, which you weren't a fan of. Who's mastering a skill? Well, how about you take a crossbow dwarfingism? Or coal, rather. Also gonna toss you in there. Okay, Amethyst came back from her tiny raid. Amethyst led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin. Someone's dark evil. It's tactical planning with spirit, but the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Amethyst clashed with 9 goblins in failbait, and they got away. Well, I guess that's good. Now we hope that I get a migrant wave and those other soldiers come back. Which they probably will. They usually do eventually, but jeez. DF really isn't a roguelike, at least not Fortress mode. Jupiter, Hell Caves of Cud, Soul Ash, Path of Acra, Soul Ash 2, Path of Acra, Doors of Trithius. There's a few. Brogue. Yeah, here's hoping it doesn't, like, damage, like, the coherency of your team or anything. How many sandbags do I have? 38. 38 sand. 58 total. All right, let's do this. Collect sand. And let's just say 200. And then I'm going to say green glass blocks. And I'm going to say make 200. Except I only want 2 workshops making green glass blocks. The rest is collecting sand. Why are there birds harassing the bear cubs? Because I had a giant wren and a giant raven that were both tame that I bought off of the elves, and I just put them in there because I thought that they could play. They seem to be friends. I don't think there's any harassment going on that you need to be concerned about. Tanners, butchers. Okay, so let's go. Butchers, tanners. I'm going to move these down here finally. I think the floor color in this fort's fantastic, yeah. Just the general look of this fort has turned out real well. It's turned out very rustic, I guess. And let's also put some tanners down here. Make those out of microcline. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Keep you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. And last, I'm going to get rid of you. And this is all just going to go down here. And this is going to be for food, everything but seeds. And I can go up here and get rid of that. It's just barrels and pots and rock pots everywhere. Not bad. I don't know how this basalt crown got in here. I guess somebody pushed something in here at some point. So toss that. Don't really need instrument crafts. These merchants are leaving. Whole bunch of crafting's getting done. How much aluminum do I have? Chad, I need an idea of something to build right now. What should I be building? What would you like to see? Do I have a strange mood running by? Am I going crazy? Nope. 20 aluminum. I could do a fountain. Easy enough. Question is, do I make one that I can turn off? Kind of already have a treasury. It's right there. The problem is I don't really have any materials that are good to make into coins. What I would say, but... Decorate with bone. I will set that to 10. I have a fully functioning prison that's full of chains. It's lovely. They even get tables and chairs and statues to oogle. Most of the chains are made out of aluminum. Very fancy chains. Actually really fun trying to draw them on the side. I mean, the coins are kind of neat. It's... Kubak has been elected to the position of Sacred Sheen of the denomination of Glitter. Excuse me? Why? Somebody's dying. Slightly concerning that. Oh, hey look, it's one of my dwarves. They're kidnapped there. Dark human pits. At least we're friends. I could do a fountain. The question is, where the heck do I put it? Because I kind of wanted to build a moat today. I just kind of don't know where to put it. So I could absolutely build a fountain alongside of a moat. It's just a question of, again, where do I put it? Because the problem, this map is so steep. It's like, I could kind of put something down here. That would be the easiest place to put it. Just a pile of blood right there. Fountain off the mountain? Fountain off the mountain? Pressure in lava doesn't really work that way. At least not how I know how to make it work. So I think it would end up more like a large dribble off the mountain, maybe less of a fountain. Because fountains kind of need to be vertical. Right, actually, hold on. Let me look at something. All right, it's time to start flattening the mountain. If I'm putting a fountain on top of the mountain, I gotta flatten it a little bit. Yep, new patch. And also now's when you want to generate a new world because trolls have been fixed. Although I still haven't seen them. Maybe it's just this world I've generated, but I've seen other things other than trolls, so that's good. A lot more beak dogs too. Let's just toss some more possible military dwarves into here. We'll just throw dwarves that have skills, and if they get pissed, I'll remove them. Easy peasy. Oh, that's not good. There's traders right here. The Werskink Rakbin Kempla has come. A large skink twisted into human shape. It is crazed for flesh and blood, and its eyes glow fuchsia. Its sandy top scales are jagged and close set. You will know why you fear the night. Oh, good lord. Well, great. Hold on, gotta cancel that. There's a wagon right there. Dwarves, go inside, please. Please. Please go inside. Dwarves, go inside, please. That's Logum. Okay, well, it's already bleeding. It appears to be fighting with this human pikeman. This human pikeman stabs it. Has it bit it yet? Oh, it did. It already bit a human merchant in the head. Well, that's a good start. The humans are gonna love me. Stone is being very brave and fighting with it. Are any more of my dwarves joining in the fight? Also, Stone's full name is now Stone Stroke Lances the Fatal Passion. I didn't realize that was Stone's full title, but I guess it is. Stone, the high intricacy says, this fight is on me. This might require an answer. Strikes the wereskink in the left lower arm with her copper pick, tearing the muscle and bruising the bone. An artery has been opened by the attack. A sensory nerve has been torn, and a tendon has been torn. The force twists the upper arm, bruising the fat. It is bleeding, and its guts are hanging out. You struck it in the upper leg, tearing the muscle and bruising the bone. A few turns pass. You still haven't been hit yet, so that's good. None of my other dwarves have joined in. This dwarf down here is just vengeful while joining an existing conflict. Bits and pieces are flying everywhere. Stone is backed off, and Stone got attacked but jumped away. Got attacked a second time, jumped out of the way of the wereskink's flight path because the wereskink like launched itself at you. The wereskink is now fighting with what appears to be a bear. One of my stray war grizzly bears is in the fight now, fighting with the wereskink. In fact, it's let's see, biting the wereskink, giving the wereskink a piece of its own, problems. The stray war grizzly bites the wereskink again. Bear going, big snack, and it appears bear got it. Shoutouts to the bear. Although you didn't get the kill. Did the human get the kill? Yeah, the human got the kill. Human soldier got the kill. This is the human merchant who's bleeding heavily, who got bit. Still bleeding, seriously injured, and is moving to the edge of the map. Guys, you may want to... We tell them, Chad? Time to get back to digging. Shoutouts to the bear. Yeah, no, the bear just made our lives a lot easier just there. Almost want to add Stone to the military after that. And they leave a mess for us to clean up. How nice of them. Good job, Stone, too. Yeah, it's probably my favorite feature of the new update. That and, like, the fact that statues have more stuff. And it's not mentioned in the actual update itself, but trolls being fixed is huge. They don't leave? Oh, they are leaving right now. We already traded with them. So, I mean, the human merchant's name was Aquav Sethri Shibi. Aquav Seshwi Shribi. So if you guys can remember that name, when they show up next year, assuming I'm still streaming today or tomorrow, then we can, like, off them then. We'll just be very sus when the humans show up to trade next year. Assuming they show up to trade next year and they don't all die. Which, honestly, is a very real possibility. They may just all go and die. Ooh. Realized Raoul over here. The fun weapon. Raoul has a flail. A silver flail, even. Jayla Lund, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. What if there was a website where you could post and download other players' worlds? There is. It's called DFFD, Dwarf Fortress File Depot. There's something that I've wanted to do for a bit, but I'll be honest, I don't really know how to do it well. I've wanted to essentially just make a world with some sort of, like, we talked about doing it with Obsidian, but some sort of, like, personal wiki, not fandom. Fandom sucks. But some sort of, like, wiki software where you got, but it would, in order to do this, it would require two things. It would require a lot of dedication from you guys and also kind of a lot of moderation from me. Essentially, what would be really cool to do would be to build a world with a wiki and build a wiki for each world, or like a page in each wiki for each world, and like note down interesting things in history, things that happen in the world as I/others are playing, and stuff like that. I just don't think that my stream community is dedicated enough to make that shit happen. So I don't know. Two echidnas just came onto your map? Undead echidnas? Because not undead echidnas aren't immortal. It's just the undead ones that are. Uh-oh, frame rate's tanking. Why that? Why is there 43 voracious cave crawlers on the map? Chat room, can I get a round of beers for that brand new Prime sub, by the way? No, it is a lot of work, and yeah, chat's lazy as heck. Like, it's not even me insulting you guys. It's just kind of a fact. Like, we know this. We know this about you guys. I'm thinking we go hit something on the overworld. Just gonna try and find a site while the ad break is running. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for places with populations of... Ooh. What if I just go hit this with all three? Like, and queue up the second mission and do that twice, because I just want all those books. Look at them all. It's a destroyed fortress. Oh, it is useful. You can exterminate. Here, I'll show you how it works. Type in exterminate. Press enter. It shows you what's on the map. So let's just get rid of... Exterminate 50... Oh, actually, they must be mounted on something. Exterminate... voracious cave crawler. Oh, I spelled crawler wrong. Exterminate voraci O-U-S _cave crawler. Exterminated 43 creatures. Let's except it's case sensitive, so serpent man. There's also something funny about saying exterminate Ant-Man out loud. Oh, that helps the frames. Hey, number went back up. Hang on. If squads never come back, they're stuck or they're dead. One of the two. So if squads die or get kidnapped, the game's supposed to report that. Sometimes it doesn't do that. And it's a pretty gnarly issue with attacking things. I also ran into this problem just now in this fort, where if a squad leaves the map and the mission gets canceled as they're leaving the map, I have them sometimes get stuck just off map, and sometimes this command fixes it. Fix retrieve units. But not always. That time it did nothing. So, I don't know. So generally, if you have squads that get stuck off map for a really long time, I just assume they're dead and move on. It doesn't happen for really long periods of time to me, and then it'll happen a whole bunch in a short period of time, and it's kind of annoying. I wish it was less of a thing. And it's possibly my highest on the wish list of things that actually are a problem with this game that I wish we could just get fixed. Because squads going off and disappearing just sucks. You'd love to check out my forts in adventure mode? I mean, I've posted some of my save files, and then I look at the download counts on DFFD, and it's like 3 people downloaded this. It's like, why did I even bother uploading it? I don't know. I've uploaded some of my worlds on my Discord server, and some people download them. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where like I need people to actually seem like they want it. People say that they want it, and then they never download it. And it's like, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's easy enough to just not, because people say they want it, and then they don't actually do anything with it. But maybe like that's just the number of people that ask, right? Like 3 people. Like I think the only save file I've ever had that actually had a considerable number of people download it was Weather Mountains, which was my tutorial Let's Play save. So it's like, am I gonna take the 15 minutes to grab the save file, zip it, upload it, do all of that if nobody's gonna download it? No, I'm not. It's just there's a certain level of things that I'm willing to do, and there are points where it's like, nah, I'm good. That, I think, is where I'm going to put the reservoir. But thank you, though, Die1995, watching the streams. Okay, I have no idea how to say your name, person on YouTube who just said hello, but hello! Like Xerxes? Like Xerxes? Exercy? I don't actually know. But hello. How are you? $600 Ullman killing your FPS? Yep. Also, another reason why my frame rate's can be a little bit low is frame rate gets destroyed when you're channeling large areas. I don't know why, but it's like, at the very least on my system, and other people have like said the same thing, channeling a large chunk of stuff is like the worst thing you can do for your frame rate. So I'm basically kind of accepting that that what I'm doing right now is just going to be really bad for my frame rate, which, fine. That is not an issue for me. Okay, so I'm going to... green glass tube. Green glass cork. Let's do 10 of each. Yeah, it's just been that way as long as I've played. You did Google and you find it said that animals... Well, I mean, the reason animals assigned to a squad member would be a problem is because if they do not leave the map, Hoff, then they'll never come back. So if the entire squad, including the animals, haven't left the map, that can be a problem. So say you have a bear assigned to one of your military dwarves, right? If the bear is in a pasture, they don't leave the pasture when you send the squad out. Meaning that if you have a bear in a pasture that is assigned to one of your military dwarves, and you don't let the bear leave the pasture, then the military dwarf will never come back because they're waiting just off the map for the bear to leave. So that's the only result that you're getting. But if you have made sure that every single dwarf, including your military dwarves, leave the map, that can still be an issue. They just don't come back. And trust me, I've checked. It's an issue. This is the deepest we're going here. It's the last layer down. That is kind of the problem with Googling stuff about Dwarf Fortress is a lot of the stuff that you'll get will either be older issues or related but not the issue that you're having. But that's just any complicated game, I guess. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I don't like using war animals that are grazers, like elephants. I don't particularly like using war elephants, outside of just pasturing them somewhere where they can just fight things that run into them. Outside of that, I don't particularly like using, like, war elephants. I don't particularly like using, like, war rhinos, either. What game are we talking about? Die? I don't play any multiplayer games, so I have no idea what you're, like, really proposing, I guess. I mean, DF isn't a multiplayer game, so there is no way to do that. You're asking, like, getting a bunch of people to remote play with Dwarf Fortress? That sounds extraordinarily awful. It's just not a thing you can really do. And also, no. No, I'm good. Even if it was a thing you could do. There's been several mods in the past that have tried to make Fortress mode for Dwarf Fortress multiplayer. Without just rehashing a lot of conversations I've had a billion times, I will just say this. You might think you want that. You don't want that. Believe me, you really, really, really do not actually want it. You think you do, you don't. You don't have to believe me. It's okay, but... The giant Laxul Tachytron Unibultolus has come. A gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. Has my army come back? Yay, they just came back. Perfect timing. I was gonna say, if they come back right now, might be very good for them to come back if they haven't come back yet. Which they have, which is good. You have a mist generator? Hey, there you go. Now, the best way to play Dwarf Fortress in multiplayer is to jump into my Discord and go to the room called Succession Forts, and then ask nicely if you can join. Because a Succession Fort is where you and a bunch of other players trade save files back and forth. I mean, then at that point, like, basically what you're suggesting is just sit in a video call with somebody and share screen. That's what you're... All right, I'm gonna shut this conversation down right now. Stop talking about multiplayer Dwarf Fortress. If you want to talk about it, just take into DMs. I give up. Like, that's it. Just cease the discussion. If you want to talk about Succession Forts, go nuts. I do not want this discussion to continue in my chat. Let's see. Where is this giant? There you are. That's easy. You have a child. Oh, hey. You're carrying a totem. That's interesting. What's the totem? It's a human skull totem. Curious wilderness creatures are agitated wildlife. I'll just tell them to go kill it. Speaking of pets and pastures, what are giants? What are giants? Chat, what is a giant? I mean, they might be giants. A giant is a very large humanoid creature. It's a giant, like David and Goliath, a big person. Big honk poison here to beat yo face in. And this one's a lady. She has a broad body. Her teeth are widely spaced. She has killed 3 humans in the past. And is the enemy of a lot of people. Yes, they are weak as hell, though. Lady dwarf of any kind. After giant dead. Well, they're weak as hell if you have if you have trained dwarves. If you don't have trained dwarves, they're very strong. The spear dwarf stabs the giant in the lower body. Well, very strong is relative. They can be they can do a lot of damage to you. I must just lost a foot. How? Did you lose a foot? Giant strikes at him, strikes the spear dwarf in the upper arm, but you blocked it. Oh. Well, it scratched you in the foot and your foot flew off. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyway, the giant's dead now. And, where did its totem go? You were carrying a oh, there it is. Daro Kitvid. I don't know what that is. I'll put it there. You would like a lady dwarf of any kind. I will give you Cog. But before I give you Cog, I'm gonna see how this went. Stole a bunch of books, yay! We're gonna go attack another thing. Goblin, that's a big-ass goblin fort. Barricaded ghoul. We're going to send... What's the squad I just built? Not the bottom one, these ones. Okay, the ones with Glee in the name. You two are gonna go steal more stuff. Whereas the lone Glee is gonna go raid this place with an attempt to steal livestock. Good luck, dwarves. So this child is going to be Baby Blueford. Good night, Lion. She is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need after gaining a sibling in 525. Rolf is your mother. You are the older sister of Zathan the zombie. So, good for you. You really like performing, apparently. She is impervious to the effects of stress, probably because her sister died, and is gripped by crippling shyness. She is often gets caught up in internal deliberations, and she often acts with compassion. She is conflicted by this since she sees these tendencies as an impotent for the quest for power. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and is quick to anger. She is stubborn and she stomps her feet repeatedly when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally sees family as one of the most important things in life. Strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. Believes that peace is always preferable to war. Respects power and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. She likes obsidian, zinc, and aquamarine, ash wood, and the color vermilion when possible. She prefers to consume mussel, swamp whiskey, and absolutely hates rats. She's a member of the Faith of Wandering and was afraid after experiencing trauma because she saw Presme die in front of her. Starved to death, in fact. Yes, Talon. Did you know that people who take care of chickens are chicken tenders? No, I didn't. I guess I would say I would be somebody who tends to chickens, not somebody who takes care of chickens, but who am I to correct thee? I don't know. I don't take care of chickens. We're just decorating stuff with bones, left and right, all over the place. Keep thinking all of my gem cutters are ghosts. Oh, a shirtless dwarf running by. Are you getting clothes? Assuming you are. There you go. Brand new tunic. Elfie Bean, thanks for the raid. Visually impaired is another way of referring to legally blind. My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye has severe tunnel vision with floating blind spots. So having glasses does not make you visually impaired. Essentially, I have multiple forms of blindness and vision degradation. But Suited Giraffes, Mitchell, Fire, Elfie Bean. Hello. Welcome, Raiders. How was stream be? You, let's see. You missed a giant that attacked. You missed me losing an entire squad to oopsies and accidentally panicking and canceling a siege. You missed a goblin siege. You missed me accidentally knocking one of my own dwarves into lava. I've expanded this a little bit, and a were creature attacked a human caravan and bit a human trader in the head. Trying to think if I missed anything else. And there's pants everywhere. But hi, Elfie. I really hope Elfie shouted herself out. Yeah, Stony fought said were creature. And the giant brought a totem. A human head totem. So I put it in the only logical place, which was the Doctor's Guild. The game is saving, but you know. What's my favorite biome to play on? It's something different than the one I just played on. Not the one I played on previously, basically. Gotta keep it interesting. Oh, gotcha. Hopefully everything went smoothly, or was crazy and exciting, one of the two, depending on what you're hoping for. Making dwarves happier and building a dungeon and making the nobles' rooms nicer and figuring out where the water was getting in. What, like aquifer water or like leakage water? Hey, yawns. Big yawns. Define floodplain? You mean like there's a massive aquifer? Because like floods don't really happen. Or rather, floods haven't happened in Dwarf Fortress since 2007. Back in the like old eras. So yeah, I put the skull in the Doctor Guild Hall because I figured that would be fitting. It's like their, you know, their skull. And I'm really hoping now that it's autumn that the dwarves will show up and trade with me, which would be very, very nice. Because I didn't get to trade with them last year due to unfortunate timing. Holy crap, I've got a lot more aluminum ore than I thought I did. Also a lot more aluminum bars than I thought I did. Let's do, chat, rings, crowns, or goblets. What should I make out of aluminum? Rings, crowns, or goblets? Put a ring on it. Put a ring on the goblet. I'm seeing one for 3. I'll just count that one towards the winner if there's a tiebreaker. Goblets, goblets, rings, rings, crown, ring. Yeah. Rings it is. Hello, Fracta. Do 50 rings. And goblets. Do 20 goblets. I'm doing all right. Could always be doing worse, could always be doing better. Almost always be doing better. There we go. You forgot the message. Well, I mean, hey. What's up, Gracie? Could always just say late to the party, right? Or whatever. Actually, I do need to dig this down in 2 places. Gonna pump up from there. You're gonna pump up from there. And you pump up from there. Could also just double this up. I should actually do this the opposite way. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do this, actually. I'll be honest, I just kind of started building and didn't really think about where anything was going to go. Just, you know, wise. All right, so this is just going to fill up then. So I'll put a pump in here. Yeah, we'll put a pump in that. Chat really wants me to make a lava fountain, so I'm making a lava fountain. Specifically, a lava fountain with a lot of glass. But first, I need a little sectioned off area for lava. Snatchers. Protect the childs. By that, I mean, let's just make him stand right here. And it already runs off. In fear. Shouts to the dwarf who just dumped his pants on the ground as he showed up there to fight. Runs up, drops pants, chases goblin. Refuses to answer any questions. My invasion force is back. We snuck in undetected. I found nothing. All right, since we're starting to sneak in undetected, finding nothing, let's go here and see if I can save Endok. Trying to free captives and steal livestock. You know, honestly, I would say classic DF. It's commando. That's what we call a commando attack. We'll never see it coming. I'm just gonna dump these. Get rid of these. Get rid of them! We're on the 10th. I was gonna say migrants normally show up around the 19th, but I had a vile force of darkness that then immediately left. So I'm just gonna send the pants off squad, I mean the military over here. Oops. Finding snatchers, they're there. I found a snatcher somewhere. Oh, wow. Look at all the free cloth bins, holy shit. So I guess those humans dumped their cloth. Let's put those in there, I guess. A Weaver and my Baron are fighting. Dakos the Weaver, why are you attacking my Baron? Also, why do you have an axe if you're tantruming randomly? I think if you are attacking my Baron, I think it's time for you to go to prison. Also, my Captain of the Guard, needs to stop being sent out to do military things because I need my Captain of the Guard to, you know, do Captain of the Guard things. I also need a new bedroom for the captain of the guard, apparently, because I'm smart, and they lost theirs. Here, Cappy, you can have this. All right, no traders just yet. Here's hoping. Just waiting for Imush to leave the map, who I think was the dwarf that lost his legs. Yeah, he can't stand. He kind of lost his foot while fighting with a giant. I think it's time to maybe retire this dwarf from the military. Imush, you can move on to a grand new career of doing literally anything else. I'm actually curious as to what route they're taking to get up the mountain. You know, I gotta commend these dwarves' driving ability. They're very good at driving up the side of this mountain. We're also in an ad break, so I will just pause for a second. What's kicking, Cordilla? I'm not sure if you're in an ad break or not, so I don't know what to respond to that with. Not me, certainly. Somebody, probably. $5 old fashions. I can't say I've ever had a $5 old fashioned, but I've had a $8 old fashioned. It was okay. I had a $9 old fashioned once, which was so bad I sent it back and didn't ask them to remake it. I was at a bar in East Van, which was awful. It's one of the worst beverages I've ever had the displeasure of having to consume. Yeah, bullet's fine. The ads are pretty much done. $5 versus 15. Yeah, I mean, the 15 US is a bit pricey. Even compared to the place that I would normally go to, but okay, let's just turn that off. So there's going to be a lot of clothes to trade. Purely because I've been making clothes most of the year so far, so there's a whole lot of stuff that needs to be sold. I mean, look at all this. Jesus. I do wish that the new hotkeys were listed somewhere, because I know that a lot of new UI elements have hotkeys. But I wish that they were listed. Like, this is kind of... It's not that... You're not going to catch me saying that the developers over at Dwarf Fortress are bad, but they're hysterically amateur in some funny ways. It's always been that way, though. I don't think that'll ever really change. Where it's just like, man, this is a really useful feature that they've added in this update, but they'll never tell us how to find it. It's like the community collectively taking years to find a button that they added years ago. Which certainly has happened before. Like, they'll add a really interesting, useful thing, and then nobody will notice. Then multiple years later, we notice. I'm gonna start trading away some of these mugs. Let's get rid of the... We'll keep the granite mugs, but we're getting rid of the other ones. Holy shit, that's a $4,000 grate. That's a very expensive grate. Which button? Oh, I mean, things like this. Page up and page down work on certain screens now. I just want to know which screen they work on without me having to go, you know, look. Like, it doesn't work on this one. It does work on this one. Sort of. Well, actually, okay, it does something I completely didn't expect on this one, which is it swaps between everybody and nobody does this, which is interesting. Arrow keys work on this menu. It's a great, yes. The great of dwarf kind.
Death. Madness. This is Stone Hobo.
Hey, Hobo.
Yeet.
We now officially know that I'm going to be extraordinarily busy around April 17th. How are you, dude? I bought a soldering iron this morning. How are you? That's like honestly the most interesting thing I did today. Thanks for the $4.20. I did get rid of that sound command because it did get a VOD demonetized on YouTube once. The 420. I finally remembered to do it after when I was editing sounds for the charity event. So, sorry, but when are we going for an overpriced beer? I don't know. I don't know who you are. To be honest with you. I only go for overpriced beers with people I know in real life. Oh! Okay, now I know who you are. I don't know. When do you want to go get an overpriced beer? Do you still have my phone number? That's generally an easier way to do that, to be honest. Also, define overpriced. I just got back from the island, and beers on the island are upsettingly cheap, so... Like, when I can go get a pint of beer for, like, $4, it's like... And, like, good beer. Sent me a message on Discord, though. Okay, no, I do... It's the second half of the username that throws me off. I remember the first half of the username now that I see the Discord message. But, yeah, sure. I'll hit you up after. I'm going to a show on not Friday. On this, what day of the week's the 7th? Tomorrow. I'm going to a show tomorrow. If you want to go, like, see a bunch of guys with bagpipes play at the rickshaw. So this is a new one? Gotcha. No, I recognize the Discord name. Here. I will DM you a link. I mean, I'll just plop it in chat. I don't actually care. Chat, don't stalk me. If you stalk me, I will not call the cops, but I will complain loudly next time I see you. They do have a habit of selling out sometimes, but I don't think they've sold out yet. Okay. Interesting. Wait, oh shit. Stone got elected mayor. I know that that's like an oddly specific thing, but like we've had Az as the mayor for forever. But Stone got elected mayor. I guess like the dwarves saw Stone like hack a like were creature with a pickaxe and were like, we are electing this fool. Damn. After communing with Zon the Imprisoned. Your god is called the Imprisoned? Anyway, this dwarf is no longer my mayor, so I can now jump. Oh, you also just straight up don't have quarters. That's kind of funny. Well, I mean, I did just unassign you from them. Stone, I need to unassign you from your quarters, because I'm sure you have quarters. Because assigning dwarfs new quarters does not unassign them from their old quarters. Also, I didn't realize this, but Stone, did you know that you're married to a zombie? Because I didn't know this. Anyway, I do now. You're apparently married to Dragoon. Yeah, you are in fact married to a zombie. I wonder if that happened before or after they became a zombie. Okay, so this is even more interesting. So, Dragoon is the father of your kid. But if I look at Dragoon's mind, no relationship. Doesn't even know who you are. If I look at your mind, no relationship. Doesn't know who you are. So, yet when I assign you to a bedroom, I think we could say that your husband's dead to you. Is that fair to say? Gosh, that's funny. Good Lord, that is funny. Well, anyway, you're the mayor now. You continue to impress. I have come empowered to elevate this colony in the eyes of our realm. What requests do you have of our merchants? What's up, Lightheart? Thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, dude. Can somebody clip that bit with me realizing Stone was married to a zombie? Because that's just way too funny to me. I was gonna keep asking them to bring me more wood because it's just annoying to have to chop it down. Footwear is what they want. Well, I can do that. Easy peasy. Also, Stone, what do you want? Traps. Animal traps. Great. Well, I ain't going to be selling animal traps anytime soon. And also get rid of the old low boot / spear orders. Previous mayor. Turns out I don't need all these pots. I really don't. I got a lot of empty pots. Let's just sell everything that's in a marble pot. Let's sell everything that's in a diorite pot. And let's sell everything that's in a gabbro pot. Because some of these are pretty valuable. A lot of these are just alcohol. And then I'm just going to go down here and just queue up some brew drinks. Jobs. Also, I apparently have a bunch of trousers that still need to go. Already have more. Go figure. Same with underwear. Still trying to get more loincloths out of here. Too late to clip? Oh. If you go back in the VOD, you can clip off the VOD. I'll try and do it later. Know approximately what time that happened at. Be nice to be able to get a short out for tomorrow. Okay, 3. Waiting for that number to hit 3, 2. Chad, I might try and start the stream early tomorrow. Because I'm going to have to end early tomorrow as well. And I kind of don't want to have to end early. I kind of want to get a 9-hour stream in instead of a 7.5-hour stream in. Let's see. What did they bring me? They brought zinc, which I don't really want. Platinum, which I definitely want. You know what? Screw it. I'll just buy all of it. Got the money. Buy all of it. Also buy the clay. Don't need the... I'll buy all the boulders. Because it's stuff that is actually useful. Buy all the meats. Buy all the fish. Buy the books and this stuff. You know, your dwarf's happy for that platinum? Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna make platinum goblets out of it. I'll buy those crutches. And those splints. Nice to just have, like, enough money to just buy out a whole... just the entire minecart. Because, like, I mean... lots of value. Buy those leggings. Also, clearly have better gear than I do. Do you have any good weapons that I should buy? Smith bronze spear. Short swords. Steel battle axe, please. There we go. I also brought ganders, sheep, dog, turkey. That's fine. Trade. And there's already more stuff I can sell. Let's see if I can just give away more of this stuff. Buying tickets tonight and you'll chat with you on Discord? Cheers, dude. Yeah, no, I'll see you around. But if I seem kind of cagey initially, it's like, I see a lot of usernames. Oh, that's perfect. Selling books is illegal. I was like, wait, real? Okay, that's actually fantastic. Sweet. I didn't want to sell those books anyway. Works for me. Do I have large clothing that I can sell? Probably. That being said, it's not letting me search by large. Oh, right. I was going to get a paper industry up and running. That's something I should do. Trade a few extra things. I will make a platinum goblet. Just a single platinum goblet. Thank you, Stone. Appreciate you. Let's do finished goods with cut glass. How to cut glass. Cut raw glass into gems. See if I have raw glass. I should. Cut gems. Encrust. Furniture. Gems. Encrust. Finish goods with cut gems. Well, I should just do that. Finished goods with glass. And that. You wasn't sure to. You were sure to make it to the husband's dead to you since. I mean, it is pretty good. It's how you truly know that your husband is dead to you is when he's an actual zombie walking around. Okay, I do have clay, so let's just do clay crafts. April 17, yeah! You damn bet. You bloody well bet. It's gonna be a good time. I'm very curious to see how people catch on to it. How people feel about it when it comes out finally. I think this should be a dining hall. What do you think, chat? I think this should be a dining hall. And I think I'm out of tables. Fortunately, I do have plenty of thrones. Because this would just make a good dining hall. Could assign it to somebody specific, but it's probably just going to eventually get linked up to some other guild or something. Yeah, we'll just make that a generic dining hall for right now. Because if you are incapable of breeding in Dwarf Fortress, you get an X. So if you are dead, generally you're no longer capable of breeding. And if you were, I would be kind of concerned. Just for, you know, many reasons. It's basically Dwarf Fortress's way of saying, this creature is infertile. Dakas the Weaver is throwing a tantrum. I'm going to throw into prison. ×3. Can't have sex when you have an X. Anyway, I need a chest to put into this room right here. Twilight had other... This isn't Twilight, okay? Thankfully. Very much thankfully, this isn't Twilight. Just gonna make some brass because I have it. Whenever I see MAG written, I read it as Massive Action Game, the video game. It's literally all it reads to me. Anyway, I'm making some brass with that zinc I bought. Yet another forgotten beast. Well, time to forget about it. And if not the Pretenders, then the Beastie Boys with that whole brass monkey, the funky monkey. Brass, monkey, chunky. The funky monkey. Ezem, the jeweler withdraws from society. Metalsmith, say. Oh, I see. Jeweler. You're also hungry. Literally was going to go eat lunch, but like got hit with a strange mood instead. Do you ever have that happen, chat, where you're like, man, it's time for lunch, and then you get a strange mood, and then 44 hours later you realize you forgot to eat lunch? You experienced the Tetris effect after playing DF for so long? Well, so like the Tetris effect is like seeing Tetraminos in the real world. There's only one game that's ever done that to me, and it's not Dwarf Fortress. The only game to ever do that to me was Jonathan Blow's The Witness, because I played the entirety and finished The Witness in a 48-hour period, and then went on a short vacation. And one of the places that, and I was seeing like Witness puzzles everywhere in real life. What did Jonathan do? His last name's Blow. I didn't name him. His family did. So like, that's the only time I've ever gotten the Tetris effect. And I've got thousands of hours in Tetris. So yeah, John did what to The Witness? Jonathan Blows The Witness. I don't know why I say it's by Jonathan. He's such an auteur. He's like the auteur of puzzle game designers, so. But yeah. Well, we're out of gems to cut, apparently. Guess we still have plenty of glass. Oh. I was gonna say, I guess we still have plenty of glass to cut. Turns out no, because you need a bunch of things. So what exactly do you need? Skeletons. So you probably need me to kill something. Stack leather, we got that. Quarry, we got that. Spades. Literally just skeletons that you need? All right. Weird workshop to grab then. I'm thinking I kill giant wren, because I don't really have any aspirations of breeding giant birds. Yeah, I feel like that's the only way to play the Witness. I know why it made you seasick. It's the way it zooms in. Because it kind of did that to me too, but I just didn't care. The Witness is a game that you can only really play over a very short period of time, because the puzzles are so bizarre that if you don't play that game for like 3 days, like, you might as well start over. I've beaten that game twice, and I regretted doing it the second time. I don't know why. I liked it less the second time. Loved it the first time. Hated it the second. Well, didn't hate it, but hated it by the end the second time. I guess, like, I loved it the first time, and I was just in too much of a manic haze to really remember it. And then just kind of remembered not liking the ending, and then played it a second time, and when I beat it the second time, I was like, oh, right, this is why I fucking hate this ending. It's a really bad ending for a video game. Like, that's a game that you slave away trying to beat really hard puzzles in for, like, 48 hours, and then the game just, like, smacks you in the head with a black dildo, and it's like, what the hell? Why? Big meanie. It's like a game that literally finishes up by bullying you. God, there's so much blood and vomit here, it's absurd. Do I dream about DF? No, not at all. I've dreamed about, like, streaming, but that's more like dreaming about your job. And it's more like, I'll have, like, bad dreams about streaming. Like, I'll dream about streaming, and then I'll dream that, like, I'll dream I got swatted or something. Like, that kind of shit. So it'll be like, yeah, Dwarf Fortress will probably be in the dream vaguely, but I don't really dream about the game, if that makes sense. But I'll have bad dreams about streaming in the same way that, like, you know, I used to have bad dreams about, like, not waking up in time for a test. You know, same kind of thing. Same kind of vibe, you know? Forbidden shoe right there, so let's just replace this still. Okay, well, obviously the giant wren didn't give you the right kind of skeletons. So, grizzly bird is... You had a dream about a game once? I used to dream about games when I was younger. I remember having, like, a whole series of really weird dreams about Fire Emblem and the Sacred Stones. It was one of the first Fire Emblem games I ever played. I fell off of that franchise real hard after Awakening. Awakening was the last one I played. But I don't know. Also need leather. I mean, do you have anything? No, you don't. Literally has claimed nothing. Everything I've seen about the writing of the later ones, though, seems kind of repulsive to me, so I don't think I would have liked the later ones. All right, well then what the hell do you need? It's clearly not skeletons. I'm not sure what this dwarf wants. Actually, hold on, let me check something. Is there a bunch of forbidden leather somewhere? Nope. Let's try doing this. Nope, it's not that. Not this. Weird, because, like... You still have your copy? I still have mine, but the battery needs to be changed. Like, it doesn't hold a save. Yeah, yeah. I don't know, the writing isn't what I would call sus. The writing is just, like, pathetically Japanese. And that's me being as polite as possible. I guess I'll put it this way. I'm tired of the, but she's a 2,000-year-old dragon trope as well. I'm tired of games just like cramming lollies into games for no good ways. For no good reason, I guess. Like, why can't you make the 10,000-year-old dragon just look like a scary dummy mommy? Why can't we do that? Like, come on. Then nobody has to feel weird. Like, if you're gonna localize a game, also localize the art, you fucks. Not everybody thinks shit like that's okay. So we got another helix formed. Helix of boats practice. Chat, they're practicing. We'll get there eventually. We're practicing for the boats. It's not on the beach though, so that's a disappointment. Let's see how this went. So we attacked and lost Kubak. We found a place for the cave dragon. Although we did lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dwarves to the cave dragons because they have 552 cave dragons. All right, dwarves, we need more bodies. I mean, fighters. This is how you become a legendary warrior, Amethyst. Get me, dragons. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that, Actually, hold on, let's do this. Body parts. Forbid them all. And... corpses. Forbid them all. Try this. Let's go up to the surface. All the way up here. Don't mind the constant screaming, it's fine. I swear. And then go down to about here. Claim everything. Jump to the strange mood, see if that does anything. Nope. I will butcher another thing? How about 2 more grizzlies? I need more shields, turns out. Let's do iron shields. My elephants are growing up, chat. The first one finally reached adulthood. And then this is a dining hall. And around this, I'm just going to put a little prepared meals and drinks pile. Prepared meals and drinks pile. And let's prep some meals, shall we? They're growing up? Yep. Finally have a Grandmaster squad of 10 dwarves. There you go. Oh, frame rate's going down. Can we... Okay, I'm going to disable the cavern creatures chat. I'm just going to do that, because I'm not going into the caverns anyway. Like, there's no point in having them on. They're just hurting the frame rate slowly. I'm just going to go to... And I'm going to increase the invasion caps. Let's do 50, 100. Nothing crazy, but not 2,000. 250, 100. Setting the numbers up so that they can attack me with bigger things, just to make it more interesting. So I got bad news. You actually died during... The Necromancer Mayor died during a siege. Got caught outside. It was horrific and very sad. Stone is now the mayor. And became mayor shortly after killing a skink with a pickaxe. Well, assisting killing a skink with a pickaxe. Our Necromancer Mayor is unfortunately no longer with us. But who's that to stop us from getting another Necro Mayor in the future? The reign has ended. Unfortunately, yes. Your dwarf to most likely have a funny death as usual. Do you have any preference? You could just go into the, like, what do you call it? Difficulty settings and turn them off. Salty Tempest, you are currently reading the records of Thykut's Chamber Worshipped, which is a 24-page essay about that person. It concerns the acceptance of the dwarf Thykut as a member of the reticent sect in the midwinter of 377. It is depressing yet reasonably serious. The prose is not awful, but not very good either. So you are read his book. I have 17 sheet. I'm just gonna go find a craft store shop and just say, choir. Make us some choirs, please, and pause those two. I'm going to slaughter one more bear. This is the last bear I'm slaughtering. If that's not what you need, then mate, I give up. Oh, you also need rough gems. Maybe I'm out of rough gems. So let's try this. You're running out of things to finally try out in Dwarf Fortress? Well, that just means that it's almost time to start, like, doing crazier things in Dwarf Fortress, right? That's where the fun begins. What's funny is this is a bad idea to do until that thing's been plugged, and it hasn't been plugged yet. There it goes. There we go. Get both of these dug out. It's 1 and 2. And just like that, the lava starts to fill in. This is going to be where I build my fountain. All right, let's do this. Okay, sweet. That and you. Only? I mean, what do you mean by only? Let's do that, this, and that. That'll do. Dealing with an aquifer and you're having fun trying it? Seriously think about living in the caverns. Living in the caverns is often fun. Just gonna let that thing go do its thing and die somewhere. Sometimes forgotten beasts are best left forgotten. Oh, now it begins a mysterious construction. Well, at least I didn't need to kill all those bears. Grabbed llama bones, grizzly bear bones, a fuckload of copper, grizzly bear leather, and a bunch of quartzites. You'll take a woodcutter. All right. I have a woodworker and a woodcutter. Which one would you prefer? Reg? Okay. The regular dwarf. Yes, no, I understand. True freak. Never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment, the harm of those around her. She is inattentive to detail in her own work and could be considered rude. Has a calm demeanor and does not often feel lustful. Prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, does not often go out of her way to help others, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Tends to stretch her body when she's thinking, and she cackles when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, personally sees sacrifice as foolish, respects power and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, values self-control. And since you're gonna die in a hilarious way, I will add you to the military, because you seem to fit. The job description, anyway. Oh, wait, no, these guys need to be these. Crossbows. And I need to make more crossbows. Whoops, wrong button. Some copper crossbows. All right, so what I'm doing is we are gonna go here. I'm gonna go start poking these dwarves. We're gonna go start poking some dwarves. That's what we're gonna do. Because a bunch of these dwarves are gonna go grab new shields and run out. I mean, oops, I was gonna say, we do at the very least have some decent dwarves in this squad. Of course, led by Amethyst, the great captain. And her pet bear is going to come with and help. Can you use water wheels instead of windmills? Yep. I'm just using windmills because it's easier to get power down 20 layers than it is to get power up like 110. It was just less effort to do it that way. You cannot use flowing lava to power water. Lava doesn't flow the same way water does. It does not work that way. Ezem the jeweler has created Aerith Umos, a smoky quartz mug, and offers it to the living fire. How do you have 10,000 pigtail thread? Because you haven't been spinning it into cloth, clearly. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do, really. But, oh well. I'll just dig around them, then. They'll still look cool. Wasn't really what I wanted to do, but... And then what I'm going to do is we're going to go here and go pump. Green glass, green glass, green glass. And also, well, we'll do that after. Sure, it's not 10,500. 10,000 thread is not a lot of thread. You've probably, like, had a repeating spin thread job going. Like, it's not something I need to see a picture of. I just believe it. Thread is something that stacks really fast if you're not paying attention. Like, there's been times where I've, like, turned around and realized that I have, like, 25,000, like, cave spiders silk cloth. So, because I just didn't pay attention and never made anything out of it, and then looked up one day. It's like, oh, wow, that's a lot of cloth. Anyway. Like, there used to be a really funny bug in this game that got patched a little while ago, which was bees were considered food. I don't know why, but bees were considered food. They weren't edible, like dwarves didn't eat them, but if you were keeping bees, your food numbers would spike into like the 20, 30, 40, 100,000s and back down to 0 constantly. Because as the bees flew out of their beehives, they were considered food. When they flew back into the beehives, they stopped being considered food. So the result was the game constantly thought that you had like a couple 100,000 food. Genuinely one of my favorite dumb bugs that this game's ever had. Just because it was so absurd. Also, I just realized I screwed this up. This is supposed to be one further deeper. I mean, you still can. Bee brains are still a delicacy. I'm pretty sure you can still extract bees and make them into food, but that would be like it considering all of my live elephants food right now. But this is like live bees, not like bees that have been harvested as food. So if you had like 20,000 bees in beehives, the game considered that food. Which is very funny. I see. I think you mean IB. Something, do you like jazz? Whose teeth are those? Probably some random goblin. Why, should I get rid of him? So the YouTube channel wants to say rip my non-existent social life. Is what the YouTube channel has to say about the surge in or the announced release date for adventure mode. Not surge, that's the wrong word. You know, honestly, I agree. Also, shout out to the person on YouTube who's a YouTube member of mine that has been a YouTube member for a couple months now, maybe a bit longer, who has Kevin Magnuson's face as their profile picture. There's something about that that's funny to me. As somebody who watches Formula One, I think that's funny. Looking at your fortress site, and there are numerous entries when a dwarf who previously created an artifact migrates to your fortress. That artifact is said to have been destroyed at your site. That's kind of crazy. Every now and again I see those, and I never really know what to make of them. It's like, oh, this thing was destroyed here. I was like, no, it wasn't. What are you talking about? See, Hobo gets it. A force of vile darkness has arrived. And it's a bunch of humans with bows. All right. What was that artifact? Kind of missed it. Well, I'll figure it out later. Okay, so we need to lock the fort up. Well, that door is still locked, so that's good for me. Let's just pop back up to my fountain under construction. You built that. I'll also spend this. Get to test the cannons out again. Bath, where are you at? Oh, are you just coming back? Okay, no, you're just leaving. How about you? Oh, military is literally coming back as this is happening. So odds are pretty good. Odds are pretty good they're gonna collide. I guess the better way to do this is to just station them here. Let's see how they did. We went and raided a place that was right next door. Amethyst led the attack. We outmatched an elf who was in charge. My grizzly bear actually struck the elf down. And we clashed with 9 dwarves in watch guilds, slaying them. Because we were at war with another dwarvish faction. Or a dwarven faction. So I'm gonna just send my soldiers up here and we're just gonna fight them because that just seems like the smarter way of doing this. Ral the mace dwarf, who's wielding a flail, is coming in. What are you doing? Going to combat training? That's a silly thing to be doing right now. Let's just open the door back up, I guess. We'll be fighting on the front door. Let's just send the dwarves to right here. Dwarves are fighting. Let's see what just happened. Amethyst there, terrified while in combat, has now taken the life of a dwarf on the map. Thank you very much for the This is Sparta biddies. We'll see you later, Gazoom. Militia Captain stabs the human bowman in the lower body with a steel spear, tearing apart the muscle. The militia Captain stabs the human bowman in the lower body with her steel spear, tearing apart the muscle. The militia captain stabs the human bowman in the lower body with her steel spear. Surprise! Tearing apart the middle spine's nervous tissue. At least you change it up eventually. And a kidney. That seems like a bad time. The dwarves then run up and over and smack more humans into tiny little pieces. As they bloody well should. Biddies for the troops, I suppose. And the enemy goblin humans have split. Unfortunately, I didn't get to arm the cannons because, well, the soldiers kind of came back at a bad time. But also on top of that, not only did the soldiers come back at a bad time, they came back at a really bad time. Turns out. That's a very large goblin town. Let's just hit this place. We'll just keep hitting them. That's a good way to train. And I can work on this thing that you guys wanted me to build. How to subscribe to Volcano Fort? By giving $5 a month to twitch.tv/blindrill. I must ask you. Chat wants me to make a lava fountain, so I'm making a lava fountain. It's a bit of a process, but we're working on it. One bricky blocky at a time. Another helix has been founded. A day's travel to the east and has been incorporated into my holdings. I got this one, Stir Vaults. I got this one, Boats Practice, and this one. How's the prison look? Well, this isn't the prison fort anymore, but it does in fact have a prison, and the prison looks something like this. It's right beneath the tavern, so the dwarves that are in the prison, although dwarves actually come down here just to eat lunch. It's pretty nice. It's got a giant wolf in it for, like, intimidation purposes. And right above it, there's a little skylight where the dwarves dancing up in the tavern can look down in on it. Right next to where the tavern mascot Pumpkin hangs out, who's a snapping turtle. It was, you know, Pumpkin, the snapping turtle. The most logical tavern mascot. Fall asleep and you might be missing a finger. What's up, Bob? Hope you're doing well. You know, fear and love Pumpkin. I mean, I would very much fear Pumpkin. You don't have to love Pumpkin. Pumpkin probably doesn't love you. A force that is dark and vile has allegedly arrived and then allegedly immediately left, which is very disappointing. And then a bunch of snatchers show up to steal my children. What, from loving Pumpkin or hating Pumpkin? Or fearing Pumpkin? Oh, there's also just a bunch of bodies up here? Well, that's lovely. Should get rid of those. The tavern keeper? Oh, that's true. I mean, I'm sure even, like, I'm sure Pumpkin is just like that coworker that everybody, like, quietly hates. He bites your finger. That's all he does. He just sits there and bites you. You know, people joke about OSHA violations in this game all the time. Imagine the OSHA violations of having a, like, tavern mascot or a pub mascot that's a snapping turtle. Like, that's some OSHA violations I would be afraid of. Truly fear that tavern. We are in an ad break, so I'm just pausing until the ad break is done. You know, I feel like I've never seen a snapping turtle in the wild. I've seen them in, like, controlled environments, specifically at Cinema Zoo, which was a group that used to get together with, like, scouts and various other groups that I was a part of as a little kid that would just show you animals that they would, like, use in films. So, like, basically tamed animals and trained animals. And they would always bring out an alligator snapping turtle there and, like, let it bite onto the side of a chair or something, or, like, a Rubbermaid container, and it would just, like, conk. I feel like if you just walked around them, they wouldn't be a particularly big threat. It'd only be an issue, I feel, if, like, you know, you jumped into a lake and didn't know it was there, or, like, walked through a creek barefoot. Like, you'd kind of have to literally get ambushed by one and not know it was there for it to be a problem. So as long as you just, like, you know, just give him his space and just walk around him and, like, yeah, they don't seem like that big of a deal. They can't move that quickly, so. Like, that's the scary thing about things like bears, right? At least, like, bears move fast. Yeah, they probably also can't turn quick. It's like, yeah, it's like snakes. Just stay away from the pointy end and you're fine. Just avoid the sharp bit and it's okay. It's like walking on broken glass, totally safe. Don't walk on broken glass, okay? Safe as long as you don't mess with it. Yeah, exactly. Like many other wild animals, just give them space and walk around them. Pretend they're not there. Snap a photo, walk away. Usual animal safety strategy. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do this. I do actually have a plan, believe it or not. Let's actually get rid of this. Move it back to here. So it pumps up here. I need to extend this out by 1. So this is going to go out to here. I'm basically making a self-made volcano. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make basically like a little bit of lava pressure right here. And the idea is that the pressure will build up and cause it to overflow, essentially. And that pressure will then basically cause it to erupt a little bit and then bubble over the sides. But in order to do that, I need to get lava high up, and then I need to fall down. I need to fill up an area, and then I need it to go down and under into another spot, and up again. So I'm going to have it flow up here, down into here, down into here. So I'm going to do basically this and this. Go here. And then bubble out here. And then down into a trench around the edge, and then back around and into here is the hope. Looks like a dragon's head. And then I can make a little plaza around it and whatnot. All kinds of fun things. Or I could use it as a weapon, but I was going to make this strictly decorative. I'm actually just going to remove that until this is built. Can we get the pen and animal is assigned? Can we get the pen and animal is assigned to show in the animals tab? I mean, I can't tell you that. I think that's something you'd have to request in the feature request room over on the Discord. That's the sort of thing Putnam could add. Is that a thing that's in the game right now? Not that I'm aware of. Usually what I do is just jump over to the creatures tab and jump to the location of the animal, but that's not quite what you're asking. That's going to be the drain, which is going to go here. And then, well, yet another forgotten beast has come. Oopsies. I don't even know if this is going to work the way I think it will. Unless I put a second series of pumps in here, but I kind of don't want to do that. So you're going to go up to here. I need to... remove this. You need to get channeled down here. Same with... Yeah, you need to get channeled down right there. That needs to get blocked. Yeah, I can make this work. I can make this work. Worst case scenario, I need to put a drain somewhere, but this may also, like, break my... This may also break my, like, actual defensive structure, which I kind of don't want to have happen. For pretty obvious reasons. It's kind of important to, like, you know, the long-term safety of the fortress. Want to 2 more pumps here, though. So what instead I'm going to do... I'm going... Another Helix has opened. Chat, I need to go use the washroom. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere unless you want to. 2 seconds. So the issue that I'm having, I'm gonna turn on the oven. Alrighty. The issue that I'm having is I need to have a way of draining the lava. Right now I don't have a way of draining the lava, which is the problem. I've got plenty of ways of getting the lava into the area that I need it. Don't have a way of draining it. Happy to help, Mr. Baked. Glad you're liking it. So that's the issue that I'm currently having, is I need a way of getting rid of the lava. Which I know might make me just sound like a big baby, be like, ah, but lava fun. No, I know, I agree, lava is fun. Problem is I need a way of getting rid of it. Doesn't change my problem. So I gotta figure out how I do get rid of water, or not water, lava. And I don't really want to just have it run off the map, because if I have it just run off the map, all that really does is it will drain my lava shotguns, so I will lose a portion of my defense. I guess I have to build like another set of pumps right here. I don't really see another option. Which should just be pump there, pumping into the side of this. That's pretty easy to do. That'll do. Okay, so let's go down to here. Pump. And then, ooh. If I ever drained a volcano, that would be completely redundant right now. You can't really drain a volcano without dumping water on top of it. But if you dump water on top of it, I've certainly, like, moved the entrances of volcanoes before. Why? It's one of those kind of things where it's like, why, what, how does that benefit you in any way? That doesn't really. Why do you ask, I guess? More and more, the longer I stream, the more I just answer questions with questions. Because I'm just perplexed as to why the person cares or wants to know or what's going on or why am I here? Who am I? Help. What year is it? Kind of thing. It's like, why would you ever want to drain a volcano, really? What I do really enjoy doing is like changing where the spout of a volcano is. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Pump to there. So you pump to there. And then you pump this way. Actually, no, you don't need to go up this high. You can literally just go up to here. And back into the volcano. Easy enough. It's kind of like if you ever drained an ocean. It's like, yeah, but you can only temporarily drain an ocean without dumping lava on it. No, the lava's infinitely refilled. That doesn't mean, though, that you necessarily want to go draining them because they don't refill instantly. You'll run out of dwarves before it runs out of lava, basically. Like, I could dig out the top of it and it'll just drain infinitely. It's kind of like how oceans infinitely refill, and you can't really drain an ocean in Dwarf Fortress. I mean, like, sure, you sort of can, but not the way you want to. Not the way that you are thinking when you are asking that question. Like, in order to do that, you need to drain, or you need to pour water on it and seal it into obsidian, basically, and then dig out the obsidian. Which you could do, I've never bothered, because, like, why? I have, like, redirected the spout of it before. Let's bring all that basalt down here. More grizzlies are growing up. You guys are still stationed. I need to unstation you. How'd this next raid go?
Crypt Wambler.
Attacked them again. Grizzly Bear did well. Okay, let's check this. At war with 2 goblin civs, a dwarven civ, and 3 goblin civs. Oh boy. An observer, thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back. I'm building a fountain. And I have a bunch of stray grizzly bears, apparently. I need to get rid of that so I can build that corner piece. Go up to here, do this and that. Why didn't I just do this in straight lines? Why did I decide to do this all fancy on an angle? Why do I do this to myself, chat room? Can you please explain? It's like if I just done this at a normal angle, this would be so much easier. Like, so much easier. I plan big brain. I don't know about that. I think it's more like pain. Not so much big brain, but... Let's just go down to here. Go here, we'll call these the maintenance tunnels. Which are probably gonna fill up with lava if I do this wrong. It's a lot more mouse clicks, yeah. It's a lot of forbidding things and unforbidding things and rebuilding thing and unforbidding thing and unforbidding thing and rebuilding thing. Rinse, repeat 247,621 times. Fortunately, this thing's only going to take a couple windmills, so it's not going to be that big of a power draw, but... It's like, I mean, this is what? You're 20 power, 40 power, so that's 5 windmills I'll need? No, 3 windmills I'll need, not 5. Which really isn't that much in the grand scheme. Okay, so let's go down here. Knock you out, knock you out, knock you out, knock you out. Let's auto mine this magnetite, because it can't be that much. Assuming actually, can I even get down there? Yeah, I can. All right, so this right here, you are going to go this way. Green glass, green glass, green glass. You are going to go this way. Green glass, green glass, green glass. This is absolutely gonna fill up this. Green glass, green glass, green glass. And green, green, green. Then on top of this, I'm gonna dig down this. On top of this, we're gonna dig down this. Deconstruct this. Deconstruct that. What's the current project? I'm building a fountain. Because chat wanted me to build a fountain. So thus, I'm being a smart streamer and listening to what chat says. Which, by the way, always a mistake. Never listen to what chat says. If you decide to stream, don't ever listen to chat. Chat always makes the best decisions in the short term, but they're not necessarily the best decisions for the streamer. Or streamer's sanity. So, making mistakes, listening to chat, mostly. Best I can tell the way volcanoes refill. Yeah, no, that's fine. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for An Observer's 8th month of subscription support? I greatly appreciate it. Really does mean a lot. And come on, chat, we can get a wall of beers. We can just get a beer, maybe 2, maybe 3, or 5. It would really mean a lot. There you go. Chat now knows what's up. Even though they needed the swift reminder. Since you're also a member of chat, you know how they say don't listen to anybody who's on the internet? That includes you. This is why I don't listen to anything that I say. Ever. Hey, chat room. I'm not going to have a cupcake after dinner tonight. It's actually true. I don't have any cupcakes. So, I mean, if I had one, I would, but... Gonna have 5. Shh! You'll tell them my secrets. God damn it. How am I supposed to stay incognito now, man? Are bears tameable? Yep, and war trainable. Even YouTube's posting bears. Magical. Can I build these directly on top? I can never remember. So I'll find out. Once this gets placed, I'll find out, because... Actually, I could also just place one right here. Test that. Okay, so you need 15 power. You need 15 power. You need 20. So yeah, that seems to work. And up here. What log do I have the most of? Used to be tunnel tubes. Whatever. All right, that should be plenty. Power solution ain't the prettiest part of this fountain, but that's not the point. It's going to shoot lava into the sky, which is the point. What's up, Fredonia? And also Denchi as well. That trickery ain't gonna work on you. You're gonna eat a cupcake right now? Wow. It's almost like I almost did a accidental reverse psychology. A dwarf withdraw from society. I would consider this fountain a strange mood on my behalf. I will go insane if I never finish this fountain. And chat will laugh at me. One of these things is true. As far as which one, well, I guess that's up to you. Right, well, I need to do that, do that. I need to do that and that on either side of this. Guess I should just put a floor grate right here. Possessed by chat mood. Isn't that just every stream? Like, literally every stream I do is possessed by chat. Actually, I realize the spot where I've screwed up here. This should be open. Shouts to this kid who just constructed this. That flooring up here? Yes, it is. Let's deconstruct these. Let's also get these carved out. But yeah, no, being possessed, it's definitely a possession mood, which means I'm not even going to get any skills out of this. That's the actual hilarity right there. Okay, down to there. That'll work. Might as well deconstruct these as well, or this as well, because I'm just going to be putting a wall there in a second anyway. Those and this, unsuspend that, unsuspend that. Chat, does this look like a mess to you guys too, or is it just me? Like, how many of you can actually keep track of what I'm building? Because, like, I'm mostly keeping track of it, but this is another one of these things, similar to the, like, minecarts I was working on last night, where I was like, man, I gotta finish this today, or I'm never gonna finish this because I'm just gonna get confused tomorrow when I try. You see some method to my madness? Well, I'm glad it's madness. I don't know what I would do if it was anything else. So you're saying that you were lost, but now you're found? Zacid has created a basalt quern and offers it to the fire. I think he wants me to make paper. We'll do that tomorrow. I said that I would do that today. I also said I would play more than one game yesterday and today, and I haven't done that either day, so I guess I'm just lying all the time. Look at me, compulsive liar. Says he's gonna play Keeper RL, doesn't. Says he's gonna make paper, doesn't. What a streamer. Absolute racket, this guy. Look at Elfie with all these accusations. What is this, a character assassination attempt? See, everybody loves character assassination when it happens in D&D, but when it happens to them in real life, not so much. You know, that's actually pretty accurate. there and there. As if I have a brother, I only have sisters. That would actually be shocking to me if you discovered I had a brother who was deaf. This would be the first time I'm hearing about them. For whatever it's worth, I'm about to turn this thing on and I might just like flood half the mountain with lava, which would be great. I mean, what would be wrong with me flooding half the mountain with lava? And those are working down there, so that's good. Actually, you know what? Let's literally just do wall pieces. I realize there's an ad break, but I'm just gonna get this done. All right. Let's also go down here, do this. This whole thing could just flood too and just destroy itself, which would be pretty funny. Okay. That's pretty good, Devilish. It's not going to be used as a weapon. This is going to be a decorative lava fountain. Also, the elves would need to attack me first. I'm currently at peace with them. At least one faction. There's another faction I'm not at peace with. Whatever. One of these days, that's actually going to be a Titan, and I will have misread it. And then I'm going to regret doing that. I already have lava cannons. Besides, we're trading with elves. Elves have been pretty nice to us so far. They even let me chop down 25 trees a year, which is great because there are no trees here to chop down, so. Honestly, that's easy for me. Kind of looks like a sword hilt. Like it sort of looks like a master sword hilt. Okay, well, let's do this. And that. Then the last thing I gotta do I don't know how much range this thing's gonna have. Like, actually, I don't. Which is, like, maybe my biggest concern right about now. Like, I don't know how far it's gonna go. The lava, that is. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to, I think, dig down here and here. You like the way the windmills look, Elfie? Also that. Very Dutch behavior. Although you'd also have to be like something about something reclaiming land from ocean. Bit that you're missing there. Need to wait for these boulders to disappear. It's a neat pattern we got. All right, who's ready to turn this sucker on, chat? I also have a dwarf that's stuck on the edge of it. Maybe we give you a ramp down. It's Nortram. How did you get up there anyway? Must have been up there for a bit. There's no reason for them to go down there anymore, so everything's out. Except this is actually... Suspend that for a second. This will bother me forever if I don't fix it. Like, literally forever. Like, the rest of my life, it'll bother me. Comes a bunch of ramp cutters, as well as probably that dwarf doing construction. Gotta get these filled in. And this filled in. And then this will be the last tile to get filled in. You tried to do a mega project of a really deep well fed by a river outside your fortress, each layer of the well above the water line having a balcony overlooking it, and several dozen dwarves got crushed in the rapids when I started filling it. Yeah, I feel like it's something I think a lot... Like, everybody's first mega project seems to be involving water, and everybody's first major failure also involves water. Also tends to involve water, and I don't think that there's a coincidence there. I think that's just like a rite of passage of playing this game. All right. Well, game's saving. Even from your water-dominant fort. And then there's me. I've parted multiple oceans and built forts in the middle of them. I've drained oceans that are not frozen and built a fort with a tower coming out of the middle of the center of the ocean. On multiple occasions. So... yeah. Water's fun. What's up, Floof? Even went so far as to carve art into the walls of the well? Really? Oh, wow. Still seems like a rad fort idea, though. I mean, hey, you got your own personal Atlantis. Does anybody here in chat remember Hotbeards? Or Mothfall, even? Mothfall was a fun fort. Mothfall was a massive canyon fort that had water cannons that would fire like 30 to 40 tiles worth of water out in every direction, out the side of the canyon. So like things would be walking along a ledge next to the edge of the canyon with like fortifications, and then it would just go goosh and just like insta-give them against the wall. I was killing things with water pressure. It was fun. Like literally it would, like the water force would break bones. It was pretty violent. Oh. Bazinga. I'm pretty sure I can get sued for saying that. Holy shit. That's funny. You want to know why this is funny, chat? I'm getting attacked by dwarves, right? Neighboring dwarven faction that we're at war with. They're mounted on horses. These are from the lobster guys, right? The something lobster? Yeah, the rack of lobsters. I've seen this before. Well, we'll just assume that they're going to attack us. Hold on, we're doing a stupid dwarf trick first, so just let me finish my stupid dwarf trick, and then we'll let you guys attack my other stupid dwarf trick, okay? That is pretty sick, yeah. It also makes sense that dwarves would, like, demand an artifact, you know? Like, that's a very logical demand for a bunch of dwarves. I mean, the only true...
He has a sword!
The only truly sick thing about it is the fact that they're riding horses and I can't. So the one problem with this cool toy here is once it's on, I won't be able to turn it off. So I'm gonna actually be a big smart streamer, and I'm going to put an on-off switch onto this thing. Wait, hold on a second. How many mechanisms do I have? Do I have a job making infinite mechanisms or something? I do. Well, that explains a lot. That explains why I have so many mechanisms. I had a job making infinite mechanisms and a job making rock mechanisms. And a job making Gabbro mechanisms. Streamer, what the fuck are you smoking, man? Jesus. Turn that on, like, well, it explains why I have like 500 mechanisms. Oops. Oh well. What are you doing? Oh, you're going for those shoes? Okay, well. I'm just gonna forbid these, because who cares? I thought I turned it off, okay? We're gonna find out in a second if this thing works. And by a second, I mean, when the dwarves are done building that wall, I will build 2 mechanisms, and then we'll find out if it works. Oh, the last thing I need to do, I need to go over here. Need to dig out the drain. Okay, you built that. Let's see if my rad project idea works. So there goes the drain area. There goes part of it. It begins. Falling down where I need it to fall down. All right, it's going to where I need it to go. So this should fill up, and this should bubble up to being full. Right here. So this is going along here. It should bubble up into here as this fills. Obviously, it needs to be full first. Okay, well, they're not pumping it very quickly, so. Well, I need to give it more flow, so let's give it more flow. Because this should start filling up. Because this gets pumped into here. Yes, it's not working. Oh, wait, nope, now it's working. It's filling up. There we go. Excellent. I have a lava fountain. Fuckers, I have a lava fountain. How do you like my goddamn lava fountain? They had lava come over. Look at that. Hell yeah. You proud of me, chat? I just need to give it an off switch. That's the important bit. So these right here. Go to this. Ink.
Woo!
Up it here did. Just took a little bit to fill up, okay? And then we do that. That's my lava fountain. Chat told me to build a lava fountain. Now we just need to build a little plaza around the edge of it and give it a public tavern and stuff. Turn it off and like swap these out for windows. You know, build a glass dome over it. All the other fanciness that you can add to it. The lava goes all the way along here, and then eventually we'll get to the end here, and then this stuff will pump it back up and in. And this will just keep filling, and eventually it'll hit equilibrium where this stuff can, you know, do its thing, and love it. Fountain. Yeah. Also pretty safe. I was expecting it to have way more flow than it did, but let's give it a little bit more. While these get connected. Then I will lock the dwarves inside. And then we're going to launch a bunch of dwarves into my lava pit. Bookkeeper cancels update stockpile need office. I beg your pardon? Oh, I know why. So my bookkeeper, Chad, is in prison. So he can't do his paperwork because he's not in his office. Well, don't do paperwork then because you're fired because you're in prison. You're a liability, Dwarf. Absolutely none, no. I mean, I've got a much cooler weapon. Have you seen my weapon yet? Lord Floof. Because if you haven't, just wait until you've seen my weapon, and then you can tell me to weaponize my silly little front door fountain against my enemies, because I already have a cooler weapon. There we go. That increased flow quite a bit. Port's looking great. Yeah, we have a campfire, which seems to be pretty rough on the frames. All right, well, now that we've done that, you cooked up? Okay, we're just waiting for one more link to be done. Gordy is on it. What? All right, that's it. While I've been outside, someone's been going to prison repeatedly. That dwarf may have to go fight an entire enemy army on his own if he keeps doing such things. Motherfucker destroyed every single one of my my forges. Damn right. 2 years in prison, if not longer. Okay, are you done? Yes. Okay, sweet. Let's get the dwarves inside and let's fire this thing off. So if you haven't seen my front door guard, it's pretty dramatic. We have a pretty advanced high-speed lava projectile system. I think like one of my things is I'm gonna come up with a new name for it every single time I build a lava cannon. It's a high-speed, rapid-fire, fully automatic lava projectile system. Feel my wrath. Waiting for this door to close. That's too short of a name, though. It has to have, like, at least 24 syllables. Let's go up here. Ah, well, I deny that for loss of life. Don't even need to know what you want. So let's see where these dwarves are. Door's locked. Making sure everything is... Oh, that had me worried for a second. I was like, why don't I see the minecarts? So while they're there, they're just forbidden. Let's see where the... All right. Well, that's gonna be a nice big target to hit. I'm looking forward to smacking into this with a lot of minecarts. Front door's locked. I always get super nervous when I do stuff like this. I'm like, where are they gonna get in? High speed, fully automatic lava projectile system. Well, rolls right off the tongue. Okay, where? My phone is vibrating. What do you want? My little sister. Oh, she's asking me to help her with something tomorrow. Or the day after tomorrow. So I'm just going to text her back in a bit. You're just hoping I didn't leave a hole in my fort somewhere? Look at all the horsies. All right, well, it's time to warm up the high-speed lava fully automatic projectile system thingy. And here we go. Chat room, can I get a big wall of lava? Because that is the only appropriate thing to post here. And that cat may be about to die. If the cat dies, sorry, where did the... Okay, there's the kitty. Does the kitty live? Nope. I'm sorry. This wasn't my fault. So the lava begins to fly. You'd think that, like, the blood everywhere might be a bit of a giveaway. The cloud of dwarves on horses. So, like, there's a lot of dwarves in each one of these tiles. Like, a lot of dwarves. I may also need to drain this because they've got steel armor. Oh. Which I just haven't bothered making. And I would very much like to steal that armor. So essentially what this is it's minecarts firing lava. When did the lava start changing color? When we animated it a couple weeks ago. Unfortunately, they can only make it about halfway. They only make it to about here, but that's okay. Uh-oh, don't you dare start blocking the way. Have they even installed rubber ducks yet? What? Yeah, also the water flows. The lava glows and the water flows. Oh man, I can't wait for this to hit there. Gonna be so much burning. Cloudy with a chance of burning. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna pause this again. Let's just unforbid these. It's because I don't want them to block this off. Otherwise, they won't be able to make it through. They'll get stopped. So I'm just going to pause this for a second. And then it'll fire one more round. Those blocked. And then they'll all appear here in a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, sweet. We're going to wait for the horses to hit this shoe. this green, well, we'll wait for the horses to hit this lava right here. Oh my God, here comes the cloud. That's literally a goddamn cloud. That's the only way to describe it. It's a goddamn cloud. All right, so who's gonna do the honors? The dwarf that's gonna do the honors is probably, come on. Coming in right now. Who's pulling the lever? Oh, the lever. Oh, the lever. Gaius, pull the lever. Bye, Sharona. I'm gonna follow this lava. Because sometimes you just gotta follow the lava. Yep. That one hit this horse. See him? This horse? He very surprise horse. Let's follow the horse, actually. Whee! Up, 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 dip, dip, up, wow. Oh boy. Hey, frame rate. Hardly knew you. How you been? Oh, that's probably the problem. Anyway, I guess they're in a death trap now. Oh, that one caught fire. Great. Send it is literally the correct thing to say here. Is this horse gonna make it though? Is this one gonna make it? Are you gonna make it across? Oh, nope, yep, up, perhaps. Step forward. Oh, never mind, you're on fire. Well, rip. Yeah, this is going to completely wreck the frame rate every single time they get blocked by smoke. Which is very funny to me. And there's like nothing I can do about it, so. This is what we call dramatic slowdown. Whoop, there goes somebody. That's so fun. Okay, that's amazing. Just like, where are you going? Bye. See you, Zoglar. Oh man, let's follow a minecart maybe. Wait for another round. Yomp. Here comes one. You. I will follow you. You follow down and in right now, and then go all the way this way, and then up here, and then all the way up to the top, and then down and out. Fire at another round. Man, these dwarves are having a rough day. Also, they're being forced to retreat too. That's the best part. This one's on fire. Sorry, Tekid. They're being forced to retreat because it's been their whole walkway's been blocked off. Should make the walkways thinner. I use water. They hit like that. Will it hurt? Oh yeah, no. Water will have largely the same effect. Dolmas is on fire here. They're all just like torching themselves as they walk forward. I'm gonna get so much free gear. Look at all of this armor. Oh. Horses are on fire and bleeding constantly. Trying to path forward, or they were, and then that happened. Whoop, there goes more. Yeah, no, if you load any liquid into minecarts like this and fire it out of minecarts at Mach 10, like, it'll have the same effect. It'll launch them. Also, just standing next to lava. Ooh, that one was on fire already and then got clipped off the edge. Oh, man. That's just insult to injury right there. Let's see if you make it. We will follow this Mark's dwarf right here. They're moving forward. Being very brave. Yeah, this is a dwarven, a neighboring dwarven faction that the dwarven faction I'm playing as was at war with before I started playing as this faction. Oh, there you go. Wow, did you see that? Just a ball of fire. Let's do this in ASCII for a sec. Wow, that's absolute chaos. Absolute chaos. Terrifying. The siege is still going, too. What's even better is I haven't even sent my soldiers in. I don't think I'm going to need to. You know, honestly, the frame rate, it's fluctuating. The only reason the frame rate keeps going down is because the smoke keeps blocking their pathing in/out, so they can't escape, but they can't go forward. So they just get stuck. This is way more effective than the last Famp I built. All right, so we are waiting for... I'm assuming I'm waiting for... Is there lava here? Okay, so they can't move forward, but they also can't go backwards. I'm going to pull the lever and pause it for a second. So the one thing that I'm a little worried with this thing that I haven't checked at all is it dangerous for my dwarves to stand up here while this thing is on? And based on where that mist is getting to, I'm going to say yes. Yeah, no, it is. Okay. So I can't use my Marks dwarves up here. Okay, it's still firing. Hasn't paused yet. Although a dwarf just pulled it, so it's parking now. Can you use steam as defense? No. Steam does not cause burns. Mind is evolving? How so? Also, hey, Cypher, how you doing? I mean, the frame rate's great now. I don't know what you're talking about. So chat room, was it worth the wait? It only took 11 hours of stream to get one of these sieges that was big enough to actually be able to justify using this damn thing. Was it worth it? I think it was.
Hello everyone. As always, thanks for your content. Happy to continue to support Smiley Face.
Thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back, dude. Good to have you. Like, seriously. All right, so the minecarts are gonna go back up here and they'll just park right there in a sec. Thunk, thunk, done. I'm just gonna wait until they hit right here and then I'll turn the sucker back on. I'm just waiting for some of the smoke to clear, basically. I also need these guys to head forward because the siege hasn't broken yet, which is the fucked up thing. Like, that's the truly terrifying part about this whole thing is that the siege hasn't broken yet. The biased part is, it's gonna have 0 cleanup. Yeah, we're waiting for these to cool off. I can't, like, I was thinking a little bit about maybe trying to just install a sprinkler system or something, but wouldn't it be kind of redundant to be putting out fires on top of a thing that's intending to burn them to death? Like, the whole point of this is to burn them to death? Well, the thing is, I do actually have other guard towers, if the frame rate cooperates. I have guard towers up here. So I could actually send Marks dwarves up here. Do you want me to? You know, hold on. Chat, I'm just going to make our lives easier. Clear smoke. Because I'm pretty sure that is the entire source of the lag right now. Can't be all of it, because the game's still lagging. Oh. Let's also extinguish all. Okay, there we go. So I should be able to relatively safely send my military up to here. Fire bolts down. So I know that these and this is blocked. So they're not coming in because that is blocked. Uh-oh, somebody just caught fire again. Magical. Oh, it's a horse that's burning. All right, here come the Marks dwarves. They are firing bolts already. Off to a great start. Of grates over drains will always ensure that they pass through. Oh yeah, no, I mean, the thing was this wasn't designed to be this way, Arth. This was designed to be a catapult spot or a place for catapults. It wasn't intended to be a place for lava launchers. It ended up being that because the catapults weren't effective in the slightest. So I decided to swap out for minecart cannons. A little bit scared to hit this button, but I'm gonna hit it anyway. They may run out and die, but if they do, they do. Fasthead is in a martial trance, so that's bad news. Oh, wait, what? What are you doing down here, Bessemer? Oh, wait, never mind. You're not one of my dwarves. That's fine. That's fine, then. What the fuck? You got the zoomies, man. It amazes me how quickly horses can go. Like, horses can go fucking fast in this game. And they move fast suddenly. They may also be splitting. I'm not sure if they're trying to still attack me or not. Oh, did I type in exterminate instead of extinguish? Well, we'll call that force of habit. Interesting. Why are they walking forward? There's nowhere for them to go. Those poor scaredy cats. It really does just look like they are leaving. Yeah, my dwarves are firing bolts. Yeah, it looks like they are leaving. Like, I'm not... I have a feeling these dwarves are heading home. It's an interesting haircut you have. Or do you have a cape on? No, you don't. You have like a skullet? What's going on here? There's like... Or wait, is that a shield on your back, maybe? Gotta be a shield or something. Certainly a sprite I've never seen before. How much steel I can harvest? Oh, a decent chunk. If nothing else. Definitely a decent chunk. Just let my Mark dwarves continue firing. I guess I should also just like extend the Mark's Dwarf area along here. And the fountain's a big success. Look at that. I would say Dwarvenite's probably more valuable. I've always found the dwarves to be one of the more entertaining adversaries. The only problem I have with fighting with dwarves is if you end up in actual hand-to-hand combat, it's really hard to tell who's yours. Like, it's hard to tell who's good and who's not, because it's like, I can't, they all just look the same. Spear Dwarf blocks it with the steel shield. Yeah, I mean, if we had to fight that fight in hand-to-hand, we would have lost. That much is certain. But this is all the stuff we got. Look at this. A lot of copper. A lot of steel. A lot of bronze. A lot of other things. If I go down into here, iron, tons of stuff melting, steel, short swords and such. Yeah, we're going to have to drain this, I think. So the drain works like this. Go up to, I want to say it's this. Yeah, it's this spot right here. The drain works like this. I pull this lever. Let's just check the invader screen. Okay, so there's still a handful still on the map. You know what, let's just... We'll just get the drain going. This is also my first time using the drain, so I'm kind of excited. The way this drain works is it's just gonna pump it out right here. There it goes. So it's just gonna drain. can even filter what drops in the lava. Oh yeah, no, it's great. It'll take a minute to drain, but it's just gonna go all the way down here, all the way out to here, and it's just gonna put out the side of the map, all the way down the side of the cliff. Probably torch a tree frog or something. Yeah, you might want to run away there, tree froggy. But that's my drain. I could have made it filter off the map, but where's the fun in that? Yeah, it's like draining already. Oh, I'm so excited. Yeah, I should definitely like cut the sides of these off and like replace them with grates or something. Well, I mean, I already had all the power. I mean, I could have just used a drawbridge, but like that would drain it way slower. I figured this would be quicker too. All right, a true technical marvel. Let's run to the edge of the map and go down to what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna go to the military real quick. Say update equipment. So betcha everybody's getting new equipment now, or a bunch of people are. Like, let's see what Amethyst ends up getting. Currently running around with a steel spear. Mostly copper gear. Some iron gear. When you melt items, do you get the full amount, but do you save amounts, you don't get the save amount, but does it save all the amounts in the smelter? What do you mean by save all the amounts? Once you smelt enough items, you get a single bar back, basically. Not bad. What's even better is we can now attack them wearing their armor, which is almost like offensive at a level. The gear we are acquiring belongs to them. And some migrants have arrived in an area where it looks like they're not even on the map. Okay, I need to see, is Wari in this squad? You are. That was one of my military dwarves. Random llama. You weren't. You also weren't. You also weren't. The gear that the dead dwarves are just wearing. Hey, it's been very sanitized. Like, it's very clean. But yeah, it is kind of morbid. I agree. All right, I can now turn this off. I need more quivers. Quiver. Like 10 of them. Delighted after watching a performance. You should feel good about picking up a new set of gear. Let's see how my commander here is doing. This is Amethyst, who, by the way, dreams of becoming a legendary warrior, which is my goal to complete that. Expert teacher, leader, persuader. What's her tactics? I'd say. Well, you're a decent leader. It's gotta have something to do with it, right? Well, we're sending them out to go do another thing. So let's go attack. Human towers. I do need to attack these towers at some point. Can I go hit them again? I want to say Rangers Guilds train them. These are pretty nice bedrooms. Gotta pat myself on the head, on the back for this one. I think they've turned out great, especially with the little trapdoors. Brings new meaning to the words. Batten down the hatches. All right, that, jump down a layer. We'll check all these. Wait. Not bad. So let's just do this. Let's melt down everything in here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Melt a metal object. When the number of melt designated items is greater than 10, just melt them down. Is it in other skills? Oh, there's ambush. Oh, there's competent tactician. There you go. But proficient ambusher. Ambusher is trained by just hunting. Tactics, I think the only way to train it is attacking. You might be able to read a book about it or something. I don't actually know. I wish I could tell her to not bring her bear because they seem to be way less effective at like stealing stuff and sneaking in when they have animals as part of their army, which I guess kind of makes sense. Pull the side door. We're just decorating random crap with bones. And let's get another craft store shop build. Somebody knocked it over again. And somebody's committing crime. Okay, Dakust, we need to talk. You're still in prison. We haven't even let you out from the last sentence you had. 162 days in prison. At least Servesh is repentant. Jesus, man. See you tomorrow, Taylor. The best part about this prison is one layer above, the dwarves in the tavern get to look down upon those in the prison. And cackle. I should make that window bigger, but maybe give them another one. Like right here or something. It's our little viewport. Organizer and leadership affects battle too. Doesn't surprise me. You're embarrassed after watching a performance. It must have been a bad performance, considering they say, I saw a dwarf recite, the sun sets on plans at the fenced pumpkin, and I'm embarrassed. This is a fluffed out, feathered, fig-wheeled dream master named Okeg. It is a feathered mammoth. What? Like a woolly mammoth, but feathery? It's also stuck in between 3 trees. Well, good for you. What a place to enter the map. 1, 2, 3. That's funny. Like, truly, that's hysterical to me. What are you dwelling upon? A goblin's dead body? Hopefully we won't need to see as many dead bodies now. Well, my miners guild needs a bigger guild hall, apparently. Wait, what have you never seen before? We're just waiting for Imush to leave the map. Didn't I say that I was going to let you retire at some point because you can't stand? Yes, I did. Why did I not let you retire? I'm a bad person. How about you? Can you also not stand? No, you have no health problems. Maybe you're just weak. You don't seem to like your job very much. Well, hurry up and get off the map, Dwarf. Yes, that is what happened, Sanic. Yeah, the giant wolf like glaring at you is really makes the room. If I'm like honestly, probably my favorite element of the whole room. So I guess tomorrow we get to figure out what we're gonna do with this fountain. Probably gonna like lower down the edges of it a little bit and maybe put like a fancy like fence around it or something. Maybe turn it off for a bit and like replace these walls with windows. You know, stuff like that. Always runs out of food. I don't know why you'd run out of food. Is it because you like burn everything down? Lava fountain, yeah. So chat, I'm gonna quick save. And I'm gonna do a thing that I'm sure at least 2 of you are going, God damn it, Blind, do it. I'm gonna open up Stone Sense. Those of you who stay late get to see the cool things. Great time to get back from work. Yeah. How the fort going? I mean, pretty hot. It's kind of hot right now. You may also crash at any moment. That seems unhealthy. Be careful with that. I mean, I got at least 1 video to edit tonight because we have a release date for adventure mode. So, means I gotta go to bed, get some videos done. Stop driving before you crash. Yeah, it seems wise. Okay, so... let's stone sense. Let it load. Oops, wrong button. I just want to see what the fountain looks like, mostly. Not as impressive as I'd hoped. What's that? Stone Sense. It's a plugin for DF hack that makes your game crash most of the time. It's pretty sick looking. As far as the entryway. That's the entryway. That's the minecarts. It's a big-ass mountain, turns out. And then the fort itself is mostly in this hill. Right here, there's small spots where you can peek inside down here. But you got the library, the were creatures, the libraries. Big cubes are just missing assets because not everything has an asset. Oh, by the way, also, I'm kind of dumping lava out of the side of the wall. I haven't really said anything about that, but there kind of is lava just pouring out right there. Got the tavern. Of course, all the crafting layers, all the forges. Baron's throne room. The end of that area and the trading depot. Tavern bedrooms. Bedrooms, bedrooms, bedrooms. That's basically the bottom of the fort until, or at least the interesting above ground areas. Unless I go all the way down to where the caverns are. Which are, you know, down there, which we can see once I get there. Just takes a little bit to get there. Pay no attention to this. I mean, it is actually a rocky wasteland. So yeah, don't pay any attention to the smoldering rocky wasteland. It's fine. Just a rocky wasteland. That's cavern layer. And then cavern layer. All right. Let's close Stone Sense and hope it doesn't crash my game. And it did. Well, it's fine. That's why I saved beforehand. So, chat room. Be careful.